It is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show presented by YouTube TV. We're spending time in the juice box down in Houston, Texas. The Houston Astros and the Kansas City Royals in a little rubber match of this three-game series that concludes on this Wednesday. It is Wednesday, right?
It is Wednesday.
I don't know where
Towards the end of the season, that's how the players feel too. Like, what day of the week is it? It's August. Is it October yet? No.
That's the mayor, Sean Casey. I'm Stephen Nelson. Casey, I did not get the memo for Business Wednesday.
Dude, I must not have got the memo for looking just awesome. That's what I want to be wearing, but somehow I jumped into this because I did a little MLB Central earlier. That's why.
That's right. You look great. I look like a schmuck. What did Game 2 of this series look like? Let's show you the highlights from Tuesday night.
Here's Aledmus Diaz. On the ground, Lopez a diving stop, and the throw gets by the first baseman O'Hearn. 2 runs will score. That ball hit well towards center field. Taylor on the move. He'll watch this one bounce off the wall. RBI double Carlos Correa. It is 4-0. Swing and a miss. That's a good changeup. One of his finest outings of the year. He is going to get a nice hand when he heads to the dugout.
He will get some Rookie of the Year consideration, Luis Garcia, that is. So the Astros shut out the Royals 4-0 and even up that series. Houston's now won 4 of their last 6. In case they get a huge boost today with the return of Alex Bregman. It has been a minute since we've seen him play, and I think everybody who watches Astros baseball is jacked up about his return.
Well, this guy's game-changing. Yeah. You know, he's a superstar. One of the best players in the game, and you put him in the mix right now when you're on the postseason push. This is huge. Couldn't be better timing for the Astros to get Alex Bregman back. He brings so much to the table. I think the third baseman since that have replaced him since he's been out really haven't given the production the Astros need. Listen, when you have Bregman in the lineup, top to bottom, I mean, it makes everybody better. And you're talking about Correa, you're talking about Altuve, Brantley, Gurriel. They're already loaded. Bregman now in the mix makes them so much more dangerous.
You're letting off those names, and it's like Dusty Baker did not need a lot of help filling out the lineup card, but now he's got Bregman back again. He's missed 59 games with that left quad strain. Now, Houston went 35-24 since he went on the IL, and Houston, funny enough, is also 35-24 when Bregman appears in a game this season. But you talked about that hot corner being relatively cold. Now, Aledmus Diaz, since he came off the IL, has done quite well, but 93 weighted runs created plus without Bregman, and so he figures to be a massive boost in that department.
Massive boost. Massive. Listen, he plays a great third base. Yeah. But energy-wise, man, when you're not, when you're hurt, you don't bring the same energy. When you're back in the lineup, Bregman's that energy guy. He's one swing away from changing a game. Yeah. He's one play away from changing. You know what I mean? Like, he's lifting guys up, and the energy's different when you got Bregman that's healthy as opposed to Bregman that's on the DL.
And apparently he's bringing back a new look with him. He's got a beard now. And
I saw him. Oh my
gosh! Got a beard. He's not.
It's like he hung out in the mountains for like the last 2 months. Like, I'm a baseball player.
And he said he's the best. This is the best he's felt in his career. So again, if this is the best we're going to get out of Bregman, if we haven't seen anything yet, then it's going to be a show. On the other side of this matchup, KC is a team that I think on paper you would be like, oh, this is an Astros dub. But against the top-notch competition, against current first-place teams, Kansas City is not a team that folks should be sleeping on.
No, they play well.
And against the Astros, too.
Yeah, you know what? Topped up, but they have guys that can beat you. I mean, you look at Sal Perez, 33 bombs. This guy's one of the biggest bats in the game right now. I mean, you know, look at this right here.
Wow.
Don't sleep. And you know what? Listen to this, Nelly. I played on a lot of teams that were out of it late August into September. These are their playoff games. You don't think the Royals want to factor in on what teams get in, what teams don't? I've been there before. This is their postseason game. So the Royals are looking at this like, hey, let's get this series win. Let's find a way to get in Houston, come in, slap these guys around a little bit, and move on. So these guys listen, they can pitch it. You know, when they got some good arms, and when they throw well, they can shut anybody down. But they got some bats in that lineup, especially Sal Perez in the middle there, and Benintendi, who's been hot lately, that can do some damage.
You know, look, I'm a fan of the White Sox, so I watch this division a lot. And this year we hear a lot of the comedy AL Central this year because the rest of the division outside of the White Sox has been on the struggle bus for good points. But if you look beyond the surface level records and you look at what Casey's doing, like we did, what they're doing against first place teams, what A.J. Hinch and the Tigers are doing, changing the culture there in Detroit, this division's going to be a problem in the next few years. And I think Casey, they're just trying to take that next step, develop as an organization developmentally. Now, for the starting pitching matchup, we have Mike Minor for the Royals and Lance McCullers Jr. for the Astros. Now, there's some history with Lance McCullers Jr. and the Kansas City Royals. He actually made his playoff debut against KC back in 2015. Game 4, Houston has a chance to close out the series against the Royals. And he pitched quite well. The bullpen did not hold on to it. We know what happened as the Royals came back and won that game, won the series, and then won the whole darn thing. And we've seen Lance McCullers Jr. kind of develop into the postseason pitcher since then. As part of that Game 7 in 2017. But this is what he did back in 2015. What do you expect to see from him today, Case?
You know, he's only gotten better since 2015. A young Lance McCullers, you know, throws a lot of breaking balls, a lot of off-speed pitches. But, you know, this guy's a veteran now. It's so funny when you look back, you know, from what he was back then to what he is now. He's got a lot of different pitches. Sinker, slider, that knuckle curve, changeup, cutter. Listen, he throws them all, but he throws a lot of breaking balls. And I think that's a big thing about McCullers. Like, you can't sit on the fastball with this guy. He will get you off balance. He's got a great 12-6 breaking ball, too, that has some bite that gets hitters off that fastball. So it'll be interesting to see how McCullers matches up today against the Royals.
And one thing that's different about Lance McCullers Jr. now compared to then, the lettuce. He's let it grow since then, and he looks spectacular. Yours as well, okay? So the salt and pepper.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, I got the salt and pepper. He has, like, the nice flow.
I'm with you, dude. Salt and pepper. So you talk about somebody on the mound. Now let's go back into your home. Okay, you're a career 300 hitter, Mayor Case. So teach the folks watching the YouTube pregame show how to break out of a slump like Yuli Gurriel.
Well, Yuli Gurriel, man, you know, I'll tell you what, in his last 5 games, he's really right around 500, doing well. But before that, kind of got into a little bit of, this is what happens when you start struggling. You get out of the strike zone, you're just off the baseball a little bit, timing's a little bit off. When I see Gurriel just kind of getting jammed, getting outside the zone, it happens, though, in a period. I think he was 1 for 20 in the 6 games prior to him getting hot. And I think when you think Gurriel, man, this guy right here, when he's on that off-speed pitches, he gets that pitch down in, heater, middle in. This is what he does so good. He has such great hands, Nelly. He really does, man. This guy is so good because he's a line-to-line guy. Now, he's going against Mike Minor today, and he's got some history against this guy. You know what? If Minor makes mistakes to Gurriel today, he has made him pay in the past, and Minor knows that he's got to keep the ball down. You see those 3 pitches right there, all out over the plate and up. Gurriel right now hitting .317, leading the AL in hitting, man. This guy is having a great season. Look at this, though. 6 games before his last 5, he was 1 for 23, 10 for 20 with some damage, over a 1,300 OPS. It's just, what's so funny is, you go up and down the line. We're talking about Bregman.
Yeah.
We talk about Brantley. Gurriel and Brantley are 1 and 2 in the AL batting race, right? So these guys are loaded. And Gurriel sometimes gets overlooked. Don't overlook this guy, man. No, especially against Mike Minor. This could be the game-changing bat in this game today.
There are no holes, no breaks when facing this Houston Astros lineup. And Kyle Tucker bolstering it as well, along with the return of Alex Bregman, Michael Brantley getting a breather on this Wednesday. Now it's time for the MLB Game of the Week poll presented by YouTube TV. Who's going to win today's game? Royals, Astros. Chime in on that. And taking the pitching matchup, factor in all the stats and things that you need to make your pick. When we come back, we're going to have a special guest join us. Kendall Graveman of the Houston Astros. That's coming up next in the pregame show.
Runner on the go, and the throw a little bit. Oh, in time. How about that? Castro gets his first caught stealing of the year. There goes the runner. And another guy thrown out. Gerard Dyson caught stealing. Astros have not led in this game. Aledmus Diaz will try and change that here with the bases loaded and nobody out. There's a line drive into center field. That's down for a base hit. In to score is Gurriel, and the Astros take their first lead of the game. It's in the 10th, and it's now 4-3. Swing and a miss. Odorizzi now with 7 strikeouts, matching the total he had against Seattle in his first start against the M's this year. called. Third strike. Raleigh frozen on the fastball. That's now 8 strikeouts for Odorizzi.
Hands over the head in the windup, the 1-2. Swing and a miss, got him on the curveball. Seager down on strikes, 8 punch-outs from McCullers.
Little punch shot, that's going to be down. 4-hit game for Altuve. RBI single as Wilson crosses the plate. It's an even dozen for the second straight game, 12-0 Astros.
You are watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show presented by YouTube TV. Case first special guest, only special guest, and he's a special one at that. Kendall Graveman of the Houston Astros joining us here on Ballpark Camp. Kendall, great to visit with you. Thanks for doing this. First and foremost, as a pro ball player, I knew you guys travel quite a bit. You're used to going around seeing new places. But Kendall, outside the show circuit, we've hit up your medias of social, and we see that you too like to get out and travel and hit out the outdoors. So tell us your favorite spot away from the game.
We went to the Grand Tetons last offseason, and it had to be one of my favorites, but my wife and I go to Eleuthera, Bahamas. Every year. We've gone 7 years in a row, and that's got to be a special place for us. It's not a place where there's a lot of resorts, so we got to know the locals, and something that's really near and dear to us is the Bahamas.
Nice. That's really nice.
Can we go there with you next time, please? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Man, Kendall, you're having such a good year, man. Your ERA is sitting at just over 1, which is really, that means you're nasty boys.
Great.
Can you talk about what it's been this season, why you've had so much success?
Yeah, for me, the development of the slider that's paired really well with the sinker. Before that, when I was a starter, I had a sinker and a cutter, and everything was kind of similar. And to me, the slider has really changed the game for me. To righties and to lefties, be able to throw that. I think you've seen batting average for myself go down, and the ERA's definitely gone down. And to throw 15, 20 pitches in an outing and let it rip has been pretty fun this year.
I love hearing about that side, the between the lines stuff, Kendall. And I've actually followed you since you were back at Hale State in 2013. So to see your kind of growth and development through the show has been pretty cool to watch. But it's not just the on the field stuff. I think most of the time, most fans forget about the fact that ball players are people too. And you were the face of the trade deadline in terms of humanizing you guys as pro athletes. Look, I know your focus right now is getting outs for the Houston Astros. How much time did you give yourself to kind of sit with the emotions of being traded from a place that you wanted to stay? Or is it something that stays with you and you want to keep with you every time you go on the bump?
Yeah, I'm somebody that I like to express emotions. I think for people to be vulnerable is huge. We don't get that a lot in society today, and just to be able to show those emotions and express it is something I think fans gravitate towards, and I don't ever want to hide that. So, I mean, it was sitting at the house that night in Seattle, the place I was renting, with my wife and daughter after the game, knowing I was playing for another team. There's a lot of emotions there, kind of a sleepless night, and it's something I'm blessed to play this game for a living, and I hope people understand that outside of the game, we're always trying to perform on the field, but we have a family and we have a lot of things that go on, and I love that aspect that I'm just the same as the person sitting in, section 22 in a game, and we're just humans just like you with the ability and blessed to do what we do for a living, and thankful that fans show up to watch us play. Yeah,
man, Ken, I've been there before. I've getting traded from Cincinnati after 8 years there. Hey, listen, we're human beings. You make a lot of friends in this game, and you get connected to the city. So I understand those emotions. You're with a guy that I've gotten to know really well over the years, who I think is one of the best managers in the game, one of the best guys in the game in the history of baseball. How about Dusty Baker? Like, how has your relationship been with him so far, and what has impressed you the most about Bake?
He's been awesome. Just to be able to get to know me, and we were talking yesterday about myself, but I'm 8 hours short of a mechanical engineering degree, and he was interested in that. And Heck, we started talking about he was gardening and stuff. He gardens at home, and my family had a garden when we were growing up, and just an outstanding person, and it speaks as a testament. We went to the Negro League Hall of Fame together when we were in Kansas City, and it was something that I'll cherish forever, that moment, to be able to spend with him and explore the history of baseball. And I think we've become close over the past couple weeks being here, and that's a testament to him and what he does. He's a player's manager, and he cares for people, and you can see it day in and day out.
We talk about human beings. Dusty is one of my favorite in baseball, in sports, to be sure. Kendall, before we let you go, you're still trying to get to know all the humans in that Astros clubhouse, and you've got a big one coming back in Alex Bregman. Can you speak to his return and maybe the juice that's supplying the clubhouse early?
Yeah, quick story. I played at Mississippi State when Breggy was a freshman,
yep.
and he made an error, and it cost them a game at LSU. And it's an hour or so after the game, the lights are still on, and he has a grad assistant hitting him ground balls. And from that point on,
wow.
I've always seen him, the work that he's put in, the preparation and the energy and the passion he has for the game. It's a big boost for our lineup. It's somebody that I've always enjoyed the battles, but I'm glad that he's on my side now and get to watch him play on a daily basis.
That's a story right there.
That's amazing. That's
awesome.
Peak Bregman right there. A Breggy Bomb salsa. You got to try that as well, Kendall, now that you're wearing the Astros uniform. Thanks so much for doing this, man. You're one of our favorites to talk to in the game. Stay healthy, stay blessed, and we'll do it again down the road.
Good luck, brother.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, friends, it's time now for our creator spotlight, and we are shining it on the sports gaming universe. 260,000 subs on his channel. That's not his name. It's Matt Meyer. Okay, so let's introduce the man behind Sports Gaming Universe. Matt Meyer is joining us now, and the first thing I notice, Matt, is not the work on your channel, which is incredible in all sports, not just Major League Baseball, playing the show, also Madden, 2K, and previewing, daily contests and showing fans what actually might happen in real life. I noticed the jerseys that you're wearing. You have the Twins behind you, because I know you're born and bred in Minnesota, but you're wearing a Red Sox uniform. Can you explain what is happening right now?
Yeah, I know it's a little strange, 2 American League clubs and all that, but yeah, my love for both goes way back. Born and raised a Twins fan here in the Twin Cities, but goes back to about right about the '86 World Series, and just identifying with the curse of the Bambino and kind of latching onto that fan base and their pain and that quest to finally break through and get that trophy. So it would happen years later, but yeah, I latched on them, and then that only became cemented with my first road trip out to Fenway, and just knew that was where baseball was supposed to be played. I was used to games in the Metrodome, and really see a whole lot of outside baseball, especially in the majors, and that just blew me away, and I've been going back ever since. Love it at Fenway.
Well, look, we've talked before about how I'm a White Sox fan, but we are still going to be friends despite the White Sox Twins thing. Despite that, that hatred between the two franchises and fan bases, I have an immense respect for the Minnesota Twins, and I wish that I had the chance to go see a game at the Metrodome, because I've always heard stories about how loud it got in there. So I appreciate you kind of painting that picture for me and others who have not been there. As for the Red Sox, it has not been the second half that everybody in New England and Red Sox Nation was hoping for. What has gone wrong? Are you still keeping the faith that the ship can be righted?
Definitely keeping the faith. You got to keep the faith. I think pitching has gone wrong. Mainly, pitching's been really tough. The bats are waking up. They woke up against the Twins last night, but I mean, how many games can you count on out slugging and winning 11-9? You got to have that pitching. I know people are really excited Chris Sale's back, but he can only pitch 1 out of every 5 days, and everybody's getting a little bit nervous about Matt Barnes closing out games here. I know they're kind of losing the faith in that. So I think it starts with the bullpen and the pitching in general to stick with this. And the Yankees are on this streak, 11 in a row now. Yeah. So it's looking like trouble. But yes, definitely keeping the faith.
I'll say this: the Gen Z of Boston Red Sox fans, they don't know the pain and the suffering that you came up in. So this little rough swoon is nothing compared to what you've experienced in your life as a fan. Now let's talk about the contest that we're about to see on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Houston and KC. The Astros have, what, a 4.5 game lead in that division, but they have Oakland, who they're struggling right now, but the A's have some magic once September comes around. And then the Mariners have this magic this year. Do you feel like the Astros are going to hold off both?
I do actually feel like they are, and I think that's mainly because of experience. They've been there. They got a lot of guys on the roster that have done this before. And isn't it today that Alex Bregman is supposed to be back? This is huge for them. I think that's just the right time to get Bregman back. If he can be his normal self, then that's going to be a huge boost. And I really like what the Mariners are doing, and Oakland's always seeming to make that run, but I like Houston to hold them off.
Let's talk about another big story in the show, in real life, not just the show that I know the Sport Gaming Universe specializes in, but Miguel Cabrera reaching the 500 home run plateau, one of the greatest hitters of all time, right-handed or left-handed, and it's been a privilege to watch in this last generation. Now everybody's thinking about who's next. Who do you see as the next current big leaguer to hit 500?
Oh, man, there's so many good ones, but for me, it's got to be Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Yeah.
36 homers this year. He's already got 60 at age, what is he, 22? I mean, you got to love Tatis Jr., you got to love Soto, but for me, it's Vlad. It's got to be Vladdy.
I think that's a strong pick. I know Nelly Cruz is the closest, but he's getting up there along the tooth. Not saying Nelly can't do it. You watched him rake for the Twins against my White Sox primarily.
So sad to see him go. Yeah.
I know he's one of those clubhouse guys. Wherever he is, he's a game changer, and the Rays are hoping that he could be the piece that puts him over the hump as the reigning pennant winners. Let's end on this note. Your most favorite, cherished memory as a fan of this game of baseball, Matt?
Oh, so many. I mean, the 2004 World Series with the Red Sox finally breaking through was great. But before then, I got to throw it back to '91 and the second of the two Twins World Championships, which I wish I would have cherished a lot more being a young teenager back then. I kind of felt like that's something that would happen a lot. And, certainly not. But I was at Game 2 personally. That the whole series was just gut-wrenching the whole time in the best ways. And the Twins came out on top, but I was there for the Herbeck and Gant infamous play at first base, and Kent Herbeck was my idol growing up. So I mean, he fell off the bag. There's no other way to put it. He fell off the bag. That's all I got to say about that.
Matt, what I will say, John Smoltz is somewhere in the building right now. I'm going to leave this conversation, this part of our conversation, out of my conversation with Smoltzy. But in all seriousness,
that might be best.
Yeah, for everybody in the building, not just me. In all seriousness, it's great to link up with you, albeit digitally. Again, Sports Gaming Universe. Subscribe to Matt's channel on YouTube, along with, again, 260,000 others, and you can get the best of the gaming world. And hopefully we can link up in real life down the line, Matt.
Absolutely. This has been a pleasure.
All right, thanks again to Matt. And there we see. Wait a second, he shaved. What? That's a problem. I have issues with this.
Oh, dude.
I'll have a little break to collect myself.
Cut his hair, too. Didn't he have long hair?
No!
Here's Hunter Dozier.
Oh! There's a drive. Deep to left field. That one is long gone. Hunter Dozier. Uh-oh, Tester. Oh, baby, Nicky Lopez.
That looked like that was dropping. That was a little doinker trying to sneak in there, but Lopez got a great jump.
And there's a looping line drive to center field that will knock in at least one. Taylor with the throw home. It's a good one, and they got it. Hit sharply. Lopez from his knees.
Oh, he got him.
Got him. What a play. That ball is struck well. Deep to right, and it is Nicky Lopez's first home run of the year.
Did I say the Royals won't beat you with a long ball?
Jose Altuve. Base hit left field. McCormick coming around. The throw to the plate.
Got him! Benintendi unloaded a cannon shot from left field.
Salvi stretching here during the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show presented by YouTube TV. Time now for Picks to Click presented by BetMGM. Sean Casey, you are in the hot seat.
Uh-oh.
Fans watching want to know your thoughts on some potential plays here on this Wednesday afternoon. Let's start with this game. Total runs between the Royals and Astros, 8. Over or under 8?
You know what? I'm going to have to say with this one right here, with the lineup with Bregman coming back, I'm going to say it's going to be over 8 today.
Ooh.
I just feel that way, man. There's a couple hot guys in these lineups. Minor, this history versus Gurriel. There could be a 3-run bomb involved here, so I'm saying over.
5.4 runs per game for the Astros, 4.1 runs per game for the Royals. Different ends of the Major League spectrum, but that doesn't matter. You add them together, and then you get a number that's over 8. Over under 6.5 Ks for Lance McCullers Jr. punchies.
Over under for 6.5 Ks. You know what? I'm going to say it's going to be under today. I think McCullers is going to, pitch well, but they're going to put the ball in play. It's going to be under 6.5.
He has struck out, just food for thought, 7+ in 9 of his last 10 starts. But the Royals, pretty good when it comes to limiting Ks. How about some of Lance McCullers Jr.'s counterparts in the American League? Cy Young front runners. I mean, you have Lance Lynn, who's the betting favorite right now. You have Garrett Cole behind him. You have Shohei Ohtani there as well. Carlos Rodon.
He's the MVP, no doubt.
You know what? That's why it's interesting, because people are saying, well, he's the MVP because you look at his offensive numbers and then you look at his pitching numbers. Well, why is it not the same conversation from the other standpoint? Look at what he's done pitching, and also look at what he's doing hitting. I'm not saying Ohtani's would be my guy.
Just something we've never seen before. We don't know how to handle it. I almost feel like him pitching and hitting, you could put him and say, oh, he's Cy Young for what he has to do to get ready as that type of player. I think for me, Lance Lynn, having the 2.2 ERA, doing what he's been doing all year long, he'd have to really fall off, I think, to not win the Cy Young.
I'm with you. And he's just a beautiful specimen of a man and a perfect fit on the south side of Chicago. Let's go to another game in the Central, but in the National League. Cincinnati, Milwaukee, big series. The Reds now in a postseason spot. They've been great, but the Brewers have had a stranglehold on that division seemingly since their first series coming out of the break. You know the Reds. Do you know how many runs they're going to score today? 3.5. Over under Reds runs, not total in this game, just Cincinnati.
Just Reds runs?
Yeah.
You know what? For some reason, I'm going to say over. I know they've had trouble against Woodruff, and he's pitched well. I think his last few starts, he hasn't been as sharp, and the Reds are swinging it right now. So I'm going to say they're going to go over 3.5.
I don't know if for you kids out there, he's a big deal. Sean Casey.
That's just how I feel. That's how I feel.
Can anybody wear
Votto's going to connect. Castellan. They got some thunder.
Yes, they do. So those are our picks to click presented by BetMGM. Now let's see your poll results. We asked you the question, who's going to win today's game, Kansas City or Houston? In 67% case, they did not care about the Royals' record against first-place team.
No, they know Bregman's back. And they thought he had a beard like you and I did, but he doesn't. That's why it was 67. With no beard, it's like 55.
I'm totally changing my vote with no beard. So we have Scott Braun on the call in between Jeremy Guthrie and Jeff Blum. Brett Dolan reporting as well, and both Guthrie and Blummer.
Yeah, well, Blummer and I played against Blummer a lot when he was with the Astros. I was with the Reds. Obviously, we played against each other in the Central a lot. But he's great, does a great job. Guthrie does a great job. Great job. Our boy Bronny does too. So.
Does a great job.
He does a great job of just being jacked.
Just as a great job. Do you have a? Oh, we have a tweet. We have some breaking Twitter news. Okay. James Click. Telling Sean Unfiltered on Sports Talk 790 that Justin Verlander will not return at all this season for the Astros. Doctors recommend Dockers. I don't know. I don't think Justin Verlander wears Dockers, but doctors recommended not the best move for his recovery.
Yeah. Well, you know what about that? Playing with Verlander, he wants to come back.
Yeah.
And try and maybe get back now this season, help them with the push back to the World Series. And I think the doctors are coming out right now to say, let's pull the reins back. Let's not get your hopes up come September. we're letting you know late August, season's over.
And I think for JV, that's probably the play. He wants to be the Brady of baseball, right? He wants to pitch forever. And so I think just as tempting as it would be to join a potential World Series run with the Astros right now, taking it safe in Houston for Justin Verlander.
I like it.
Case, you know I love you. Thanks so much for hanging out with us on the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube pregame show presented by YouTube TV. Enjoy the ball game down in the juice box.
Here's the pitch.
We're in downtown Houston, and I'll use Dusty Baker's words on how KC has played his Astros. They're punching us, and we're not punching them back. Well, last night, the Astros smacked them back with dominant pitching, and then they're going to finish up the season series right now. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by YouTube TV. We have the Kansas City Royals and Houston Astros for a Wednesday matinee at Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. Let's go. Hello, everyone watching worldwide on YouTube. I'm Scott Braun, along with former Royal Jeremy Guthrie and former Astro and current Astros TV analyst Jeff Blum. And also, this is the Renaissance man. I mean, we're talking before this game starts, and Jeremy's like, yeah, I took a stop in Kenya on my way over here. I mean, he's going to go through his entire life and everything that he's seen. We're excited to have you.
It's all about the warthogs, Scotty.
Stay tuned. That's a sneak peek of what you'll get from Jeremy. And Jeff is going to let us know about this Astros team that's in first place pretty much all season long as we check out the postseason picture. And that extended thanks to a loss from Oakland yesterday.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see Seattle and Oakland going at it. Seattle putting that loss on the Oakland A's and allowing the Astros to create separation. But it's been tough to do against the Kansas City Royals, where the Astros are only 2-4 in 6 games already against the Royals.
Yeah, this Royals team has played them tough. We'll get to them in just a moment. Let's start with Houston's offense specifically. Why are they such a pain for opposing pitchers?
They have developed an idea here where they're going to go out and not chase outside the zone. When they do not chase outside the zone, it forces a lot of pitchers back inside the zone, and some of those pitches end up being mistakes. And what they do when those mistakes are out over the plate, they end up getting the barrel to it. But it's very impressive to watch them go out there close to a 270 average and almost matching it with runners in scoring position. And these guys are extremely proud of these numbers, considering that stigma that follows them around all season long.
It's intimidating when you go through the lineup card 1 through 9, and let's highlight Houston's magnificent 7. Yes, some teams have 1 or 2 superstars. The Astros are loaded, Jeff, and it starts with the man at the top.
And it does. They lost George Springer, who was their leadoff man in years past. They were wondering how they were going to fill that void. The All-Star and MVP Jose Altuve has done it wonderfully. And, of course, Captain Consistency and Michael Brantley's going to continue to put up great at-bats. Getting this guy back today may be a little bit of a game-changer down the stretch when this offense has been struggling. But Yordan Alvarez, this should be his sophomore year. Only played 1 game last season, yet he is continuing to put up big numbers, 280, almost to that 30 home run range. And then Carlos Correa, who really wants to go into that free agent year with big numbers.
Yeah, he has had a really nice year, both on offense and defense. Yuli Gurriel is on another planet this year in the way that he's changed his offensive profile. Kyle Tucker is back. He made a quick appearance yesterday in the outfield, but now he's back in the starting lineup for the first time in about a couple weeks. And then there's the Kansas City Royals, led by their all-world catcher, Salvador Perez. He's been great for years, Jeremy. Your former teammate, though, is also stepping up his game, especially on offense this year, and we know what he brings defensively.
Well, you know, they signed him to another 4-year deal in the spring this year, and he has come out with just reckless abandon. He is a guy that wants to be involved in everything. He's leading a young staff. He continues to be fantastic behind the plate, having another Gold Glove type season. He's up there in caught percent stealing. He's thrown out 13 of 32 runners, the most in Major League Baseball, and he is just a force back there. He plays every day, he blocks everything, he gets beat up, and he keeps going. And he's doing it offensively this year with career highs in home runs, 33, 81 RBI. This guy has just retooled his swing, working with hitting coach Terry Bradshaw, and he is relentless. He's aggressive, he's right in the middle, and he does everything. He's the heart and soul. He's
tough to pitch against. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. Okay, fastballs, he handles them like many others, but non-fastballs too. He's got 14 homers off non-fastballs this year, adding to his career-high 33.
And that's when he's been at his best. When he came up, he was known as a guy that could hit it to all fields. There's a period of time where a lot of hitters start to pull, And I think for him the past couple of years, he has just gotten back to where his bread and butter is, and you see the results.
Let's appreciate.
On pace to be the 5th catcher, the 6th catcher to hit 40 home runs in a season.
We should appreciate the fact that this is one of the best seasons we've ever seen offensively from a catcher, and he does a great job handling the Royals staff, but that Royals pitching staff is going to have its hands full because the Magnificent Seven does have their 7th man. He's back. Alex Bregman has missed the past couple months, and he is in the lineup today. Brett Dolan has more for us. Brett?
Well, thanks, Scott. There has certainly been a question that has been asked around this Houston Astros fan base over the last 2 months. What is up with Alex Bregman, and when can he be back in this lineup? Today is the answer. Bregman finally activated. You go back to mid-June, it was a quad injury that has disrupted his season. Trying to leg out this double play bouncer. You'll see him pull up lame, obviously in some pain, and he hasn't quite been the same since. Bregman has had multiple rehab assignments with AAA Sugarland. Yesterday back at Minute Maid Park, able to put the finishing touches on getting back and healthy, taking some ground balls, and Dusty Baker happy to have him activated. So between the hamstrings and the quads, it has been a problem for Bregman because his team has had more plate appearances out of third baseman other than Bregman, with the Ledmus Diaz filling in so admirably at third base. Now, Kyle Tucker was also activated yesterday, so Dusty Baker has his full or top 7 bats in the lineup. Jose Urquidy had a rehab assignment last night with AAA Sugarland. He's getting closer. So this offense and this team that has been so good this year, starting to get all of their weapons back for the stretch drive. Now, Dusty did say he's going to bat Bregman 6th. Rather than at the top of the lineup. He feels like if he has to take him out late in the game, maybe something pops up, he doesn't want to completely disrupt the top of the lineup. But again, this offense leading in so many categories will have their top 7 bats back with Kyle Tucker activated, Bregman back, so they'll make that push for the stretch drive, having all of their pieces at the avail of their manager. Scott?
Bregman and Tucker and the Astros host an aggressive Royals ball club. It's all free to watch worldwide on YouTube today. We'll deliver lineups and first pitch from Houston next.
1 out, and the batter will be Salvador Perez.
Salvi drills it to deep left field, and he gets it into the Crawford boxes. So it's his 33rd home run of the year.
Taylor comes in to score. It's an RBI double. Rivera stops at third, and the Royals' lead is 3-1.
And he swings and drives it to left, and that's going to find the gap and roll all the way to the wall. And the Royals go in front 7-1. How about this? A triple for Whit Merrifield.
Here's Ledmus Diaz. On the ground, Lopez a diving stop, and the throw gets by the first baseman O'Hearn. 2 runs will score. That ball hit well towards center field. Taylor on the move. He'll watch this one bounce off the wall. RBI double Carlos Correa. It is 4-0. Swing and a miss. That's a good changeup. One of his finest outings of the year. He is going to get a nice hand when he heads to the dugout. Ball game over. Kendall Graven a 1-2-3 ninth, a 4-hit, 3-pitcher combined shutout.
This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by YouTube TV. Watch live TV with unlimited DVR and more. YouTube TV, try it for free. We're bringing it today. Unique features, you get them every week. Right here, bringing you closer to the game than ever before, and we're cruising through our 20-plus game package this year on YouTube. Tell your friends, easy to find us, youtube.com/MLB. Join the 3 million plus who subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel. Also a brand new feature we rolled out last week. You can personalize your listening experience. More on that in just a moment. We have starting pitchers to match up. Jeremy Guthrie, it's the veteran Mike Minor against Lance McCullers Jr., who's been in his prime and thriving this year.
Well, you know what? He's invented himself a new pitch. He's got a new toy out there, and he sure loves using it against the righties. That is a slider. He's been fantastic. He'll make his 22nd start of the year, which is a career high today, and he's been fantastic.
It's a career season for him. At 27 years old, the 3.21 ERA is the best that he's had in his career. And this is Mike Matheny's Royals starting lineup card presented by YouTube TV. Whit Merrifield plays every day, and I mean that literally. Nicky Lopez has had a really nice bounce-back season. Salvador Perez having the best year of his career. Andrew Benintendi is going to clean up. Nice pickup from the offseason over from the Boston Red Sox. Hunter Dozier is at first base today. Carlos Santana still sitting with a hip issue. Ryan O'Hearn in right. Michael Taylor in his speed in center. Emmanuel Rivera making a name for himself lately over at third base. And Cam Gallagher will do the catching. Okay, a little more on Lance McCullers Jr. with our pitcher breakdown presented by YouTube TV. This is their top guy.
Yeah, you know what? You obviously got Greinke. He's an anchor. But Lance McCullers has been around now. It feels like forever. Broke out in 15. He can be the ace. And if he pitches like that today and continues on, he's going to get his career high in innings. He needs to be that guy for the Astros moving forward. I said sweep the leg. He's aggressive. He's like the Cobra Kai. He'll come in at you, and he's going to throw a sweeping slider to the righties, wipe you out. No mercy for McCullers today in spin. You're going to see a lot of breaking balls, curve balls to the lefties, sliders to the righties.
Coming at Whit Merrifield, pitch misses low and in, and we are underway live on YouTube to a global audience today. The Royals matching up with the Astros. Kansas City at 56 and 69 on the year. They've won 7 of their last 9. Houston checking in at 74 and 52. Whit in the air, right to the shortstop, Carlos Correa, for out number 1. He's got a pretty good looking defense behind him too all year. I think that's one of the more underrated components.
You know what? That defense is so good that we've heard free agent pitchers talk about signing with the Houston Astros because of the defense behind them. And it has been since June 16th that we've actually seen a Bregman, Correa, Altuve, Yuli Gurriel in that starting lineup behind a Astros pitcher. So a great luxury to have those guys behind them, because you talked about, Jeremy, Lance McCullers having that great wipeout, strikeout type stuff, but he's a high ground ball guy also, which keeps this defense on their toes.
Well, that's the thing. In his last start, it felt like he was 0-2 to everybody, and that's indicative of a guy that's confident pitching into a lineup that if they put it in play, he knows the players behind him are going to make the play for him. And so, you know, they had 15 straight games without an error. I think that ended just 2 games ago, and that's what he's dealing with. So you get electric stuff with good defense.
Yeah, the stats really back it up. Outs above average, which looks at the entire defense, has them number 1 in baseball at the moment. There's the fielding percentage you were talking about. Same guys in there almost every day, which helps. That core that's been here for a while now. Lopez makes contact, diving stop by Bregman. He's back.
You knew it was going to find him, right?
Quickly. He's a shortstop over there.
Yeah, he had to take a little slice of humble pie signing with the Houston Astros, but he knew in moving to third base he was only going to make this team better. But right out of the chute, Nicky Lopez is testing him. And as much as we talk about Alex Bregman and what he brings to an offense, you see what he can do defensively also.
Complete player. Just incredible on both sides of the ball, and certainly they're happy to have him back.
Now it's Salvador Perez with nobody on and 2 outs here in the first. Also for Bregman, he had to get up quickly because Nicky Lopez can fly.
I like Nicky Lopez. I know he's a little bit of a throwback in this dip and drive era that we're living in, but I like his game.
He and Whit have been really the straws that have stirred the offense for the Royals recently in this run. On base a lot, stealing a ton of bases. 6 last week against the Astros, and even you see that ball hit to Bregman, hard hit ball.
The Royals as a team are a bit of a throwback. They're aggressive. They make contact. They certainly know how to run, and they've been doing that pretty frequently against Houston in the past week.
I thought it was great to talk to Mike Matheny, because we all have these assumptions when we see how teams are put together. But Mike Matheny said this is specific to Kauffman Stadium and where they play. They rely on speed and being aggressive and putting pressure on defenses.
Well, that was part of the big recipe in the run in the mid 2010s, right? In 14, 15, is run, produce the runs. They're 27th in home runs in the league, so they're not going to pound you out of the park, although they can do it. They hit 5 solo home runs last week in Chicago in a game, but generally speaking, they're going to get guys on, not strike out a lot, and run.
You're looking at one of the most aggressive hitters in baseball, and he's taking a few pitches now to ride up the count. It's a full boat here. That's ball 4. So far, a line out, a ground ball, and a walk, and then some odds courtesy of BetMGM, putting up the strikeout total at 6.5. Jeremy, you're the pitcher. You start. Is he going over or under?
Well, it's a great challenge here, right? You got a team that makes a lot of contact against a guy that's got his career high in strikeouts, over a strikeout per inning, 144 already this year. I like the approach of the Royals. I take the under.
Wow. Jeff, you going the other way?
Oh, yeah. Of course I am.
That's on the ground right side. It's for Altuve. And the side is retired. So Perez is stranded. No strikeouts yet in the first, but I'm sure there's plenty of swing and miss to come from that man on the mound. We'll get to the bottom of the first and intro the Astros lineup.
Runner goes, pitch is swung on and missed. Throw to second. Safe. Lopez goes. Throw to third. It almost got by Diaz.
Uh-oh, Tester.
Oh, baby, Nicky Lopez.
That looked like that was dropping. That was a little doinker trying to sneak in there, but Lopez got a great jump.
There's a ground ball up the middle. That'll find center field, and the Royals have their first base runner. Lopez goes. Pitch taken. Throw by Maldonado, skips away, and Nicky Lopez now 14 for 14 stealing bases this year. That ball is struck well. Deep to right, and it is Nicky Lopez's first home run of the year. Hit sharply. Lopez from his knees.
Oh, he got him.
Got him! What a play!
Oh, my goodness.
And the ground ball is into center field. That's base hit number 3 for Nicky Lopez.
And not expecting Rivera to even run.
Yeah. Oh. And now it's stroked into right center field.
Beautiful job.
So that stolen base ends up being huge for the Royals. Nicky Lopez has 2 more hits.
If you were with us from the beginning, we went over the Magnificent 7. It is almost complete today. The only man sitting from that group is Michael Brantley, just a routine day off. Your Astros starting lineups presented by YouTube TV. Altuve's in there. Diaz in left field today. Gurriel, Alvarez, Carlos Correa at short, and there's the big man. We highlight Alex Bregman, his first game since June 16th. He missed 59. He's back. Kyle Tucker back in the starting lineup for this team as well, followed by Myers and Maldonado going up against the veteran, the one veteran in the starting rotation for the Royals. Our scouting report presented by YouTube TV.
This is a rotation of a bunch of young guys. Mike Minor is not one of those. He's the veteran. They brought him in for a 2-year deal. He's their leader. He's more quiet in nature, but he's got to go out there every 5 days, every 6 days it is now, and just put an example, get deep into the game. He works on the corners. He's successful there. Mike Matheny said he pitches well up in the zone, which is different than some of his younger pitchers. And runners in scoring position has been a challenge for him this year. So he needs to do his best to leave him stranded out there, work through some of the trouble he's going to have with guys on base.
He starts Altuve with a pitch that misses just a bit above the zone, although, Jeff, you should be careful because Jose Altuve can handle an elevated heater.
It's amazing how he goes up the ladder, so to speak, and gets some of those pitches. We've seen him on his tippy toes over the years get base hits. We've also seen him elevate and drive him out of the ballpark around neck high.
It's incredible. Not many players can do that. I think about David Fletcher of the Angels. He's one that will go after the high pitch. It's really a weapon to have in a game where pitchers are working up there as much as we've ever seen. Altuve smacks one foul. He's got some work to do still. Leadoff home runs in Astros history. 2 pretty good names in front of him.
Yeah, very good names, and Altuve constantly adding his name to that franchise history book. But yeah, he's got a ways to go in that leadoff spot.
Little flare and caught. Grabbed by Nicky Lopez in shallow left for the first out.
And that's what Nicky Lopez does. Interesting, he came into the season as their second baseman. His job to lose. Injuries to Mondesi moved him to shortstop, and now he's in contention for a Gold Glove this year. Making plays like this every single day.
That's a leg play, too. That's just getting a good jump, showing the footwork, getting good speed, and still able to stay with it. That was a great play.
He's a Gold Glove candidate. You can see the outs above average this season, measuring his defense, a comprehensive stat. He's top 5 among infielders.
They got 2 pretty good shortstops in this ball game today.
Athletes all over the diamond on both sides. Here's one, Aledmys Diaz, who did some work filling in at third base for Bregman. Swings through the off-speed pitch from Minor, but Diaz has been on fire since the All-Star break, hitting .337.
That was after he went on the injured list with that broken hand after being hit in Toronto, where he was tearing the cover off the baseball.
There it is since coming back from the IL. Dusty Baker calls him his secret weapon. I don't know how much of a secret it is. Not in Houston, that's for sure. Pulled to third. Rivera across the diamond. 2 gone.
Good pitch there by Minor. A couple of hard pitches inside and on the hands. Looks like he's got good sharp command these first couple of hitters, working both sides of the dish.
Well, I think that's one of the more interesting things, too, because in this day and age of everybody max velo 95 plus, you've got a veteran like Mike Minor who's still not afraid to get to that inside corner, cut it a little bit, and tie up some right-handed hitters. It's got to open up the outside corner quite a bit, too, right?
It's all about that. It's all about get their timing off, mix and match, and it really doesn't matter how hard you throw if you can mix it. And that's what Mike Minor's done. You know, he's been strong his whole career. He had a great year in 2019. Last year struggled a bit, and this year's been one of the more consistent lefties, making every one of his starts, but still trying to work through here and give the team a chance to win and be that example for the young guys. Good changeup right there.
Yeah, in 2019, an all-star, finished top 10 in AL Cy Young voting with the Texas Rangers. ERA's a tick high this year, but he's eating up innings for a young team. 33 years old, start number 207 of his career today.
I think he trails just Robbie Ray for left-handed starting pitchers. Innings pitched this year with his 141, so exactly what the Royals were looking for. I mean, sure, they like, you know, get the ERA down, but he's doing what they need him to do, and he's consistent. He's getting better and stronger here.
Yuli Gurriel has been unfazed with 2 strikes this season, and he stays alive.
I think Yuli's one of the better right-handed hitters in the league just because he pulls his hands in so easily. Really leads with that knob. And I love his setup, too. It reminds me of Julio Franco, how he's kind of torqued in there with his back towards the pitcher.
He's 10 for his last 20, having a huge homestand. And he whiffs. Little chase. Minor picks up the strikeout and sits down the side in order. We've completed 1. No score from Houston, Texas on YouTube.
Carlos Correa leads off against Carlos Hernandez. In the first pitch, Correa belts it deep to left field, and you can kiss it goodbye. Over the bullpen, Carlos Correa gives the Astros a 4-3 lead.
That ball's hit hard into left field, and there you go. It's down for a hit. That could be extra bases. Correa takes a turn. Benintendi's throw not in time.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive into right center field. That's down for a hit. O'Hearn is over from right to get it. And Correa's on with his second hit of the game.
1-1. And Correa drives it out to right center deep. Racing over is Kelnick on the warning track. Can't get it. It's off the fence in front of the Astros bullpen. tearing for third base Brantley. He's around third and coming home. There will be no throw. It's an RBI triple for Correa, and it's a 1-0 lead for the Astros.
There's a sharply hit ground ball through the hole between short and third. Correa 2 for 2. That ball rocketed into center field. That'll be down for a hit. Altuve aggressively turns second. Kelenic drops the ball, so Correa is going to get into second base. Altuve going first to third, but then Correa gets the extra 90 feet.
Top 2 in Texas. Dusty Baker leads the Houston Astros group, and he is inching closer to an exclusive club. Jeff, we're not invited. Few are.
I was going to say, it's a very limited group. Goes back a long way. 2,800 wins is pretty amazing. You got to be able to be sustainable. Connie Mack at 37-76. But these are veteran guys. A lot of these managers that you do see on this list, I feel like when you get comments from players who have played for them, they have been players, managers, helping these guys out along the way with experience, not only playing but also as managers. But that is exclusive group that Dusty is aiming for.
2,000 win club. He's getting there. 1966 on the ledger right now in his 24th season at the helm. Jeremy, we were not invited. It looks like a lot of fun in there. Playing pool, hanging out behind the bar.
I was invited until I made my one start for Dusty, trying to get him one win closer. And he withdrew the invite after the 9th earned run that I allowed in the first inning. And
yeah, we mentioned it to him when we said hello, right?
We tried our best to ruin his day, but what a great guy to play for, you know.
And some other MLB milestones that we're keeping an eye on. Miggy just hit his 500th. Now he's looking for 3,000 hits. Kimbrel close to 400 saves in his career, and he's having a career year. Really a big comeback season for Craig Kimbrel, and now a dangerous weapon on the American League side. I'm sure the Astros aren't thrilled if they have to see them in the postseason.
Yeah, not with the White Sox. We know how that matchup went in 05. I hate to remind them of that, but Kimbrel definitely adds another element with Liam Hendricks out there in that bullpen and allows Tony La Russa, who's already on that 2,000 win list, to go out there and get more with the options he has. But it's amazing to me how fast Kimbrel's gotten to that, close to that 400 plateau. And I had the luxury of sitting in the seat right here watching Justin Verlander go out there and get his 3,000th K on his 300th strikeout in 2019. So these milestones really mean something to these guys. And I think they mean even more considering the way the game is being molded and shaped for starting pitchers and even closers.
2-2 from McCullers. Dozier through the vacated right side. He's got a base hit. Second base runner of the day for Kansas City. So we've set it all up milestone wise, and now we need help. Our first poll question of the day. It's right on your screen, your mobile device, your computer, wherever you're watching. Which potential career milestone are you most looking forward to? Dusty's 2,000th win, Miggy's 3,000th hit, Max Scherzer at 3,000 Ks, or Kimbrel 400 saves that he's chasing? You can vote now. Poll is open. We'll close it in about an inning or so. Get involved.
Well, Blummer, what you say is, you know, you got these records that are over sustained careers, and things are changing so dramatically with using bullpens more, just all the way the game is played, the way it's evaluated, and so these records may become even more and more rare to accomplish.
Yeah, that's why it felt really special to watch Justin Verlander go out there and get 3,000 strikeouts and 300 Ks in a single season, because he's still a part of that old school mentality where I'm going to give you 7 and you're going to have to drag me off the field. But I agree, and that's why I think that some of those pitching milestones, or even the 3,000 hits, you know, are those guys going to get those opportunities? Because major league careers are being shortened. I know because of analytics.
Well, most guys don't play every day anymore.
Yeah, it's the amount of opportunities these guys get.
There's that good changeup from McCullers. Got a lot of depth, a lot of life to it. Runs in the mid-80s off the mid-90s fastball, and he'll use it at any point in the count. Just destroys the lefties with that pitch. Really only uses it against the lefties, but it has become a great pitch for him.
He used it often with the depth you're talking about. Last time around against Seattle, went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts in a 12-3 win last week. And he picks up a strikeout, his first of the day.
That 6.5's in real jeopardy if the change and the curveball are going to be that sharp for him all day. O'Hearn is trying to battle him right there with 2 strikes, and not much you can do with that one borne in on the hands.
And that's what you were talking about with left-handed hitters. He will use that curveball a little more frequently in those 2-strike counts, but it's a nice weapon to have that changeup early in the count to get that swing and miss to get ahead.
He looks so comfortable with the changeup too. It looks like a pitch, like a fastball, where he can throw it any count, and it misses down most times. And so it is a weapon that lefties are going to have to think about all day long.
Well, and you can speak to the importance of how good a changeup can be when you have a good fastball and you don't change that arm velocity. You don't change that release point, how deceptive that can be.
The great equalizer is what they call it. I mean,
yep.
You can get a real sense for it when you play with your kids. When I throw my kids a changeup, they have no idea what's happening, but the bat flies out of their hand like, why did I let go of the bat? The pitch was in the middle. And it's because they start to swing, they realize there's no ball there, and things get all funky. And so it just, you're right, the deception on it, a changeup, I feel like is, if I was a young kid, what pitch would I want to develop? Fastball with arm strength as a young player, and a changeup. Because it's fun too. It's fun to make people look foolish on a pitch that's straight. A curveball, everyone, that's a big curveball. But a changeup, they're like, what just happened? Why did I miss that pitch?
Michael A. Taylor fouls that one back. I didn't think about that. Big league pitchers going up against their kids.
I was just saying, can we dig a little bit deeper on the psychology of this?
I want more on that. But first, StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud. The arsenal for Lance McCullers Jr. He's got the full menu, and it's been working for him this year.
There it is. Any pitch, any time, and it's really got the chance to make him that ace that they believe he can be.
Got our YouTube creators hanging out in the live commentary section. There's the 1-2 to Taylor. He rings him up. 2 down, and made the cut. Said the development of the slider has been huge for Lance too, adding to our conversation. Yeah, that's a pitch that suddenly has become maybe his best weapon.
Oh, and that's what I want to ask Jeremy about, because we talked about how Lance McCullers has been on the stage now since 2015, and when he broke in, he was just fastball, curveball, and he was going to go out there and telegraph and tell everybody my best pitch is my curveball and still get guys out. Then that changeup comes into the mix. He messed around with the cutter a little bit, had the Tommy John, and when he came back, he was looking for a pitch to get right-handers out. And in this spring training in 2021, really developed that slider, and it's been deadly to right-handed hitters. But what is it like for a pitcher a couple of years into his career to develop that extra pitch and be that effective with it?
Let's just say this: you can't go down to Nordstrom and pick up a good slider in the men's department. And so
more people would do it, right?
Absolutely, although they're pretty expensive, as you might imagine. So yeah, to develop a pitch on his own, no less.
Yeah.
Like, it is his motivation to go out there and develop the slider, and in such a short time become such a weapon.
Right back to a great athlete on the mound as well. McCullers Jr. impressive second inning. After the Dozier base hit through the right side, strikeout, and Lance McCullers Jr. with the glove to finish off the Royals in the top of the second.
I got a t-shirt from the ball, and my Tommy John too. So I don't want to see the scar right there, so I put some, look like a ball. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the All-Star game that I've been. So, in baseball we got some good moment and bad moment. And this, remind me that I'm pretty good. I think I see some, maybe Yadi Molina have it too, some guys, and I see it and I'm okay, it's a pretty good thing to do it. And I got my star, so I think that's how I get to this. I got my golf gloves in the other arm. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hopefully more is coming, guys. I picked my right arm because, that's how I throw to the second base, so the golf glove should be in my right arm. So that's why I put the star in my left arm.
Do you have any plans what if you fill the whole arm up? Where are you going to go with the next?
I'm a big boy, so I got plenty of room for that.
Right here, right now, the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by YouTube TV. Watch live TV with unlimited DVR and more. YouTube TV, try it for free. And also, fans watching the Game of the Week now have their choice of listening experience. So you're just going to click the gear icon in your player, choose audio tracks. You can select the primary broadcast, that's us, or take your pick of the home and away radio calls, or you can just switch back and forth, have fun with it. All audio is seamlessly integrated on your favorite devices, so you don't miss a minute of the action. Scott Braun, Jeremy Guthrie, Jeff Blum, and Brett Dolan joining us in just a moment. Mike Minor back to work in the second against Alvarez, Correa, and Bregman making his way back to the starting lineup. First, it's Jordan, 6'5", 230-ish, big time pop.
Living here in Houston over the past 3 years, getting a chance to come to a couple of ball games, I have seen some absolute moonshots by Jordan Alvarez that I know one of them has not landed. They saw that one, but this guy is just a dangerous young hitter. Imagine if he continues to improve and as he gets more and more experience.
And I completely agree with that. He is still learning the game and learning what pitchers are doing to him, yet he is in his sophomore season hitting .282 with the amount of pop that Jeremy's talking about. And he's hit upper tanks with ease here. And he put one up into that ultra club in right field beyond the right field pole that had to be in the air for about 35 seconds, it felt like. But he's truly special. And once he figures out how to inside out some of these tough pitches and go into the Crawford boxes here at Minute Maid Park, it could be scary.
He's got leverage in the count. He'll take a pitch down the pipe.
You know, we've talked a lot about McCullers' mix. The same thing for Minor. He throws 4 pitches for you. Breaking ball, slider, changeup, fastball, moves it around. And so he's going to have to use that same repertoire here and throughout.
Alvarez is 3 for 9 with a homer and a double against Mike Minor.
In watching him, Blummer, have you found a hole at all in Alvarez's swing if you were pitching to him that you might go to?
You can stand him up and in and do the old school hard in, soft away, because sometimes that slider away from left-handed pitchers he will chase down and away. And from a right-handed pitcher, sometimes that down and in slider, but he has taken some pitches that have been close off the outside corner.
Takes a pitch on the outside corner, might have missed by a bit. He's shaking his head. That is strike 3, second of the day for Mike Minor. And let's go down to Brett Dolan. Hey, Brett.
Hey, Scott. You know, Nicky Lopez has had a unique year, and really last couple of weeks, this was a guy who went 72 games without making an error, went 464 at-bats without hitting a home run. But this took place last week. He's from Naperville, Illinois, a family of Cub fans. Went out Saturday, got 3 base hits, and then he took his girlfriend and soon-to-be fiancée, Sydney, got engaged. Apparently with the young kids, it doesn't count if you don't have a videographer on hand. So they did. So congratulations to Nicky and Sydney. It's been quite a week for this throwback type of player in Nicky Lopez.
Thanks, Brett. That's a perfect day. What'd you do yesterday? 3 hits and an engagement. No big deal.
At Wrigley Field, in his own backyard, yeah.
That's a big league proposal right there.
That's a smart player.
Yes.
I mean, Carlos, a couple of shortstops making some very smart moves. Carlos Correa proposed after the 2017 World Series championship.
Mike, could you imagine if he proposes after an over day? There's no chance. No chance she accepts that.
She better have good hands because that ring might be coming in hot.
That ring has some bling, too.
She'll have the highest fielding percentage in the family after that.
Yep.
Well done, Nicky. Congratulations. Bregman coming up after Correa.
Good pitch there, backing him off. We'll see a little bit of that, maybe a little bit of the same strategy you talked about against Alvarez, coming hard in here. Opens up everything for him on this next pitch.
Saw him get Yuli Gurriel after coming inside with a backdoor curveball.
This time the fastball misses in.
You know, going back to pitching to the kids, you show them 2 hard fastballs in like that, I get some bad swings from my 11-year-old.
Right where you want them.
Oh, Dash will take some terrible swings after 2 hard heaters in.
Goes there again, off speed. And Carlos Correa works a walk. Nice support in the lineup today for Carlos with Alex Bregman hitting behind him. He's in the 6th hole for now. He's back.
They love him here.
I was just going to ask, do you think they like Alex Bregman in Houston?
Just a little bit.
No. Quad, hamstring, some soft tissue injuries past couple years, really. He said it's been a physical and emotional roller coaster, but he feels better than he has in the past couple years and goes after the first pitch. Golfs one in foul ground. Rivera called off by Lopez. Little bump, and he's got it. Don't mess with the shortstop. And he just got engaged, too.
Well, Alex tried to ambush that first pitch coming back off the injured list.
I have nightmares about ambushes. 2009, A-Rod came off the DL.
Oh, no way.
After, you know, a little bit of the scandal, the challenges he had, I'm talking to Chad Moeller. I'm like, where do you want to start him? You know, I got the first game with him off the DL. He's like, let's go hard in. You know, he has bad speed. He won't be able to catch up. 98 on the black. It was straight, no movement. And it's in the left field stands right now in Camden Yards. And so, you know, you get ambushed, you're on both ends of it. I was on the other end of it. The old the IL ambush.
So for Bregman, it's his first game since June 16th. Kyle Tucker was activated yesterday. He appeared in the last half inning in right field, but hasn't been in the starting lineup since August 13th. He was on the COVID IL. He tested positive, he said, on the trip in Anaheim. Just mild symptoms. And he's back in there, so the lineup really starting to get itself intact for the stretch run for a first-place ball club in the AL West.
Went on the COVID IL the day after he hit his first grand slam of his career.
A little good, a little bad. He's young. He's actually activated yesterday for Chas McCormick, who hits the IL for a hand issue. I would say a unique stance.
Unique swing all the way around. There's a lot of questions on whether or not he'd be able to get to the inside pitch, but there's a reason that Kyle Tucker is here, is because he is a very good pure hitter. And even though that swing is unique, he's been able to make it work for him. But you could probably speak to this too, Jeremy. When you see that arm bar, that lead arm kind of bar out a little bit, it kind of gives you the idea or the impression that you can beat him inside.
That's in there 2-2. He's all the way back in the box too. Does he remind you of anyone?
I know who I've been told that he reminds a lot of people of.
Who?
Ted Williams was the moniker that everybody gave him when he was coming up through the big leagues. Very similar swing and a very similar in stature also. Kind of thin frame, but yet provides a lot of power.
Makes contact into left center. Taylor running over. He'll stop Camp and record the out to end the inning. So we had the Correa walk. Bregman's first at bat in about 60 games. Astros nothing to show for it after 2. No score.
Number 5, everybody up. Jeffrey Robert Bagwell. Bagwell with another drive. Will it be number 2 of the night? Easily number 2.
When you play 15 years next to somebody, you just grow accustomed to he's doing what he's supposed to do every single day, every single night.
Bagwell bags one in the dome. A 3-run dinger.
He was the guy in the lineup that you didn't want to face at the end of the game, that's for sure.
2 outs, bases loaded, the pitch. Right field, base hit, Astros
it's just fun to watch from afar. But then again, when you're part of it as a teammate and watching this guy do this every single night, it's a great seat to have.
And Bagwell swings into right field. It's in the Flowers home run.
The man just did a lot of things on the baseball field. You know, he didn't have the fastest speed in the world, but he was a smart base runner.
Bagwell steals it. He's a 30-30 man. The first ever for the Houston Astros and the first full-time first baseman in Major League history.
Ground out to Lance.
We're in the third. Lance McCullers Jr. going up against 9-1-2 for Kansas City, who almost witnessed a no-no from Chris Bubich on August 21st. This past weekend, he was dealing, and there was a 34-minute rain delay that kind of halted things a bit. He had the no-no into the 7th, and things unraveled a bit, but ultimately produced just a dynamite start. 6 1/3, 2 earned runs, career high 9 strikeouts. He's going to join us for this half inning. And before I say hello to him, YouTube creators, you know what to do in the live game chat. A few questions you have for Chris Bubich, we'll take them. We'll relay them over to Chris himself, who joins us. Chris, thanks so much for the time. How are you today?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, Chris.
Really good, but not as good as you, of course, over the weekend at Wrigley. Take us through that entire experience, really from start to finish, because you had to deal with some Mother Nature-ish adversity, although I heard it never actually rained. Maybe there was just like some lightning warning or something going on there.
Yeah, so definitely a little interesting, but throughout the whole game, pretty good rhythm right off the bat and just kind of rolled through, you know. Once you're in it, as a pitcher, you're in a good rhythm like that, you know, you don't really think too much about anything. You're just focusing on executing each pitch, and the results kind of take care of themselves. And then, yeah, at the end of the 6th inning, the sky got really dark, started to get really windy, and I noticed that there was some kind of rain in the forecast, and the ground crew was getting prepped to cover the field, and they put up the notification, I think, on the scoreboard that there was lightning in the area. So they were going to halt it for that. But yeah, you're right. There was never actually any rain. It was more about the lightning, I think, more than anything else. But it is what it is, and that's baseball, and that's Mother Nature. So things we can't control sometimes.
Pretty amazing that you had the opportunity to do that in Wrigley Field. At what point during that game did you realize it, and was it a little more special doing it in a place like Wrigley Field?
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, my goal as a pitcher, I mean, I don't want to give up anything anytime I go out. So I honestly, I know from the first inning that, you know, nothing's happened in the hit column yet. But as you go on, you know, I really wasn't focused on that. And then, you know, you get that little bit of delay, and then you kind of start to think about it maybe a little bit. But yeah, especially that was my first time at Wrigley too, as a fan or a player or anything. So getting to do it at a place like that, as historic as Wrigley is, just was an incredible experience.
Hey, Chris, this is Jeremy Guthrie here, former Stanford alumni with you.
Yes, sir. How
Good
you
to
doing?
have you on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go Bears.
Go Bears. Here we go.
Here we go.
You can have the axe, okay? You get the axe. You play for the axe in football. You can have the axe. We'll keep the World Series runs going.
Exactly.
You know, not too often a player gets to take a no-hitter that deep into the game, and you're early in your career.
Yeah, I haven't. You know, this is really my first first full crack at a big league season. You know, last year I was up, but obviously with the shortened year, didn't really get the full experience. But this year, kind of going through the ups and downs of a normal full season. You know, it's I've gone through my bumps this year, but you know, I've been fortunate enough to make some adjustments and be able to hold my own and pitch for a pitch as well as I can. But to be able to do to have a start like I just had, you know, everything's kind of clicking, and it was kind of ironic because of the start before that was probably my worst start of my career. Didn't make out of the 2nd inning, and got hit around pretty good. But just be able to bounce back like that is you know, something I pride myself on, and you know, that's how it's going to be sometimes in this game. Sometimes you just don't have your best stuff, and you just got to grind through it and find your way through your starts and through your outings.
Well, I appreciate what you say there. You're coming off your worst start of your young career, and that shows such great resiliency to come out and have that type of game. And really, everything for you was working. The breaking ball, the changeup was just dialed in. The fastball even had a little extra oomph, maybe a little bit of something from that previous start. For you, what do you consider your strengths as a pitcher when it comes to those individual pitches?
Yeah, you mentioned the changeup. That's probably my bread and butter.
Whit Merrifield is toast at third. Nice throw from Martin Maldonado. I mean, this team can really run. Not easy to catch Whit Merrifield. Hasn't happened very often this season. He had the one-out double and then caught stealing for just the third time this year. He has 37 stolen bags, second best in baseball.
Yeah, he can steal bags pretty easily. But you mentioned, yeah, the bread and butter has always been my changeup. You know, I've been hurt on a little bit this year, leaving too many in, you know, kind of elevated middle of the zone. But you know, when it's working, it's working. And then being able to add the curveball to the mix, as good as it's been, especially recently. And then moving the fastball around. I'm not going to, you know, blow anybody away with velo or anything like that. But just moving around the fastball. Obviously, having a good changeup helps that fastball play up a little bit. But that's really my game, you know, mixing and matching, using the changeup. Especially, I've faced a lot of right-handed hitters, and you know, when I'm going through lineups, there are a lot of righties in there.
Well, we didn't have much time for you, Chris.
Yeah,
here, I'll sneak one in real quick before we hit the break. From Sports Gaming Universe, pitcher, player you looked up to most growing up, just the name.
Clayton Kershaw.
Nice, I love it. Well, quick inning there, Chris. We really enjoyed the combo. Let's do it again soon, okay? Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Royals starter Chris Bubich with us as the Royals eventually had Merrifield out at third. No score here, mid-3.
He just smokes it.
Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Great baseball right there. And that one's going to go. That ball was crushed. And this is going to do it. Oh, my.
Strike 3. That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
And something like this is what they came for.
So that way, throw a little flare in there. Oh boy. Sure. I believe you. Oh, sick! Nobody, no hits the Royals. Nobody. Nobody.
Tell him, Whit, he's mic'd up all day, and the Hit YouTube show Play Loud will have even more of that beautiful content, and we'll have much more for you from Two-Hit Whit, the two-time All-Star, the second baseman. He plays every day for Kansas City, and he's our man with the microphone today on YouTube. Mike Minor here in the home third against Myers, Maldonado, and Altuve due up for Houston. I really love how we mic up the players each week.
Yes.
You just get a little flavor, and it's unique from each player, but the conversations that Whit Merrifield has, I mean, he's got jokes.
Oh, he's good. Plays hard out there all the time. Obviously has a good feel for the personalities of the guys around him. On Nicky Lopez saying, oh, you're adding the flair to it, when it's pretty max effort type catch, but he's messing with him a little bit.
For our YouTube viewers, ideally what you're looking for is a guy that forgets he's mic'd up.
Oh,
that's when it gets really good.
And like the guys around him forget that he's mic'd up.
Yes.
That's what you really want.
Kind of like a broadcaster forgets he's mic'd up.
We're live. That's for O'Hearn. Myers is retired. Maldonado coming up. Our first poll is complete. The potential career milestone you're most looking forward to. Miggy, who's really the man of the moment, just hit his 500th home run. Now he's chasing 3,000 hits, and he eats up most of this poll. 47% say we're looking for Miggy.
I think it's a good one to look for. 3,000 hits is a unique threshold to get to, and then to do it with the power that he's already matched with 500 home runs. Pretty incredible stuff. One of the best right-handed hitters of all time, and probably one of the better dudes to talk to on the field. I mean, he's a great conversation and friendly as heck.
One of the questions I always get, who did you fear the most? Who did you have good success against? And Miggy doesn't fall into either of those. I didn't fear him. I didn't have great success either. But one of the most fun guys to pitch against. You know, he's one of those guys, he's complimenting you on your pitches. When you throw a good pitch in the dirt, he'll look at you and hey, nice pitch. and he took it and you're like, nice take. And, you know, someone reached out to me the other day and said, did you give up any home runs to Miggy? And of course, I and every other pitcher that's ever faced him pretty much has.
That's a long list.
But one of my greatest memories was him in Kansas City in 12. He secured the Triple Crown. And as he came off the field, our fans, you know, great fans in Kansas City, gave him a standing ovation, and it gave me chills. Like, you know, we were on the top step clapping for him, and so yeah, the 500 is big, and to see the fans here voting for 3,000, it is fun to applaud Miggy. He's fun to root for.
Yes, very easy to root for.
Yep.
Props to the fans north of the border too in Canada. Same thing for Miggy. I mean, really did an excellent job with the ovation for him, the appreciation of what he's done for this game. Maldonado smashes one for the Crawford boxes and beyond. Houston's on the board first, thanks to Maldy, his 10th of the season.
Well, he got his fastball ahead in the count, middle, and didn't miss it.
Probably feeling pretty good after cutting down Whit Merrifield at third base, and all of a sudden he's back at the plate, and he does get that pitch to drive. 10th home run on the season for Martin Maldonado.
How many times do you see it? Guy throws out a tough base runner at third and hits a home run to the Crawford box.
Yep, great play on the field, feeling good at the plate. Let it fly.
He's 5 for 13 in his career against Mike Minor. Top of the gauntlet, Jose Altuve, who popped out first time around.
Blummer, did you know ahead of time, guys, that you were successful against?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to. Well, my list was a little bit shorter than most guys, so I knew exactly who I could get after. But there were certain moments in my career where I knew I was going to be starting with a particular team and a particular pitcher on the mound.
That's pulled down the line. If it's fair, it's a foul ball. Probably was going to hit off the wall in deep left if he didn't hook it so much. Jose Altuve now with 2 strikes against him, but suddenly the Astros seeing Mike Minor now, second time through the order, feeling it lately. This one's pulled on the ground for Rivera. 2 down. We did see the full arsenal already first time through from Mike Minor. It's not like he was just riding 1 or 2 pitches. I mean, the Astros really make you work, and we're seeing that evidence second time around where they can really punish you.
Now, you know, you think back to some great lineups that you faced. That's the grind of the Astros. You can't come in here and establish fastball and just work it and save your breaking balls for the second, third time through. But he's had to work through the first time. He's got to work through the second and the third if he gets to it. And so, you know, hallmark of a good hitting club, like you said.
Diaz goes after the first pitch, and that's Merrifield, and that's the inning. Martin Maldonado in the 9 spot, strikes big, and he's done it before against Mike Minor. Nice success against the Royals starter, and he powers up in a huge way off the facing behind the Crawford boxes. Admiring. Houston cracks the ice first. It's 1-0.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating. Yes! 0-2 from Minor to Tim Anderson, and Minor. Oh, that was a pinata swing from Tim Anderson. If there are fun-sized Milky Ways falling out in Kansas City, we know why.
up, room for Hayes, Newman. Oh no! And it drops fair. Not only is it not caught, but it drops in fair territory.
Another 2-2 to Brinson. Ground ball to third. Brinson tripped out of the box.
Frustrated, spiked his bat into the ground and crossed him up. He's going to come back and catch his legs.
Foul back.
It's us.
Oh, got it. Yes.
Wonder if I can get this
You
up.
did it.
What do we got?
I can't believe it.
Oh, whoa.
No way.
We caught that moment.
No way.
Look at him, like, no big deal.
We're into the fourth, and we're checking out some unique components of ballparks across the country, like the train here in Houston. It was just on a ride after Martin Maldonado went long. That's really cool. Have you ever been in the pool in Arizona, either of you? You have, Jeremy?
I have. Oh, yes. I shagged from the swimming pool out in Arizona. And I caught a fly ball from the swimming pool.
That's epic.
Yep. Right in the middle of batting practice. The right fielder looks back. I forget who it was. I was like, is that Jay Guts out in the swimming pool? Roof was open. It was a perfect storm.
Drink it in.
Yeah.
Jeff, have you been on the train out there?
I have not been on the train. Our sideline girl, Julia Morales, has been up there, and she was up there for, I think, 2 home runs. So she got to ring the bell and do the whole home run enjoyment process with the train. I have not, but I have been on Bernie Brewer's slide.
Ooh.
And didn't like it one bit. I'm not a heights guy, but getting up to that thing and the platform it's on is a graded floor, so you can see through the bottom. Yeah, I'm not doing that again.
I'd stick to the Coca-Cola bottle at Oracle out
Yeah,
in
that
San
sounds
Francisco.
a lot better.
That slide's more friendly.
Yes.
Because I, too, have been on the Bernie Brewer side, and the fact that he just swings on it and launches down.
Yeah.
You know, you were probably crawling like myself, just like inching.
I was hugging on the rail the entire way. Everybody was laughing at me.
Salvador Perez unloads on that pitch from Lance McCullers Jr. Almost the same spot as Maldonado. He goes big. Both catchers on either side with home runs, one apiece. That's number 34 on the season for Salvi. He muscles up.
Well, we've talked about it in the pregame. He is on pace to become just the 6th catcher to hit 40 home runs in this history game. I mean, consider that for a second. And just crushed it. Laid right into it. Got his pitch, didn't miss it.
You know what I think is most impressive about Salvador Perez is we see that fastball up out over the plate that he gets to is the fact that he's doing it at Kauffman Stadium. That is not a hitter-friendly ballpark. You really have to drive the baseball to get it out of there. And we saw the spray chart in the open. He's not just doing it to the pull side. He's doing it to center. He's doing it to right. Just a remarkable hitter in what he's been able to do and adjust, like you said, his swing to this modern-day game where everybody's pumping 95 miles an hour.
You're so correct on that. To do it in that ballpark, it was a luxury for me as a pitcher to be there for as many starts as I got to make in Kauffman. But he's doing it to all parts. And in talking with him yesterday, I got a chance to see him. He talked about just the way he's worked with the hitting coaches, and he's tireless. You have to understand, he works every single day in the winter. When he had Tommy John surgery in 2019, you better believe he was working on everything. And he comes back, and to see him hitting like he has the past 2 years, it doesn't surprise me.
Altuve plays a nice hop there from Benintendi and puts him away. 1 down in the 4th. We saw Salvi already with the instant dig me video look. He was checking out the tablet to see how far it went.
Give us, Blummer, what was our StatCast numbers on that thing? What was our angle and our exit velo?
The exit velo was 101.9. The distance was 379. So Martin Maldonado actually beat him. He hit his 394. Counts the same, obviously. But if we're really breaking things down.
Well, he'll be in the weight room an extra 10 minutes tomorrow if he hears the broadcast.
Would you be surprised if I said we would only get out of 28 of 30 ballparks?
Really?
Yeah. It's always a fun one, too. It would not have gotten out of Globe Life Field or PNC Park. New Texas Rangers Stadium up north, Globe Life Field.
They do say, I heard a broadcast not too long ago, and they said the most spacious left field is out in PNC in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. You haven't had a chance to play there?
I did play there.
Okay. Because it is pretty.
But I hit
that
my
left center field gap.
I hit
massive.
my double that game to right field.
Oh, smart hitting. You know what you're doing. Or did you just get beat?
I closed my eyes and swung, and there was a noise. And then I looked at right field, and he took 2 steps in, slipped, and went over his head for my second career hit.
Beautiful.
Double. So
beautiful.
Not much of a hitter.
Helps your OPS, huh?
That's how you hit big league pitching, kids. Close your eyes and swing.
Let's get back to pitching to kids.
That's right. McCullers has 2 strikes on Dozier, who keeps his at-bat alive.
We've talked about this slider that McCullers has been throwing, and he throws it 50% of the time to right-handed hitters. And so, you know, full count, he struck out a guy earlier on the full count slider. He's going to throw it at any point in time. But it's just a sweeper, and it just disappears for the right-handed hitter a lot of times.
How incredible is it to implement a pitch in the middle of your career in spring training, and suddenly it's your best pitch that very same season? As StatCast powered by Google Cloud is hooking us up with some of the elite numbers from the slider. And look at Dozier go. Another hit, same spot as he did in the second.
Great piece of hitting right there. Not trying to do too much with 2 strikes, and that's what the Royals do. They want to put it into play. They want to force you to make a play. And that slider left up over the plate, so it was a little bit easier for him to do than one of those sweepers off the dish away from him. But you're right. Inventing pitches, and there's some guys that are really good at helping. Like James Shields is one of my favorite teammates. He was a guy that could help you develop a pitch, and he did. I threw in 2014. He helped me throw a cutter, which was really helpful down the stretch for me. And it was a pitch I went from never throwing to a pitch I threw maybe 10 to 15 times a game. And so, you know, if you have the mindset, and you know, these pitchers were athletes. And so you can learn things mid-season or off-season and do big things. And so McCullers certainly, I mean, you look at him, he's got the build, comes from a rich lineage. His dad played in the big leagues. And so, you know, it doesn't surprise me that he can learn it, but you're still impressed by the fact that it's become such a good weapon for him.
Initially, pitching coach Brent Strom said, hey, it's a new toy. Let's not get carried away with it. And then eventually you watch it over a few starts and you're like, go for it. Do whatever you want.
I think that's exactly how it played out. They were like, hey, it'll be kind of cute to throw it out there every once in a while because, you know, you take Brent Strom at his word. He's not going to lie to you at all. He's going, it's just kind of a new toy he's tinkering with. And all of a sudden, it was wipeout the first couple of starts, and then he just got on that thing and got a better feel for it, and it just became devastating. But to hold hitters to 139 batting average overall on that pitch throughout this deep in the season, 22 starts in, says a lot about what he's able to do with that pitch.
It would be nice to add a pitch into your repertoire that you aren't going to give up hits on. So
he's already an all-star, and then the all-star adds another pitch for a hitter. You know, when you first saw Lance, you could go, okay, I've got
runners going, and he is out. Maldonado did it again. He catches Hunter Dozier.
His nickname's the Machete, cutting runners down.
12th time this season. Salvi's done it 11 times on the year. We are seeing a true battle of catchers behind the dish. A strike him out of O'Hearn and then gunning down Hunter Dozier going after second base. The Royals like to go after bases as much as any team in baseball, but today Martin Maldonado has their number. Correa with the catch and the tag. Fireball review in the live game commentary section put it best. Catcher showing off today.
Anyone who met Sandeep Dhaliwal during his 10 years with the Sheriff's Department will tell you he was one of a kind. He was Houston's first Sikh deputy, worked around the clock during Hurricane Harvey, and even went to Carlos Correa's native Puerto Rico to help when a devastating hurricane hit there.
Knowing that he helped people here in Houston after Hurricane Harvey, and knowing that he helped people in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, that was the main reason I wanted to go and show his family my respects and be able to meet them.
In late September, the 42-year-old was murdered making a traffic stop. Soon after, Correa asked the Sheriff's Department if he could visit Dhaliwal's family.
He had 3 kids, and I just wanted to go over and say hi and make sure that they knew that they had this city support. Appreciate it.
In return, they gave him perspective.
You're like, wow, I'm going 0-for-4. I'm complaining about it, and there's a lot of people out there that have it a lot harder than me. You know what I mean? So it makes you appreciate more what you have, and it makes your perspective a little different.
One per side, bottom 4 in Houston, Texas. Michael A. Taylor and the Kansas City Royals back on defense. Mike Minor on the mound, and Yuli Gurriel, Yordan Alvarez, and Carlos Correa due up here in the home 4th. Yuli 0-for-1 with a strikeout. It's the 2 catchers striking big. Maldonado and Perez solo home runs. That's the story. And that is smacked and twisting foul. Also the arms so far today from the catchers.
Unbelievable, right?
Really nice. Power arms, accurate arms behind the plate. Gurriel up the middle. There's Merrifield.
Well, clearly after last series in Kansas City where they ran, you know, Castro I think had a couple of caught stealings.
Yep.
But you know the Royals ran successfully last week, so clearly they're much more prepared and said we gotta shut down the running game, which for the Royals really puts a crink in their offense. But they've made some adjustments.
They have, and you know what was interesting about that series that they had in Kansas City in those 4 games? Martin Maldonado only caught 2 of those games. Jason Castro caught the other 2. I'm not sure what the reasoning was behind it, but I think the adjustment in this series at home against Kansas City, knowing go ball.
There it goes. Yordan Alvarez muscles up. It's 2-1 Astros. 26 on the year. Flex.
That's the scary part of Yordan Alvarez in this ballpark. Even though it looked like he fought that pitch off, it still jumped off the bat at 107.3 miles an hour. So that was pretty much a laser beam out to left. But if this young man can figure out going to left field in this ballpark, it is frightening.
Wow, you start doing things like that, and you start thinking about people like Big Papi, who could take any pitch he wanted to left field at Fenway, but you tried to bust him hard in.
I think that's a great comp. It's a great comp.
So I mean, early in his career, but if he can continue to learn to do that and trust in left field here at Minute Maid, you're right. The amount of damage he'll be able to do.
Well, I think the trust is a great word for it. Trust in those hands. Let that ball get deep, because I think David Ortiz may have had a little bit of an issue with that also. But once he figured it out, he's next level all-star DH for the rest of his career.
Correa pulled ball, gobbled up by Rivera. He's done a nice job at the hot corner.
When left on left, you've got to keep that front shoulder closed. And Yordan Alvarez actually has better numbers as far as batting average is concerned against left-handed pitching this season. But a lot of it is because he keeps that front side closed for so long and his head stays so still. You can see him right there, just reenact and keep that head still, keep the weight back, and when you recognize, let it go.
It's not that hard, guys. Just do it just like this. That's what he's telling them.
You just need big, broad shoulders, keep them square. No big deal. Anyone can do it.
Yeah, it'd just be nice to walk up there with an Adonis-like frame and be able to do that.
Bregman, second at-bat of the day. He liked the first pitch back in the second. Popped out in foul ground.
Not sure how our YouTubers are on listening in on this game, but I'm a big shoe fan.
Oh.
And I'm noticing something right now with Bregman. Did he switch shoe companies? Because I'm seeing black, and he always wore white.
And he's had the Adidas. I'm not sure.
Yeah, look, he's got Nikes on right there, the old Huaraches, and all black.
Those things look like Old Faithful.
those look like Bagwell. They got those out of Bagwell's locker back in the day.
Yeah.
Which tells me he's probably switching to Nike, and they haven't made him a beautiful custom one yet. And so maybe he's waiting.
Just a matter of time.
But that's interesting because I've always, I always pay attention to sneakers. So
well, this day and age too, in the game, there's so much personality. These guys are able to go out there and have different shoe colors, as opposed to when we were playing.
Well, yeah,
back in our day.
You could have been wearing pink shoes and the whole thing.
Man.
Bregman, hard contact, right center field, and he's in business. It's a base hit with 2 outs in the 4th.
It's got to feel good for Alex getting back on the board.
It's got to be the shoes.
Got to be the shoes.
Wow. And one of my favorite was to make customs. There's custom cleats. There's guys that paint them up. All different guys around the country that will paint them. My favorite though was to send them to get a spike put on a shoe.
I've done that a couple times.
Did you do it as well?
Well, I was playing in Montreal, and wearing a normal spike on the quote-unquote turf they had up there was miserable.
Okay.
So I would send in a couple of pair of basketball shoes with my spikes, and they'd attach them to the tennis shoe.
How did you find a guy to do that? Because it took me a couple years to figure that out.
There was just somebody internally in our equipment room who knew of a guy that knew of a guy, and playing on the surface we were at, more guys were doing it, so the information was a little more available.
Yeah. No, it's so fun because then it's a lot easier to customize a shoe and put a cleat on it than it is to customize a cleat, which is what all players want. You always want your player edition, and there are just so few of them.
Yep.
And so that's why I see the black shoe. It makes me think he's probably waiting for his player edition, and so he's wearing a.
I'll be curious to ask him because earlier in the year he had a white shoe. A little more flash to it, but these seem like a little bit of a throwback.
The alternative is we just hit him with the bus. He's still an Adidas athlete, and he's wearing the Nike shoe,
and he's
going to come
everything out.
And he's going to come after us. So that's the alternative. High risk, high reward today on the broadcast.
Yes.
That misses wide to Tucker, a ball and a strike. I'm sure his agent is trying to get one of our numbers right now
I was
to
going to
text
say,
us
I'm not looking at my
all
phone
of the
right
juicy
now.
details.
My Nike reps patting me on the back. The Adidas reps are trying to. What'd you wear, Blumley?
Everything. Anybody who was giving, I was taking. I wasn't able to make the choice.
Oh, heavens. I knew guys that would do that, would black everything out. Gloves especially. A lot of guys blacked out gloves. Yeah. They'd switch to Rawlings or Wilson or Mizuno. Or
so many options as far as the gloves.
Yeah, but they'd black them out once they kind of made some change there. So anyway, sorry, Alex, if we're getting you in trouble, but welcome back. Nice piece of hitting right there.
And Kyle Tucker's back. He flew out to center field first trip. I mean, Dusty said about Bregman, I just don't know what he's going to look like. We haven't seen him in a couple months. Well, he looks pretty good. Looks like he's back. Miners 2-1. It's 2-2.
Well, if the baseball gods are watching this game, there's going to be a ball in the gap right here. And you're going to have to see him run first to third, first to home, see if he can test that thing.
Mm-hmm.
But those are always going to be the questions. How well does he go first to third? Can he score from first? And then it's going to be when he wakes up tomorrow, how does he feel tomorrow?
All great questions. A question he's been asking on social media is, do you like your salsa spicy as well, or do you like it hot or more mild? What is this salsa called?
Pregame Bomb salsa.
Pregame Bomb salsa.
Yeah, he got together with a restaurant from his hometown in New Mexico, had their version of salsa, approached him and said, hey, I want to put my name and my label on this thing. What kind of an adjustment can we make? I think it's tequila infused, if I'm remembering correctly. And they helped him market it and get it out there.
Don't act like you didn't host a party this past weekend. Just
I did not.
Breggy,
but I have enjoyed Breggy Bomb salsa. It's quite nice.
Tequila and lime.
There you go.
He's moving, and he'll head back to first. That one's fouled off by Tucker. Jeremy Guthrie is not just your analyst today, he is also your marketing specialist.
Well, I know Jeremy's been impressed with what Alex has done on social media.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm here because Jeremy Affelt called and said, I can't make the game. There's a YouTube game. Would you like to do it?
So there was no other Jeremy available?
There was no other Jeremy available, but he gave me a 3 weeks heads up, and so I've just been reaching out to all the companies trying to see where I can get a cut, for this broadcast. And so I got a few more that
That's a veteran move.
If we can force a few more in here, we're going to be good.
Off goes Bregman, and Tucker is down on strikes to end the 4th. Some highlights for the Astros in this inning. Bregman with the base hit, his first since June 10th, but before that, Yordan Alvarez going deep and giving Houston a 2-1 edge.
Shut your eyes and be ready to bail out. If that can't intimidate you, nothing can.
You know, I can remember talking to players on other teams where they talk about how players get JR-itis.
You saw a lot of cases of JR-itis. You know, if somebody woke up with a stiff neck and somebody else had a fever or a cough or something like that, they didn't want to be out there.
Big guys, I mean, Hall of Fame guys, they didn't want to play. They took their days off when JR was pitching.
At 6'8" and over 250 pounds, JR was, in fact, an imposing presence on the mound. And there was something else just a bit scary about J.R. Richard.
He is so strong. He's got the most ferocious handshake that I've ever encountered. He's just got mammoth hands.
As a PR guy at the time, we had him pose for a picture, I think holding 8 or 9 baseballs in one hand.
He has 8. He put 9 balls in his hand.
Ding, 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 and he went like that. And we took the picture and made a poster out of it.
Once we saw that, everybody tried to see how many balls they could hold in their hand, and I think I could hold 3 or 4. I don't think I could hold 7 golf balls in my hand.
I had 2 pitches, fast and faster. At my best, I could throw it through a car wash and never get it wet.
Hey, each week we're giving some love to our YouTube content creators featured in our live game commentary section. They do a great job in there. Today, our creator spotlight shines on Sports Gaming Universe, and you can see he specializes in sports video game simulations. I watched a few this past week. You know, a game's going on, he'll tell you how it looks simulated. MLB, NFL, NBA, NHL. So we say hello to him. First pitch swinging, it's Michael A. Taylor, and he bounces out. 1 down quickly in the 5th. Let's check in with Brett Dolan. Hey, Brett.
Hey, Scott, it's been a tough year for Astros legends. They lost Jimmy, the toy cannon win, then Bob Watson, the bull, passed away. But most recently, back on August the 4th, James Rodney J.R. Richard passed away. Now, Dusty Baker said, I did not have a lot of pitchers that were friends, but J.R. was one of those. And he also called J.R. the toughest guy he's ever faced. Now, Dusty had 1 home run against JR, but basically 1 out of every 3 times he went head-to-head, he struck out against him. And he joked it felt like JR was throwing from 50 feet when everybody was throwing from 60 with those long arms and long legs. And just a quick aside, I saw JR back in April in town. He was working with some young pitchers, 10, 11-year-old kids that were excited to be with him. And guys, it took everything I had not to walk up to these young men and say, do you realize when he was at his best, there was no one better? And there certainly wasn't anybody more intimidating than JR.
One of the all-time greats, and being around him, having him inducted in the Astros Hall of Fame and getting a chance to talk to him, everything that Brett said was correct. Guy loved the game, and he loved being a Houston Astro, but the stories that surround him are what are really impressive. Nolan Ryan, Enos Cabell, and some of these other guys that are around the organization really tell some great stories about J.R. Richard. And then every once in a while we show some video and we watch guys like Reggie Jackson swing themselves into the ground trying to connect with some of the stuff that J.R. had. It was really remarkable.
Yeah, what a line. He was one of the best pitchers in the 70s. Lance McCullers Jr. picks up another K. It's his 5th of the day.
Lance has people spinning into the ground right now.
He does.
You can make a case. He is one of the best pitchers in the past half decade. Maybe that doesn't get as much attention because of the innings pitched workload. He did miss some time with Tommy John surgery after 2018. He was out all of 2019, but the ERA has been south of 4 in 5 of his first 6 seasons in the bigs.
You know, the moment I first remember is that series, that great series the Royals played against Houston, the ALDS in 2015, and he pitched Game 4 and he pitched masterfully as they took a 7-3 lead into the 8th. But he was so sharp, and to do it in that moment, trying to advance to the LCS, as a rookie, you could tell he had some swag to him, he had confidence, yes. and he had the tools to back it up.
Fastball in there to Cam Gallagher at 95. I think the legendary, kind of you have to see it to believe it on YouTube moment his 2017 ALCS. He chucks 24 consecutive curveballs to close out the Yankees and send the Astros to the World Series. It's a roller to Correa, and he's got Gallagher. 3 up, 3 down. It's a 9-pitch inning for Lance McCullers Jr. in the 5th. In cruise control, Astros up by a run.
Zach Greinke on the mound tonight. Royals in Cleveland. Nice to have you with us.
Right in there, strike call. Greinke brings it home, and a swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball. And down goes Hafner, and that's 3 strikeouts. And a swing and a miss, and that's the inning.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Swing and a miss by Sin-Soo Choo. He's down on strikes. We'll rack up another strikeout for Greinke. A swing and a miss by Peralta.
So Greinke with 10 strikeouts in the first 5 innings. And listen to the crowd.
Struck him out.
And a new season high, 11 strikeouts.
Call strike 3. That's number 12. Swing and a miss. He got him.
And now Zach is 1 away from tying the Royals record.
Call strike 3, and the inning is over.
Swing and a miss. He got him.
Zach adds his name to the Royals record book with 15 strikeouts.
Listen to MLB's podcast to hear the latest analysis from insiders across the league and exclusive in-depth interviews with baseball's biggest stars. Subscribe now at MLB.com/podcasts. The MLB Ballpark app will complete your next visit to the ballpark. Buy and manage game tickets, redeem offers, access exclusive content, and much more. Download the Ballpark app today. We are in Houston, Texas this week on YouTube. MLB's YouTube channel. Easy to find us. Free all day long. Royals, Astros, anywhere you're watching. Houston 2, Kansas City 1. All homers so far today. Solo shots. Mike Minor matching up with Lance McCullers Jr. Minor back on for the home 5th. And it begins with Jake Myers. Here's a rookie who was not highly touted. 13th round selection in 2017. And this year he was not a top 30 prospect in the organization according to MLB Pipeline. And he said, I'll show them. Look at him go so far. In his first month in the bigs, he's been great.
He has been great. And he actually swung himself onto this big league roster by doing so well in Sugar Land.
He picks up another knock. Leadoff man aboard for Houston. It took work too, Jeff. I was listening to Julian Morales on the Astros TV broadcast the other day say, worked on strength, added 10, 15 pounds of muscle, timing, exit velo, getting the ball in the air more, because he's a guy who knows how to make contact. And it's all coming together for him right now.
Timing couldn't have been better for him either. You know, the reason he's here is he basically forced the trade of their everyday center fielder, Miles Straw, going to Cleveland, where they picked up Philip Maton and put him in the bullpen. But with Chas McCormick going on the injured list with the hand injury, is allowing this young guy to have the opportunity to go out in center field and prove his worth. And he's done a very good job, like you're saying, Scott, not just with the batting average, but he's actually put up some pretty good production numbers.
I like the swing. Short, compact.
I agree. Nice and quiet, but there's plenty of thump behind it.
25 years old. He's on for Maldonado, who homered in the 3rd. From Omaha, Nebraska. The College World Series city. There's a strike to Maldonado.
You know what's great about Jake Myers being from Omaha, Nebraska, going to the University of Nebraska? Jake's father was the assistant coach at the University of Nebraska when Darren Erstead was a football player and baseball player at Nebraska. And eventually when Jake Myers was attending the University of Nebraska, Darren Erstead was the head coach of Nebraska. So there's some strong ties between the Erstead family and the Myers family. Just a little bit of history.
Full circle.
It's amazing.
Maldonado in the air, got under this one. Benintendi racing in to make the catch. Let's finish up our second poll. Let's see how everyone did. I'm curious on this one. Wonder which one won. We're looking for what you think stands out at some of the best ballparks in the country. Astros fans showing up big, Jeff.
That's what I like to see. A lot of Astro fans watching this game. There's some good ones around the league, but the Astros home run train pulling out to a big lead.
I think if he would have specified blue water fountain in Kansas City, it might have got more votes.
Hey, Brett, what else do you have for us on Jake Myers, who's on first?
Well, I had a chance to ask Jake today about playing for Darren Erstead. And Blummer, does it come as any surprise to you that Jake said Darren was by far the most intense person he's ever been around?
That does not shock me one bit. Darren Erstead, I was here in Houston with Darren Erstead, and it was towards the end of his career. And Erstead, myself, Mark Loretta, and Brad Osmus, we were the utility guys. We were the bench guys. And we're getting ready, game one. And Darren Erstead tears a shoelace, tying his shoelaces. He's not in the starting lineup. And it's just, son of a... And he snaps. And I'm going, I look up and I'm like, are you okay, Darren? What's wrong, man? He's like, my shoelace broke. I'm like, why are you breaking your shoelace, tying up for a game that we're probably not going to be in a game until the 5th or 6th? He just turns beet red, doesn't say a word, gets another pair of shoelaces, and I proceed to watch him lace up his shoes. Veins were popping out of his head. He was in full flex mode as he cinched down each and every lace before he got to the knot. It was unbelievable, but he was a great teammate. Loved him.
1-2 to Altuve. So did he have a bad memory? Maybe his shoe fell off when he was a kid?
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
So he's got to tighten them extra?
I wasn't about to peel that scab off. I was going to let him deal with that by himself.
Plummer, keep in mind, he said once his wife and him did not talk for 3 days over gimme punts on the golf course.
Oh, wow. There you go.
3 days, no conversation over an argument on whether or not they could take that putt or not.
I've seen Darren putt. I could see why he wanted the gimme.
It's 1-2 in Altuve. This is Minor matching up against Houston for a second consecutive start. He lost last week, 5 1/3, 3 runs, went 94 pitches. He's at 71 here in the 5th. That was the lone loss for Kansas City in that 4-game set last week. That's the one weird thing about this first place ball club in Houston. The Astros have at times sunk down to their competition, just to be real. And we've seen that evident, especially when facing the American League Central this season. They played much better against the top of the division versus the bottom. And that is a foul ball.
It's really been one of the tough things to explain too, because being able to call the Astros on a nightly basis, you know, you start to see what's going on, you see things unfold, but you're always trying to pick out what they could adjust or how things are happening. And the numbers aren't that much different from wins and losses. It's just a matter of when those hits are being got against them. They lost some games early on because the bullpen was unable to secure some victories, but now it should be a little bit different. But for whatever reason, they just have not been able to put down some teams that would have that sub 500 record. They played extremely well against teams above that 500 record, But what I heard a stat the other day about the Kansas City Royals playing 18 and 15 against first place teams. That's saying something for the future of Kansas City.
I was just going to say that on the flip side of that equation, the Royals have played well all year long, and I know a lot of that's been against the White Sox. They played very well against a very tough White Sox team, but 4-2 now against the Astros, and looking to take this one again to take this series. It speaks of their resilience. This is a great club with great leadership, Witt and Salvi, and guys like Mike Minor. These are guys that have been around. They understand the game, and they take a real professional approach.
Pro AB from Altuve now working a full boat, but we showed you Kansas City 18 and 14 against current first place ball clubs. And I would say some of it has to do with the brand of baseball that they play. It stands out at this point.
No, I completely agree. You know, there's two different dynamics at play here as far as offenses are concerned, and the speed and the aggressiveness and the pressure that the Kansas City Royals put on defenses is a lot of fun to watch. The Astros do it a little bit different way with high on base and high slug.
I'm loving this at bat. This is the 9th pitch.
This is 8 coming up.
8th pitch to Altuve, and you see Minor making great pitches and trying to get this double play, because the Royals have turned 123 double plays, and you can see him working for it, mixing and matching in and out.
It's in the air.
Well, he missed up on that one, but he got the result he's looking for with getting a tough hitter out there.
Did you watch Whit Merrifield by any chance? He was watching Altuve. If Altuve's not running to first base, I bet you Whit Merrifield drops that and tries to go for the double play.
Heady player. Heady player.
Right? You got to be able to do that. But I was watching Whit. He was staring down Altuve.
I love it. He's talking to him now, or he's communicating over there to Dozier.
Yep.
Great news. He's mic'd up today.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Can he hear us? We should ask him about that.
I wish.
I didn't get the pleasure, to be around him a whole bunch, but just watching him, he's fun to watch, and he's just a grinder, thinks the game, plays the game hard every single day.
Here you go, Blummer.
Yeah, he's taking a peek at the runner from home plate, because if Altuve's not running.
And he's like, dang it, he didn't fall for it, which is some fun players like that. Miguel Tejada is one that reminds me of a guy that's always kind of thinking and wanting to do the smart play.
Diaz flies out to Benintendi, so no runs for the Astros in the 5th. They're clinging to a 1-run lead over KC. Great season series that wraps up today between these two.
We are ready for baseball. It's the 2015 World Series.
Go, Skipper. This is our time. Yes, sir. This is our time. What we've been waiting for. Yes, sir.
Gordon in the air to center. Back at the wall. This game is tied. The Royals win game 1. How about Cueto? Royals up 2-0.
The Royals hope to go up 3-1 over the Mets.
That's into right field. That ball's going to get down. Another run scores. It's 5-3. That one, clear! Hold on. One more. The Kansas City Royals a chance to clinch their first championship in 30 years. Runner coming home, and Hosmer scores to tie the game.
Swinging a line drive, base hit left field, and the Royals lead 3-2. Strike 3 called. It's over. They've done it. The Royals are World Series champions.
I really didn't get the best jump, but I said I didn't get the best jump there, but I've gotten worse jumps. I should have gone first one, but I thought he might inside move.
Yeah, true.
Words from Whit Merrifield, who leads off the 6th. He loves going after third base. He does it better than anyone in the sport. He's always talking baseball. Jeremy, I actually know him pretty well. Called his games in the Cape Cod Baseball League when he was with the Chatham A's. And you could see the term that I think summed it up even back then for him when he was playing at South Carolina, baseball player. You know, the definition of just someone that does a little bit of everything, always talking about the game, and that's why we're fortunate to have him mic'd up today for us on YouTube. He's 1 for 2 with a double.
I think it's great. You know, being able to call games on a regular basis is a lot of fun, but being able to do these YouTube games and be able to expand that variety and that audience a little bit and get guys mic'd up is really special. And they picked a great one in Whit Merrifield, because you're going to hear, you know, he gets thrown out, he's going to be disappointed, but he's going to talk about why he got thrown out, what happened on that play, and gives those fans maybe a little more insight into what he was thinking.
And he's played in 433 straight. That is by far the longest current streak.
It was interesting what Mike Matheny said before the game too, that just, you know, he's never asked for it. He just grinds. He's so well conditioned that he can endure the 433, and he's productive, extremely productive, day in and day out.
Down on strikes, McCullers with his 6th K of the afternoon. Here we go.
We're on that threshold.
Let's get that BetMGM line going again. Just to remind everyone, 6.5 is your number, and I'm also looking at the pitch count. There it is for Lance McCullers at 71. That means he's got some fuel left.
He's highly efficient, but how about the fact that he got Whit Merrifield to swing and miss on that slider? Kind of speaks to how good that pitch is, because Whit doesn't strike out a lot.
Big sweeping slider, and it's hard too. You know, it's sweeping across the dish. I don't know how much lateral movement it has, but you know, multiple feet it looks like, and it's still in the upper 80s.
When you were pitching, did you think angles? Because as a hitter, I'm just thinking as a right-handed hitter, how do I attack that slider? Do I let it travel and hopefully I can stay on it and go the other way, or do I try and get out in front of it and try and get in front of it and clip it? But in order to do that, I've got to get so far in front of home plate that it almost puts me in a terrible position to even attack that slider as it continues to move away from it.
You're probably giving us too much credit. We're just trying to throw ones that move a lot and miss the strike
That's
zone.
what's crazy, though. I love talking about that, because I want to, you know, I wish I would have known that back then, because I gave pitchers all the credit. I'm like, dude, this guy is filthy. And now I'm sitting up here and being able to slow the game down a little bit and see things like that. And I switch hit too, so I luckily didn't have the opportunity to face some of these sliders. So I always imagine how some of these hitters would attack that.
Well, I think that's what, you know, he's starting it on the dish, and clearly the hitters are seeing it on the dish, because they offer it pitches that are ending up well in the left-handed batter's box. And so that's what you're ultimately trying to do, is you're trying to put it in a place that looks tempting and finishes out of the zone.
Look like a strike out of the hand.
And there's certain times where maybe you're ahead in the count and you do want it to be at the bottom part of the zone, so they don't. And so it's not necessarily swing and a miss, but a guy uses a good slider to get a double play. So maybe you're behind in the count. You're like, you know what? I want this to be a hittable pitch. I don't want them to swing and miss, but I want them to get a little piece and not hit it hard. And so there are different things you might factor in that way.
Dribbler foul.
With Lance, though, I mean, it just has so much big movement. You'll see the ones that he doesn't finish off super well hang out in the zone, and he's got a couple outs on those, and the other ones are just swing and miss. Like there's wipeout type sliders for him, and not a ton of depth, which, you know, a lot of pitching coaches will work with you on getting that depth, but if it's going to move that much laterally, you're probably okay.
Yeah,
clearly.
All 6 strikeouts today from breaking balls.
Yeah, we said at the start that would be one of his keys, right? He's got to spin it, which he always does, and he's been consistent with that.
Yep.
And it's changed his pitching profile. He used to be a reverse splits guy. He was better against left-handed hitters. Now he's better against righties. The slider has been the difference, of course.
That's fascinating when I saw that. I mean, it's not fascinating. It makes sense that he's tougher on righties now, but to know how tough he was on lefties in the past, and he still is. There's still been, you know, hitting 247 or so coming into the game against him. That's a nice repertoire to be able to attack lefties that well and have that much success.
A base on balls for Nicky Lopez. Salvador Perez, big bad hitter in the 3 spot for the Royals, homered last trip, and Whit Merrifield said this.
It's like Barry Bonds now. He just walks in his homers. Sounds like some kind of special, huh? I never caught it, so I don't know, like, what it feels like August 26th with your legs, but I imagine they're pretty heavy.
I bet your manager can answer that question. He was talking to Mike Matheny, who was behind the dish for a long time.
I was thinking the same thing. He's talking to the perfect guy. Matheny catching a ton of games in his career.
This guy Salvi, I mean, he is as advertised. 13, 14, 15 led baseball in games caught, and like Matheny said, refuses to come out. That was one of Mike's concerns. He said, coming over, he's like, how am I going to manage a guy that never wants to come out? And he had a lot of practice with Yachty, and congrats on his new one-year deal. That, you know, he knows about guys that want to play every day, but that's who Salvi is, and he wants to play every day. And then he said something interesting. He said when he doesn't play, or he's not, maybe he's in the DH role like today, he still talks to the catcher and still talks to the pitcher. That's the epitome of a winner and of a teammate and a guy that is just, you know, who he is.
He's a leader. He's a great ambassador for the sport. Lays off a tough pitch, but Mike Matheny just cannot say enough great things about Salvador Perez, a former catcher, appreciating what he does. And he said recently, sometimes guys in markets like this, Kansas City, kind of smaller city-wise in the country for a baseball club, they don't get the credit they deserve. He's number 3 on the home run board in the American League.
Yeah, he may not go out and get the national credit that he deserves for what he does, especially for this team. But when you go around the league and you start talking to guys inside the game of baseball, he has probably got one of the greatest peer reviews because he is such a great player.
StatCast powered by Google Cloud. He's a 7-time All-Star, 2015 World Series MVP. How many parks does it leave? 28, you said, out of 30?
Yep. Not getting out of Globe Life up in Arlington and PNC Park in Pittsburgh.
Otherwise, it was a sure thing, especially here in Houston.
Oh, yeah.
Left field is the spot. Lopez is on. Salvi takes that one. Nice stop by Maldonado. Brett, how awesome is Salvador Perez for Kansas City on a yearly basis?
Well, they love him. Not bad for a guy that signed for $65,000 when he was 16. But Daniel Lynch said something that got my attention a couple of days ago. He said the most special thing to watch is the joy he plays with. Lynch said, I think it's super important and a lesson for young guys like me to see him and know the game's supposed to be fun.
You need the guy that keeps things light. And often it might be your best player because things are easier for him.
And they're having another great year.
Yeah. Salvi strikes out. There's 7 for McCullers.
Salvi knew it too. He knew it was coming. Wanted to try and to go with it, but it was just so it was so big he couldn't even reach it because he's batted well against the breaking ball this year, and just couldn't identified it, but couldn't lay off it, couldn't hit it.
Yeah, I mean he got his with the home run. Lance got his with the strikeout right here on that slider.
And that thing can move.
It moves a ton, and like Jeremy was saying about the velocity, the way it comes out of the hand, it's 87 to 89 miles an hour at times, and it looks like it's jumping out of the hand like a fastball. And if you don't pick up that spin quick enough, you're not going to take good swings at it.
Want to know to Benintendi, what makes it extra special to me is that he can, quote, miss with it. I've seen quite a few right over the plate, and hitters are still like, nope.
Well, some of those ones you're talking about that he misses with, it almost looks like he's throwing it at the right-handed hitter. It locks him up, and by the time they lock up and can't pull the trigger, it's breaking back onto the plate.
It's fun to watch.
It really is, and when he gets in a rhythm with Martin Maldonado behind the plate and the ball's coming out of his hand the way he wants to, it's just a matter of how long before he strikes a guy out.
You got an interesting battle right here. 2 outs. They might put the runner in motion. Lopez is 18 for 18 on the year in stolen bases, and his rookie year last year only 0 for 5. And so he clearly he's made some adjustments and starting to put into action. Been running a lot lately.
Popper. Correa called off by, nope, he's got it. Altuve fakes me out. That'll complete the 6th. Lance McCullers Jr. is still on a roll. Mid-6, 2-1 Houston.
Gorgeous evening for baseball here at Minute Maid Park, the Astros opening day.
And it's 6-1 St. Louis.
Astros have lost 7 in a row.
Lowest scoring team in Major League Baseball.
15-30 is an ugly start, and that's a big hill to overcome.
Berkeley hits a high drive, home run. Astros win again. The Astros clinch the wild card.
This game tied 6-6 in the bottom of the 18th inning.
Lining it to left. It's gone.
Holy Toledo! What a way to finish!
This ballpark is just ready to erupt. They're down a run, 1 away.
The pitch, hit in the air, deep to left. It's gone. The Astros lead 4-2.
In the air, left field, and Pujols has given St. Louis the lead.
You know what? Every single guy in our ball club says, this is the way it's supposed to be. That game is gone. Let's get on to the next game.
They're down to an out.
Fly ball into right field.
And the Houston Astros are going to the World Series for the first time in franchise history.
It's all about you on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. We give our viewers the power to vote for which standout performer is going to receive the YouTube Player of the Game trophy. So stay tuned. We'll have polling options later. And then we'll hand out some hardware in the post-game show immediately following the conclusion of this one in Houston. Yeah, your name goes on the digital plaque, but also on the actual trophy itself. And the players love it. I mean, you get your name engraved. It's real. Comes in the mail, and it's coming up later. Early candidates, I would say Lance McCullers Jr., Yordan Alvarez has the deciding homer at the moment for Houston. Maldonado also with a long ball. It's 2-1 Astros. Here's Yuli Gurriel. I've been dying to ask Blummer about the transformation of Yuli Gurriel's hitting profile. I mean, always a guy who knows how to make contact. All of a sudden, he's spitting at pitches. Not that one, but it will drop fair and into the seats for a ground rule double. Perfectly placed by Yuli.
Yeah, I'm not sure you could throw it out there much better. And Yuli appreciates it jumping into the stands. Just a leisurely stroll into second base. Doesn't have to use those old man wheels to get out there to second base. But yeah, he's been very good. He's also been very good at going the other way. This is a little extreme, just sneaking it inside that right field line.
One in scoring position for Alvarez. Number 26 on the season came in the 4th inning. It's the first runner in scoring position for Houston today.
And this was one of those keys at the beginning. Has really been challenged, has minor this year with runners in scoring position. And so bearing down here, making a good pitch. He's been pitching great. You know, worked around aside from the home run. That's one thing that's really hurt him, is the 2 solo shots. But see if he can keep making pitches he has been, and get something to get out of this inning here.
Hey, Blummer, what's the difference with Yuli? How is he suddenly taking pitches in his mid-30s, deep into his career?
He's just kind of gone to school on the Astro program. And, you know, coming from Cuba, he was paid to be a hitter. And the reason he was with the Houston Astros was because he was such a good hitter, sprayed the ball all over the ballpark. Just got a little too aggressive with the swing and would chase out of the zone. Not see a lot of pitches early on in his career here in stateside, playing in the major leagues, but really made a couple of adjustments to his swing, just being a little more upright, getting both eyes on the pitcher, seeing the ball better. But I think he started to watch some of the guys in the lineup, the Altuves, the Correas, the Alex Bregmans, who laid off pitches outside the zone, took the walks when they were given to them, and recognized that when they started to lay off some of those pitches, pitchers had to get back in the zone, and they were having more hitters counts. So Yuli made it a goal of his in spring training to be a little more selective. It paid off, and when he started the season, took his walks, and when he got mistakes, he was hammering them. And of course, when you try anything, you want to have success doing it. And he had success early on, and he's just run with it and put himself at the top of the, hitting batting average leaders, boards the entire season.
That's the thing. You'll produce more walks when you're taking those pitches outside of the zone, but you'll also improve your quality of contacts more often than not because you're swinging at pitches that you can do damage with.
Yeah, every time he walks, he's setting a new personal season record, which is a lot of fun to watch.
I heard he had some helpers too, like Carlos Correa, who went over things and said, you know what would help you? Just take a pitch here and there.
Yep.
We know that you can make contact with anything.
Literally anything.
Gallagher and Minor wanting to get on the same page here. Obviously a big moment. That home run earlier by Alvarez, only the second home run allowed to a lefty by Minor all season long. He's given up 24 to right-handers, or 23 to right-handers, sorry. So obviously Alvarez, tough at bat, tough hitter, and they want to make sure they're on the same page here for this big situation.
Back to Minor.
Well, that's a nice result right there. Little 50-foot one-hopper.
Doesn't move the runner.
That's a good meeting.
Tim Gallagher must be pleased too. Hey, I said something good.
Absolutely. And you give credit to those catchers because they do see so much, and they are so good. I always respected the veteran catcher that's been around and knows the hitters, and certainly Gallagher and Salvi and everyone else in this game seem that type of veteran catcher.
Well, and being able to trust your veteran pitcher too to keep that pitch in a position where the hitter will get tied up.
One gone for Correa. Into center. Taylor will glide over and make the catch. Tagging up is Gurriel, and he's in there.
Taylor's not an easy guy to run on.
No, that's not. That's
a gutsy play.
It is. Leads the league in putouts, right? It's from center field.
He had a couple of big throwouts in that series back in Kansas City at home plate.
He had one in this series, I believe. What was it, Monday?
Yeah, you talk about pitcher velocity. Michael A. Taylor's a guy that can get into low 90s every once in a while, too. Whew.
Third AB for Bregman today.
A lot of the Royals fans will think, and remember a lot about Lorenzo Cain and the plays he used to make day in and day out. And hearing what Rusty has said about Michael A. Taylor, he says, you know what? It may not be as flashy, but his breaks, his reads, his speed, his arm, wow, maybe as good, if not even better than Lorenzo Cain with the way he's played for them this year.
That's a huge compliment.
It is. It really is.
9 outfield assists, and you're right, most among center fielders. He's quiet.
He does it quietly.
Just was going to say, you talked to him too in person. He's quiet.
Yeah.
Man, a few words, but he's talented. Fits the Kansas City style well.
Yeah, I think so. I think swing-wise, he's been working to find the swing this year, but defensively, he hasn't let it impact that one bit.
I can only imagine what the communication has been like over the past couple months between Alex Bregman and the Astros front office and coaching staff on his anxiousness to return to this lineup. Does he like baseball, Jeff?
He absolutely loves baseball. He is a guy that if there is optional batting practice, he is taking batting practice. He hits on the field every single day. And, a brief conversation with Dusty earlier in the week when Alex was out here working out and trying to figure out the time frame, kind of pulls you off the side, and Dusty says, this guy's texting me every single day. It kind of surprised me a little bit, but it really doesn't when you think about Alex. But he said that he was getting a text every day. He's like, Skip, I'm ready. I'm ready. When can I get back? When can I get back? And here he is.
Today's the day. 3-1. Lays off. It's a strike.
May have caught the zone, but in Alex's defense, there haven't been too many pitches up in the zone that I've seen called frequently enough to be consistent. But if you're Alex, maybe it's another opportunity to drive in a run.
And Minor continues to go right. I mean, trying to go inside there. 3-1 hitters count. He's still going inside, and he's been successful with that today.
He's shown all of his pitches in this AB.
Good life on the fastball, right? Beating
tempting enough right there. Yeah. He's in that mystery zone where you're like, I've got to fight this pitch off.
Yeah.
And you're hoping you foul it off instead of put it in play.
Really has the option here. He can go with the fastball in again. He can go slider in.
Yep.
We've seen him try that a couple times on the full count as well today.
Let's see what the call is.
And he's got that base open also with Kyle Tucker, left-handed hitter, on deck too. But I think he's pretty confident with his stuff.
In on the hands and behind the netting. We'll do it again.
Have you talked to Bregman at all about the way he chokes up? You know, I think young kids or anyone that watches him, it's kind of unique in that he's a small guy, looks like a regular sized bat, and then he chokes up on top of that.
Yeah, I think he enjoys bat control. He's also a guy that commands his zone, but he has talked about some of the adjustments he's made since getting to the big leagues, and one of them was getting on the plate and thinking about elevating to the pull side. So I think the combination of getting on the plate, choking up, allows him to use that barrel a little more effectively.
8th pitch of the AB is smacked to left field and going back, and it's off the top of the wall. Alex Bregman's back in a big way with an RBI double to extend the advantage. It's 3-1.
Well, I think Mike Minor knows about that barrel as well. Was trying to stay off it inside, pounding him in. That one just didn't get quite to where he was hoping. And credit Alex Bregman for making the adjustment in the at-bat and getting the barrel to that one.
You're right. He did take advantage of a pitch that maybe caught a lot more of the plate than he wanted to. But at the same time, Alex had seen a couple of pitches up, a couple of pitches in, figured out the adjustment he needed to make in his swing to get to one of those pitches. And fortunately, he guessed right on the fastball and got above it to be able to drive it.
Yeah, I like your point there. He saw it enough times that obviously he had a much better chance to catch up to that last one. And big run right there for the Astros.
First RBI since June 13th. 15th double on the year, scores Gurriel. First pitch swinging, Kyle Tucker going for center field. Taylor back at the warning track to haul it in. Side retired, some loud contact from the Astros in the last of the 6th, and 1 run to show for it. It's 3-1 Houston.
Middle. He knew it way before anybody else did, and that ball wasn't walking. That had backspin galore, and it ended up getting wet.
Here goes Witt, and it's swung on and belted deep left center field, and gone. 10 years to the day that he made his big league debut. Oh, there you go, Darren. Enjoy. Salvi has 2 home runs tonight. He adds to his career high. And the Royals have tied the game at 4.
3 for Houston, 1 for KC. 7th inning action on YouTube in Houston. And our third poll question of the day here on YouTube. Easy to participate. It's right in front of you on your mobile device or your computer. Which Royals prospect would you most like to see get the call this year? Bobby Witt Jr., MJ Melendez, Nick Pratto, and Jackson Kowar. 4 top 52, technically, prospects in Major League Baseball. Kansas City has something special brewing in the minor leagues. Look out. 6 of MLB Pipeline's top 100 prospects are in this organization right now. First pitch swing in Hunter Dozier to Carlos Correa. And there's your first out in the 7th. Brett, Kansas City doesn't have the record to show for what they've done this year. They've played some really, really tough games against top-level competition. But this is just the beginning of the next winning window that should be coming for Kansas City in the next year or two.
Well, there's no doubt about that, Scott. In fact, Baseball America has Mike Matheny's system of the Kansas City Royals as number 3. At AA Arkansas this year, Northwest Arkansas, I probably saw Witt, Pratto, and Melendez play about 20 times. And this crop is outstanding. Everybody knows about Bobby Witt Jr., a power-hitting shortstop. MJ Melendez is chasing the minor league home run crown this year. And a quick aside, by the way, he's chasing Griffin Conine, the son of Jeff. And Melendez's father coaches at FIU. His top assistant is Jeff Conine. So the two guys in the same office have their 2 sons competing for the minor league home run crown. But this is a little bit different September in the sense that these AAA teams are going to play the entire month rather than being done on Labor Day. The guys, there's a lot of excitement about what's coming next for Kansas City.
Ryan O'Hearn rolls over one. Yuli's got it.
Don't ask the Royals front office about who's coming up next, because I know the fans are screaming, if you follow the Royals, for Bobby Witt Jr. to come up. He has been nothing short of their expectations. They say a very mature hitter, hits for power, strong, athletic, and so there is a definite yearning for him to be up. But you see the infield.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask you. Where do you move some of these guys?
And that's a question I'm sure that Dayton and the great front office at Kansas City has asked way more than they want to have to answer.
But a good problem to have.
It is a good problem to have, and that's not even taking into account too much of the pitchers. They've had 4 starters, all drafted in the first round of the compensation round in 2018, pitching a lot of innings for them this year, and so the future is very exciting. And if you're a Royals fan, a baseball fan, what's coming up for them to build on top of what you see on the field right now gets people very excited. And that's a credit to everyone over in the organization, what they've done.
2-out single for Michael A. Taylor.
I'm fine if they take their sweet time. Rivera. I'm fine if they just kind of hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, you want them to marinate longer in the minors?
Ripen a little bit. Yeah, I'm good.
Well, you think about those projections for the Astros, and they put you on Sports Illustrated, and they predict the year, and the Royals came through that Astros team that was rebuilding. So maybe on the flip side here, the Royals are looking at the Astros as a team that's a finalized product. And they would like to, flip the script again and bring it back.
Well, it's interesting you said, because a lot of these guys being drafted within the organization, that's, I think, one thing that's kind of stepped up in the last couple of years for front offices is going out and drafting well. In the past, it's been, we'll draft some guys, hopefully they turn out. But the Astros did such a good job of drafting. You've got Bregman, Correa, Altuve, Jake Myers, these guys, Kyle Tucker, where you have that good core group of guys that you've drafted, developed, and nurtured all together, and then you start sprinkling in the free agents, and all of a sudden you've got a contending team.
And it's so easy to draft after the fact, right? Like, why don't you take this guy or that guy? And so the amount of pressure that's on these organizations to scout and all that goes into that to grab them. And this is an example right here. These 5 guys, and they still have Jackson Kowar, who's in the top 100 top 100 prospects down in AAA. But these guys are contributing, and we're starting to see them turn the corner. Really, this past couple of weeks, they have pitched phenomenally, and they're growing a lot.
I had a chance that road trip the Astros took to Kansas City to watch Carlos Hernandez, Lynch, and Singer back to back to back. I was sold. That's a 1 through 3 in most rotations for me, and to see them at 24, 25 years old, really impressive. But it's good to see them cutting their teeth too, getting the experience now.
Not a bad situation. The team starts off first place on May 1st. They find themselves with the best record in baseball. Yeah. Clearly surprised more fans than it probably did them. I think they came out with that kind of optimism. But then to struggle and go up, and now a season that, you know, for some may look at it and say, oh, it's a lost season. You know, they're 4th place in the division, but they're gaining the experience that's going to pay huge dividends next year and moving forward.
Yeah, they had the league looking out for them, 16-9 to start this season. And they did drop 11 in a row, but they've bounced up and down this year.
Well, you can go ahead and let the White Sox run with it for a season.
Yeah.
But then you start making adjustments, because it was pretty obvious the White Sox were making a very strong push. And a lot of the anticipation in the Central was to have the Minnesota Twins pushing, but it ended up being, you know, with all the injuries Minnesota had, it ended up with Chicago running away with it. It's some good competition for these guys to experience and hopefully learn from and build on moving forward.
Cutting a miss from Emmanuel Rivera. McCullers at 97 pitches. Here's your AL Central. White Sox have the comfiest lead among first place ball clubs. It's 10 games. This could be the last pitch from the Astros starter. Christian Javier getting warm. Payoff. We'll do it again.
Yeah, Rivera's going to make him work for it.
Couple of sliders back to back there, behind in the count, 3-1, swing and a miss, full count, swing and a foul tip. So he's got him in swing mode here. You can expect him to probably expand that slider if he can get that big one to sweep off the plate here.
It's almost exclusively sinker slider against right-handed batters. Doesn't make it easy. It's a filthy pitch. 3-2. Missed.
Great at bat, Rivera right there. Sees it down.
Pretty good job of seeing that pitch down and not going after it.
Extend the inning here and put a little pressure on Dusty as to whether he'll stick with him.
Well, Dusty probably doesn't want to run out to the mound. Lance McCullers is a guy that is accustomed to throwing over 100 pitches, and it's usually a pretty unique conversation. Sometimes we've caught Lance where he's like, just stay in the dugout. Let me finish this inning. You know, Lance loves going out there and finishing these innings.
Reminds me of Musina, that video of him in Detroit.
Yep.
You know, giving Joe Torre the business.
Putting Joe Torre back. That's a pretty bold
and
move.
he apologized. My bad. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't realize you're going to finish this one.
But you love that in the heat of the battle in that moment.
That's into Gallagher.
Well, as he reaches 100, clearly the arm gets a little more tired, a little bit less sharp with those sliders. So big chance right here for Cam to try and get one that's in the middle of the zone and do some damage.
It's chat time. Not Dusty, though. It's Brent Strom. Just want to go over things. Number 9 hitter Cam Gallagher facing a 1-0 count. McCullers is at 100 pitches. The season high for him is 111. And while we have a moment, Whit Merrifield, take over. What do you think of Lance McCullers Jr. today?
That's a good slider. That's a good slider. It's a good slider. It's hard because his sinker sinks so much. His slider doesn't do that at all. It's just straight across.
We think the same. Thank you, Whit.
Sometimes just stating it simply says enough.
How's he look up there? How is he? How's it? That's a good slider.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right-handed hitters look out.
Oh, got one right there.
Yeah.
Need those sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, you definitely need those sometimes. Not too many pitchers I've seen give it back. You know what? Blue, not a strike. Not a strike. It's.
Taylor singled with 2 outs. Rivera walked. Now Gallagher takes another pitch. He's taken all 3. It's 2-1.
In reality, which one would you rather have called a strike there? Probably that one because he executed. He executed that one. He wants to be rewarded.
That's the spot he was attacking. Yep.
He wanted to be rewarded, but nonetheless.
This is rare. He's used all 4 pitches against a right-handed hitter.
Yeah, he threw a couple of changeups early in the game. Both of them missed down, you know, where they weren't factors into the at-bat.
But enough to plant that seed in the hitter's head going, oh man, what was that?
Gallagher lofts one foul. All right, so what is the option here? Do you go back to the classic slider against righties?
Yeah, that's a big pitch right here. 2-2 count.
You know, he hasn't been hurt on the fastball either, so it's one of those things. The slider, clearly he's getting more tired. They haven't been sharp the last 2 at-bats. His fastball still has great life, great location. So it's kind of which one do you want to die by? Which one are you willing to give up? You know, get the guy out on?
Gallagher stays alive.
And when I say that, I remember like in certain at bats, I would be thinking, it's like I don't want to go back to the dugout having thrown a pitch that I wasn't sold on and made a mistake.
Yeah, you want to get beat by your best.
So if his slider is his pitch and he throws a fastball and he gives up a hit and he's not going to be able to live with himself for that, then he's got to throw sliders until this at-bat's over. But, you know, both are fantastic pitches. So it's like he can, from our perspective, he can choose whichever one. From his perspective, he's sold on one right now.
Didn't get the chase on that one.
So did you see Maldonado on the tip there? Just flush in the right forearm. They didn't even give him a beat. He just went right back to the next pitch. McCullers wants to keep the flow going. Only the 3rd full count of the day for KC against him. And we'll do another.
Okay, well,
there you go.
Cam Gallagher doing a great job battling because he's getting the heater now and the slider, and he's
95, so the velocity's still there late in this game too. That was actually a really good pitch, 3-2 down.
Great piece of fighting by Gallagher right there because he's going to need something up in the zone that he can drive. Just get in the outfield. Nice line drive somewhere out there. Shock the world with the changeup here.
Oh man,
yeah, that's the bold
Gallagher
call.
would swing himself into the ground on that thing.
Here we go. Ball 4. Yanked one, and that loads up the bags for KC. That'll do it.
Oh. And who's the happiest guy walking back to the dugout right now? The guy that identified that slider as a good one. He says, I wouldn't mind taking my chances maybe against someone else.
Yep.
That guy's Whit Merrifield. And if he says anything good, we'll have it for you. He's mic'd up, and he's going to face a new pitcher for Houston. So McCullers leaves with quite the jam here. 2 outs, bags full of Royals in the 7th.
I remember the 9th inning, somebody said, whoever catches the last ball, everybody pays him $25.
White. 2 outs to go.
I thought it was 100. I thought it was 100.
And it's Wilson, and there's 1 out to go.
Everybody asked me, what did George say to you before that last batter antibiotic slide came up? He came up to me and he said, listen.
When you get this guy out, I want to be the first guy. Don't go running anywhere. I want to be the first guy to grab you.
Man, Slide hits it and it's coming to me. And I'm like, is this really happening?
The ball went up and I knew it was an out. So I was ready to jump into his arms right then, and he basically gave me the, nope, it hasn't come down yet.
Well, we wanted to make sure that Motley caught it. A lot of pressure catching that last out.
To Motley for the title. The Kansas City Royals are the 1985 World Champions.
Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. Pressure's on. Christian Javier, the 24-year-old, will enter the mix here, replacing Lance McCullers Jr., who held KC to just 1 run, but don't close the book yet. 6 2/3, 5 hits, 7 strikeouts, 4 walks. He's responsible for all 3 base runners. And Jeremy, you know this feeling. You're out there watching and you're going, please, Christian, give him the good stuff.
Oh, absolutely. You are, and I know both ends of it clearly, right? But you want to be, he's just out there saying, give me anything. First pitch, something, swing. I know that's what I was always thinking. I just wanted the first guy to swing at the first pitch because it was usually an out if he can get him to do it. But in Javier, start of the year as a starter. And so I don't know how many runners he's inherited throughout the season, but I can't imagine this is the most comfortable or familiar spot for him to jump into.
He's actually only inherited 2 runners on the season, so this is a unique opportunity for Christian Javier.
Whit Merrifield goes after that first pitch. It's headed towards the wall. The Crawford boxes. Forget about it. First pitch, grand slam. Whit Merrifield muscles up, and the Royals jump in front. 5-3 KC.
Guessed right.
If I'm the pitcher, I didn't want him to swing at the first pitch anymore. But what a gutsy swing by Whit right there. Comes in the hard-throwing righty and just takes him deep. And it goes back to the previous 2 at-bats. Those 2 guys working at Cam and Rivera to work the count against the tough slider and extend the inning. And now the result.
No, that is a typical Astro inning where they work at bats, get base hits, put runners on, create traffic, create stress for the pitcher. That was just a great at-bat by Whit Merrifield, who's a high-contact guy against a guy who doesn't have a high strike percentage. So he guessed fastball, he guessed out over the plate, he got it, and the biggest thing is don't miss it.
Turned on him too, inner third right there, running hard at him. And another guy that chokes up, a little bit like Bregman.
Yep, you're right.
And generates a lot of power.
Home run number 9 on the season for Whit. Wow, what a shot.
I think the Astros might be calling to get a police escort for the team bus for the Kansas City Royals and make sure they get out of here as soon as possible.
They've already won the season series. They're up 4-2. This is the last, yes, the last matchup of the season between these 2 teams. Take a deep breath. I mean, you're right, though, and Cowboy Jeff in the game commentary said cold-blooded. That's how KC has been against Houston this year. Dusty said the other day, they don't feel like the softer part of the schedule. Strike 3, Nicky Lopez spikes the bat, but he should be pumped for his teammate. Whit Merrifield, with the bases loaded, takes advantage. First pitch from Christian Javier to the Crawford boxes. Let's stretch. Royals snatch the lead.
Middle of the infield is back, hoping to turn a double play and conceding the tying run. Corners are in. Altuve drives one deep to left field. Marco, look at it. That's gone. A walk-off slam. Jose Altuve.
Are you serious?
Wow. A walk-off grand slam for Jose Altuve. Wins it in the bottom half of the 10th. Jose drives one deep to left field. LaCastro looks up. You've got to be kidding me. 6-run, bottom half of the ninth. Altuve's done it again. A 3-run home run for the 2nd time this year against Chad Green. Maybe the most improbable comeback in the major leagues this year.
Unbelievable.
MLB Originals Season 2 is live on YouTube with new episodes every week. See your favorite players and learn more about the game you love on youtube.com/MLB. And compete for cash every game with MLB Quick Pick. Presented by BetMGM. Make 7 pregame picks and compete to win. Restrictions apply. See rules and enter at MLB.com/QuickPick. The pendulum has swung. 2 outs, bases loaded. KC with an excellent sequence after Cam Gallagher walks. 3 straight reach for KC in the 7th. Top of the order, Whit Merrifield, blast off. Grand slam. It's 5-3 Royals, and now Gerard Dyson will come in as a defensive sub. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Dyson replaces O'Hearn, and Domingo Tapia will take over for Mike Minor. Minor kept his team in the game.
He did. He pitched phenomenal. He did exactly what he needed to do. He got hurt on a couple long balls, which has been a problem during the year, but he went in and out. He did what he had to do, and the hitting picked him up. Witt's first home run, by the way, in 47 games. Breaks a 47-game homerless streak.
Welcome back to the gun show, Whit.
Tell you what, the Astros gave up the home run. Luis Garcia gave up the home run to Nicky Lopez to break a long homerless streak, and now Whit Merrifield's on that list.
That was Lopez's first of the season last week on Thursday. It's not part of his game. Myers watches a pitch sail away. 2-0 from Tapia. This man can bring the heat. Averages 98 miles an hour on the 4-seamer. In on the hands, Myers. That's well done. Hey, let's take you back. August 19th. Remember this?
I do remember that. It was a breaking ball from Luis Garcia, and he took it down and in and launched it. I was pretty impressed with the fact that he did it at Kauffman Stadium. You assume it'd be some of these other ballparks, maybe Camden Yards or some of these short porches in right field, but he got big in a big ballpark.
It's actually what threw off his game at one point. Mike Matheny has spoken about this a couple times this year. The comeback effort from Nicky Lopez after a very down 2020 and some struggles in 2019. Mike said, you're looking at launch angle and exit velocity and hard hit rate, and he said, Nicky, that's not your game. You can be a classic throwback player, and it is actually a breath of fresh air in our game. And so he does put the baseball on the ground a lot. Base hits, sack bunts, stolen bases, elite defense. We'll see if that's playable for Gallagher. Looking for it, and it's in about the 6th row.
I had not seen Nicky Lopez play before last week, and I've been impressed. On the field, what I've heard guys say about him in the clubhouse too, is a great guy, well-liked, works hard, just a real likable young player as well. So he's having the success on the field, but he knows how to handle himself in the clubhouse, which just fits so well with this club.
And you mentioned that. I mean, I think this is the time, Blummer, to bring up the fact that Jeremy Guthrie's been all over the place. He's a well-traveled individual next to us. He can give lunch recommendations in Kenya in case you're stopping by.
Just one of the few stops along many you've had. How was it?
That was my dream, was to go to Africa. And so we spent 3 years here in Houston, working as missionaries for my church, and we didn't leave Houston. Like, I didn't leave Houston at all.
Yep.
For 3 years. So when my wife says, "Where do you want to go?"
You earned it.
I said, "We're going to Africa." And we're taking the kids, and we went to Kenya, 8 days, saw cheetahs, which was the ultimate. I found a new favorite animal, like I said at the beginning, the warthog.
Yeah, you need to explain that a little bit more.
Just, it's one of those guys, you look at the warthog.
It sounds nasty.
It's amazing, though. And you learn so much about him on these safaris. For example, who knew that Pumbaa means stupid in Swahili?
Pumbaa from Lion King.
Yeah, that explains a lot.
It means stupid.
He kept
and
calling
dumb.
me that at lunch. Okay.
But if you saw the body on these warthogs, these chiseled legs.
Really?
Yeah, stocky legs but quick.
Okay. What do they hunt?
They hunt after leftovers, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, they want leftovers.
I do that too.
Yeah. In that refrigerator.
I don't waste a morsel. Maldonado lifts one deep left. Does it have enough? It does not. Benintendi makes the catch. Long fly ball out, and it's the first here in the 7th. Aiming for the right spot, Blummer.
Yeah, he did. He got maybe a little bit off that label as he got in on him a little bit. It looked like an off-speed pitch. It backed up a little bit. He had to pull the hands in, but you're right. And pulling the hands in almost launched it to the right spot out there, trying to creep into the Crawford boxes.
Remember, he took the foul ball off his arm in the last half inning. The true catcher almost popped another one over the wall. He has home run number 10 back in the 3rd inning. Now we flip it to the top of the lineup card for Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros. Altuve followed by Diaz. Jose's 0 for 3.
Tapia has been one of their more reliable relievers this year. ERA in the low 2s, and I watched him pitch the other night, throwing bowling balls, 99 mile an hour. Just
gosh, yeah.
And when I say bowling ball, heavy with movement, that just one of those things that just destroys your bat. We've seen a lot of sliders today, but that fastball is heavy and it is hard.
And that's why it's interesting to me to see his strikeout number. It's 16 innings, only 15 strikeouts. Still a guy that's trying to figure it out. But that high velocity, tough to compete with that.
Yeah, he'll keep working. He'll figure it out when he does. Obviously, you'll see those numbers jump even more. Maybe work himself even towards the back of the bullpen.
Oh, you're right.
Ties up Altuve there. Yeah, 97.
Just doesn't look like fun.
No, heavy run. When it's down, it sinks a bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been great for him. And obviously, pitching the 7th inning of a game, a 2-run game, he's someone that Mike truly, obviously, trusts very much.
He reaches for one right side. Merrifield the scoop, the throw, and gets the out at first. Myers over to second with 2 gone in the 7th. Poll question on the Royals prospects. Poll answer, obvious. Bobby Witt Jr. is who everyone wants to see in September. Top 3 prospect according to MLB Pipeline, and he passes the eye test too. I've seen him in person a few times. He is special. I don't really know the weakness for Bobby Witt. Of course, we'll see. Everyone gets exposed at some point in the big leagues, but so far in the minor leagues, he looks like the ideal shortstop.
Good drafting by the Royals. It's going to start to pay dividends, as it already is, with the effort they give there on their scouting, and I know they're very excited for him. Reminds me a little bit of Matt Wieters in terms of the excitement. When Wieters came up, they actually announced it a week in advance so that people could buy tickets, and it overshadowed. There was 2 debuts by a couple of our starting pitchers the week between the announcement and his debut, and they were just afterthoughts. You know, a couple of young starters came up and made starts, and it was just all about Matt. I think they might have done a bobblehead on his first day.
Wow.
No, I don't think it was.
That'd be some kind of
first day.
Dang.
That's a lot of pressure. That's in the air, and that's going to fall and score a run for Houston. Here comes Myers. He's in there on the RBI knock for Aledmys Diaz to make it 5-4.
You can never underestimate the value of a guy like Aledmys Diaz. He actually got a mistake, slider that backed up, maybe middle in a little bit. And Diaz did a good job of fighting that off.
Yeah, he did. And a lot of the pitches that we've seen this inning have been left on the inner third, the fastball and the slider. And so maybe that's one of the things, you know, that right now a challenge for him is getting it over there to the glove side, because if you throw enough pitches inside, obviously these hitters are going to get the bat to it eventually, even if it's a jam shot like that was. He didn't hit it hard, but he hit it hard enough.
He is a talent. He actually played for the Cardinals, came up with St. Louis, so he was managed by Mike Matheny. He knows what he can do. Diaz riding a 6-game hit streak. Probably going to see his playing time decrease a bit as Bregman's back, but he is full of confidence.
Yeah, you know what? The Houston Astros are big on some of the health analytics also, so they like the idea of giving guys days off. And with Alex Bregman back, it kind of gives them the opportunity to use a guy like Aledmys Diaz to go ahead and give Carlos Correa a day off, give Michael Brantley a day off in left field, give Jose Altuve and Yuli Gurriel a day off. So I would imagine here in the near future, you're going to see him move around the infield a little bit as they massage Alex Bregman back into the lineup.
That's a nice luxury to have.
Yes,
clearly. Have a guy batting over 300 and think he may have reduced time, but we can move him around.
Yep.
Good place to be. Again, arm side there. So, you know, if he can get it down, he has a chance right now to get that last out, but he's just got to get more patient, get the hand out front, and be able to finish it down in the zone, even work at glove side if possible.
Live game commentary section is booming right now. Sports Gaming Universe. Can the Astros battle back? Inside again to Yuli, and the fumble says, here they come.
Late innings here at home for the Houston Astros can be exciting.
How good has this season series been?
I mean, if you're a fan of baseball and you could pull up 7 games throughout the course of the year to watch, these 7 would be incredible.
3-0 to Yuli. Not landing the sinker right now.
No, and I felt that early in my career, it was very tough for me to get glove side. And so you'd always have the catcher, you know, pointing your left shoulder to come out and say, hey, you know, don't try to throw it too early. It was one of the challenges I had is trying to overthrow it early, and I couldn't get that hand out front where you can really finish on that outer third of the plate. And so, you know, some adjustment. Hopefully he can make it here and get those pitches where he wants to get them, blowing away where the glove is. Right there's a good adjustment, right? It's not a strike, but that's a nice pitch.
Moving in the right direction.
Yeah, that's a good pitch. 3-0 count. Okay, we had some troubles there. He's not going to get a chance to work on it today, but something there. Good to see the adjustment from a young reliever doing that.
Mike Matheny's going to make a switch after the Royals put up 4 thanks to the Whit Merrifield grand slam in the top of the inning. 1 run back from Houston, and now 2 on. Yordan Alvarez with a home run in his pocket today. Rich Lovelady is coming in. 7th inning action. What a series between these two this season. The drama continues in a moment.
There are few moments like it. Moments that compare to arriving here. And despite all of us going to the same place, we all come for different reasons. Some come for the sights. Some for the sounds. Some come for the bombs. Some for the bonds. Some come for passion. Some come for the plays. We all come to be part of something bigger than ourselves. And regardless of what you come for, there's a ticket for you. Astros season tickets. For the H.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. It's getting loud inside Minute Maid Park. Astros had the lead for a majority of this contest. Whit Merrifield changed that with his grand slam swing in the top of the frame. Now, bottom 7, 1 run in, and potentially more here. Huge spot for Richard Lovelady to enter. The only lefty out of the bullpen for Mike Matheny. You can see Diaz and Gurriel aboard. It's Yordan Alvarez, 1 for 3 with a home run today. First pitch fouled off.
It's a great opportunity for Richard here. You know, they've had Jake Brentz doing a lot of the late inning relief appearances, the left-hander who went on the IL a couple of days ago. And so Lovelady's pitched great this year. A chance right here in a big moment to pick up his team, pick up his teammate here.
He pitched on Monday against Houston. 2/3 of an inning, a hit, a strikeout. No runs against him. It was a 12-pitch appearance. Same spot, Alvarez fouls it off.
And that strikeout was Alvarez that he came in and got in his last outing.
There are your splits. That's a very healthy line for Yordan.
Yeah, that's what's amazing about Yordan. He digs in. You just say, oh, he's a big thumper, big Joey Gallo, Mike Stanton type. But he's a guy that goes out there and really takes a lot of pride in keeping that average right around 280 plus. But for a young hitter to hit left-handers as well as he has so far in his career is really impressive.
He homered off Mike Minor earlier, who is a southpaw.
Good take right there by Yordan.
Yeah, that's a good pitch right there. 0-2. Something he could swing at, could offer at. No chance he's going to hit it anywhere.
And sometimes a young hitter like Yordan will expand a little bit, trying to fight that pitch off, but did a good job of holding his ground.
He's got a lot of sweeping action on his slider as well. Almost that pitch was more middle, and he still almost got jammed a little bit on that because of the way it just swept across on him. A lot of movement.
He uses it 48% of the time. One-two. Open space, left field. Nope. It's tracked down by Benintendi. Nice jump on that baseball from the Royals left fielder. One of the best in the biz at the position. Lovelady comes in and does his job. There he is. Royals play good defense. They hold a 1-run lead through 7.
He is a throwback, blue-collar type player. He always seemed to have dirty pants and ripped knees, and the hat was pulled low with pine tar on it, and he had pine tar all over his bat, and he just looked like he should be filmed in black and white. If you look at the numbers, they're phenomenal. He stole 50 bases, hit 50 doubles, 20 homers. He was on base 40% of the time. He was a spectacular player.
All right, the crowd is up. One away from the 3,000 hit club.
But I knew that Biz was going to get 3,000 hits. He just wanted a double. I don't think there's any secret.
There it is. Biz wants to make it a double.
Well, he tried to stretch out a double. He didn't quite make it.
And he's going to be out.
Bad move by him, by the way. You can tell him I said that.
3,000 career hits and all as an Astro.
You know, the 3,000 hits here at home, this is what it was supposed to be like. The fans have been unbelievably great to me and my family, and I just love you guys. Thank you.
He's a baseball icon at Houston. I mean, he spent his whole career in Astros uniform from the day he was drafted until the day he enters the Hall of Fame.
JP, get a bat, baby. Let's go. Get a bat. Big body. Big body. You call it? Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Real pinnacle.
Did someone call that in the KC dugout?
Let me tell you something. There's never
Yeah.
been an at-bat with the bases loaded someone didn't call it, but kudos to the ones who did do it.
Someone had faith in Whit Merrifield. Salvador Perez on the first pitch from Javier in the 8th. Drives one to Diaz. There's your first out in the inning. I like Whit pumping up his teammates too when he crosses home. Good AB. You helped me out. Thank you.
That's exactly right. And that's the brand they play. Recognize every contribution matters, right? Because when you're a team that just lives and dies by the home run or something, then it's just about the guys that hit the home runs. But that at-bat, that home run doesn't even happen without those 2 at-bats. So great recognition from one of their leaders.
Andrew Benintendi made the last out in the half inning. Right before this, Houston was putting the pressure on. Richard Lovelady comes in and gets Yordan Alvarez to fly out. Houston shut out KC yesterday 4-0. Royals won on Monday 7-1. Doesn't this team look better than 56-69? Is it just me?
For the 7 games I've seen them,
yeah. I've watched a lot of KC versus Houston over the past week, and part of that has been the young pitching starting to blossom, because during some of their slumps, they went through growing pains. That's a roller for Yuli.
And those are going to happen, and that's why they go out and get a guy like Mike Minor, and exactly what he did today is that's all they ask of him. You know, go out there, give us a chance to win, a good quality start today, 6 innings, 3 runs. And so he's an anchor, but they have to see someone do it. They have to see someone take the ball every 5th day, even if the ERA is higher than you want it to be, even if the results aren't where they have been. And so that's the importance of a guy like Mike, especially with all the young pitchers around him.
We were talking about quality starts early this morning. Are they still cool?
I got them being really cool.
Well, Jeremy, he brings up a good point. What is a quality start? Because if you say it's a quality start, and technically, statistically, it's 6 innings, 3 earned runs or less. Now, 3 earned runs over the course of 9 innings is a 4.50 ERA. So maybe that's not something you want to carry to the arbitration table. But Jeremy brings up a good point in the sense that if you do go 6 strong, only give up 3 runs, guess what? You're 1 swing away from opening this thing up and winning a ball game. So I think that's where maybe the quality means more, in the sense of quality, that it gives your team a chance to fight back or stay in a game and create the opportunity to win.
And I think that's probably, like to Blummer's point, I think that's probably where it comes from. If you're down by 3, 2, or 1 runs, you have a chance.
Yep.
You're 1 swing away at all times if the situation presents itself.
A walk and a home run away. That's where you want to be.
I've never heard of a pitcher rolling out 30 quality starts and finishing the year with a 4.5 ERA. And then see what the arbitrators would say. What would the club say about a guy that throws up 29 quality starts, and you have a 4.4? Would they appreciate that as much as the name quality start indicates? Interesting.
It would be.
I know Mike Matheny would appreciate it, and so would the team. When they know their guy's going to go out every day, give them 6+ and be in the game, I think every teammate would take that and bank on it.
And I think in this day and age, when you're so concerned about pitch counts, how many innings, how many times I faced a lineup, when you do say quality start, the only reason I like it is because it says you've gotten to that 6-inning threshold or further. And I think that's a big deal, because it backs up so many bullpens and allows you to use your bullpen in more appropriate ways and keep them rested and keep them useful.
Christian Javier freezes Hunter Dozier. Nice tidy 9-pitch inning from the Astros reliever. Last of the 8th coming up.
Salvi, thanks for hanging out with me today.
Thank you for having me.
If you didn't play baseball, what sport would you play?
Maybe basketball.
You can hoop?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Soccer too. I like soccer.
Same. What is your favorite away stadium to play in?
Minnesota.
He knew it was gone, and it's into the upper deck. Loves Target Field.
Any field that I have 19 homers, I'm going to like that one too.
Exactly. That's what I love, Minnesota.
Do you have any pregame rituals or superstitions, anything that you do?
I don't think people want to know that. I gotta be honest with you, no? That's why we're here, guys.
Okay, who is the most competitive guy on the team?
I am.
You? I knew it. I knew it.
I just like to play hard and give everything I have for that game.
The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is presented by YouTube TV. Watch live TV with unlimited DVR, key plays, and more. No cable box required. YouTube TV. Try it for free. I love it. I've got it. We would like to take this opportunity to recognize the great Mike Brady. Thank you, Mike. Today's low third base camera operator. He's working his last baseball game this afternoon. We'd like to thank him for everything he's contributed to the Houston Astros in his 31 years of working with the team. He's still going to be commanding that thing for football and rodeo, but Mike, cheers to you.
Absolutely. Great job, Mike. Great having him around. Does a phenomenal job down there in a great spot.
Nice view to watch a ball game.
Pretty strong, isn't it?
Well, Richard Lovelady did a phenomenal job in a tough spot down there for the Royals, and they'll turn it over to Josh Staumont, who I've been excited to. I'm actually one of the relievers I have wanted to see in person with that electric arm he has.
He's got the flow in the back, too. Yeah, he brings fire. He'll need it. Correa, Bregman, Tucker due up for Houston. You go, oh, must be, what, 2, 3, 4 in the lineup? No, it's 5, 6, and 7. That's the Houston Astros for you.
Yeah, working their way back to full strength. Does create a unique dynamic for pitchers to go out there and try and get through some of these lineups. It's been a lot of fun over the years to watch these guys play, and then trying to understand how much postseason experience these guys have actually accrued since that 2015 season has been incredible. They've actually reached their way onto some of those leaderboards in the postseason, but I think it's really helped them late in some of these ball games, even during the regular season.
Two and one to Correa. How can it not? I mean, you look at a spot like this, and you can look back on experiences that were a little more pressure-packed.
45,000 of their favorite fans in here facing the best of the best in the postseason and coming up in big situations. What I love about these guys is they love the spotlight. They want, each guy wants to be in that position to get that big hit.
Many of them have done it.
That is true.
And then when they reach free agency, if they're not kept, they are highly coveted. Example A, George Springer now with the Blue Jays.
Yeah, that was a tough pill to swallow for Astro fans, losing a guy like George Springer. But Jose Altuve stepped in and done a great job at the top of the lineup, and then we get a chance to see some young guys out in center field. It was Miles Straw to start with, and now it's guys like Jake Myers and Chas McCormick. And you're not able to see a guy like Jake Myers in this lineup and start in center field on a pennant-chasing team unless you have the Magnificent Seven that we talked about, where you've got some protection through that lineup where you don't have to lean on a guy like Jake Myers.
Nice AB from Correa. They're going to make Staumont work. There's Myers. I mean, if you're someone like him and you come up to this team, I'm sure you're just picking everyone's brain all day long. Tell me what I need to do to be like you, and you can say that to almost anyone else in the lineup, and it would be a great combo.
And that's another thing about this clubhouse. They are more than welcoming. There's no hierarchy in there. They want you to come in, help, produce, and they will help Jake Meyers acclimate in any way they can. Great at bat.
Yeah. Correa sets the table. Second free pass for him this afternoon. On-base percentage leaders to lead off innings. Houston does it better than anyone in the American League. KC number 3 on that board. That's why Dusty Baker almost always has a smile on his face. And he's a happy guy in general, but he takes over a team that can really swing the bat and then not swing the bat when necessary.
True. He said it in 2020 when he got a hold of this ball club and understood the situation. We had a chance to interview him on the radio. He said, "I've got the keys to the Ferrari." He goes, "Just a matter of letting them continue to put the pedal down and go."
Bregman goes center field. Taylor tracking back. Warning track. Got it. And Correa will stay at first. And some nice swings today from Alex Bregman. First game back in a couple months.
I completely agree. There's some positives. Even though that ends up being a fly out to center field, he barreled it up. And he's done a good job of driving the ball to center field. Got that base hit earlier going the other way. You could see the face of Alex knew he hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark. He might have even said, "Why? Why did I go there?"
Well, I'm sure the American League West pitchers are taking note. They know he's back, and they know they'll have their work cut out for them with another electric bat in the lineup.
This man can swing it too. 22 home runs this season for Kyle Tucker. Activated yesterday, and he goes after the first pitch. So Stamont walks Correa, and then Bregman hungry early. Same with Tucker.
And you see Stamont using a lot of the curveball. And talking with some of the Royals, I think for a lot of their young pitchers last year, what happened with the offsite, where they would go and work, it gave pitchers a chance, especially some of the younger pitchers, to work on other pitches. Like Stamont throws upper 90s, over 100. I think he had the most pitches over 100, or numerous pitches over 100 a couple of seasons ago. But last year he had COVID, and so he had to work his way back into it, spent his time throwing a lot of those practice games while he was getting back into shape, and he's really developed a lot of trust in his curveball, which just makes that fastball that much more of an important pitch. And the velocity started to come back for him. I think he's reaching the upper 90s again, although early in the year he was more in the mid 90s, which, you know, sounds like a nice luxury to be right down and be, I'm only in the mid 90s, but when you're used to pitching with 100, it does make an impact on your approach.
One out, one on for Tucker.
I mean, that is a sharp curveball.
Yeah.
Off of an upper 90s fastball. So, you know, didn't get the call there. Not sure what we're looking for.
Good take.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones as a hitter, it buckles you, and you go, "Oh my gosh, call it a ball, call it a ball." Yes.
That's one of those ones when the catcher checks the third base umpire on a swing. I'd like the third baseman to check the home plate umpire on the width of that pitch right there.
Go to replay.
Was that wide? Check the home plate umpire on that pitch. Because that's a pretty good pitch right there.
That's a nice swing going the other way. Kyle Tucker keeps the train rolling. Correa to second.
It's a pretty good swing on 97, but it's also a fastball. Looks like it's tailing away, a little bit of a two-seamer at 97, but Kyle does a good job of just shooting it the other way and continuing this inning.
Oh, and nice little weapon off the bench this afternoon. Michael Brantley will climb in. He's on deck, so he'll hit. And if Jake Meyers can create some action here for Houston, one out. Meyers is 2 for 3 today. Takes one down Broadway. Yeah, there he is. You know, I think about another one-liner from Dusty this season. He said, "We're not the big red machine, but maybe we're the orange wagon or something." I think you need a more fierce name for this offense when Brantley's coming off your bench.
I see the parallel. I see what he's trying to do down here in Houston. But yeah, I would agree. Maybe something a little more dangerous.
Orange Ferrari sounds better.
That would be great.
That's in there. A little inconsistent on the zone, but that looks like it was a strike. It's just that we saw a pitch earlier in the same spot.
Yeah, I would have changed the at-bat a little bit for Kyle Tucker if he would have had that pitch called on him.
Correa and Tucker on for Jake Myers. 0-2 to the rookie.
We saw that graphic earlier, third amongst relievers with the strikeout with the curveball. So clearly a pitch he likes to go with. He's got him set up for anything at this point. If he can execute a fastball, he's probably not going to put a great swing on it. If he can get it off, get it to the edge, either in or out. But he's really got him set up for anything with all of these breaking pitches he's been able to throw for a strike here.
And Scott Barlow, who is the KC closer du jour. Kind of unexpected. He's been really effective in high leverage spots. The Royals organization loves this arm, Josh Staumont.
That fastball to speed things up. Sometimes in two-strike counts, you'll hear hitters say, "I'm going to try and hit off the fastball." And that just gives you the idea mentally that you're sitting on that fastball, so your mind is getting ready for 97. And if he does come at you with a breaking ball or something off speed, hopefully your hands are in good enough position, ready to fire. Sometimes you can lose that lower half where it's kind of rushing at the fastball, but if the hands are back and you get a mistake up in the zone, you still have the ability to put it in play or try and find some open space out there.
Myers searching for his third hit of the day. He strikes out.
Big strikeout right there for him. Curveball backed up a little bit on him on the inner third and ended up being a good thing. Nothing tougher to hit than the backed up breaking ball.
100%. It's not something you go out there and teach, but when you get it, it's effective more often than it's not.
Yeah.
Matchup of the day. And it looks like it's going to belong to Barlow. Mike Matheny coming to the mound. Michael Brantley is going to pinch hit for Houston. Here comes Barlow. Most likely going for a 4-out save this afternoon. Big time, big league matchup in a tight series between the Astros and the Royals.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating. Yes!
One line down into left field, but Moore coming in for it. Safe. Makes a catch and adds a little bit to the end. The Ukrainian judge is not going to give him a high score for that this round.
Simber was warming up when he came into the game. Watch the left of your screen. Simeon Guerrero. If only these guys could loosen up and have a little fun.
They like to have fun. Swinging a pop-up fouling out of play, falls down at home plate. Big swing. Smile on his face. Slipped to the ground after the big cut.
You don't see that very often.
Uh-oh, what is that?
It's a mantis praying for a rally. That's an alien.
He's still got his buddy with him on his hat out in center field. And I can't call it a rally praying mantis or alien or whatever the heck I called it before, but I've never seen anything like that.
The heat is on for Scott Barlow taking over for Stallman. Scott Braun, Jeremy Guthrie, Jeff Blum, Brett Dolan watching the action with you today worldwide on YouTube. Barlow's been the man in the late stages for KC. ERA in the 2.5 range. 8 for 13 in save chances. 74 strikeouts on the year in his 60 innings. And welcome to the game to face Michael Brantley, pinch hitter in the 9 spot this afternoon for Dusty Baker's Houston crew. And Brantley's actually in a really rare chilly spot in the season. 3 for his last 30. No extra base hits. I don't know, Jeff. Law of averages, Michael Brantley. There's Correa, who walked to start off the 8th. 2 batters later, Tucker with the base hit. Here we go.
Yeah, this is an extremely nice weapon for Dusty Baker to have coming off the bench. 3 years, now 4 years with the Houston Astros, 3 years with the Astros, hit 300 every single year. And coming into this game, the top 2 hitters in the American League are Yuli Gurriel and Michael Brantley. And Michael Brantley, up until that streak that Scott was talking about, was well in the lead as far as batting average is concerned in the American League. But a big spot for him against Barlow.
Looks like he's handled pinch hitting pretty well in his life, too.
Barlow will mix in that slider. He'll mix in a curveball with a good fastball. And, you know, the Royals have really handled Michael Brantley well this year.
Yeah.
He just has the 1 hit against him in 6 games. And so this is a much deserved off day for him. And now he has a chance to step in. But Barlow will mix and match with the curve and slider and try and see if he can't get something to soft contact.
We saw him on Saturday against Chicago. Over the weekend, the Royals swept the Cubs. Barlow picked up his 8th save. Brantley, center field. He's in business. Correa rounding third, and we will tie this game up at 5 with the Brantley RBI knock. What a back and forth affair with these two. We see Michael Brantley come through off the bench today for Houston.
When you open up Webster's dictionary or whatever dictionary you're using and you say professional batter, it's gonna show you Michael Brantley. He is so calm and so under control and is so quiet at the plate that it doesn't matter the velocity, it doesn't matter the break, it just matters where you're going to put that pitch and the ability to get the barrel of the baseball. He is like not too many hitters in the big leagues who can roll out of bed and get the barrel to the baseball. He has been such a luxury for the Astros to have in the top part of their lineup. He's that steadfast free agent that has really solidified this lineup for the Houston Astros. He has been an absolute blast to watch in this uniform because for so many years going through Cleveland, you're going, oh man, here comes that Michael Brantley guy again.
He is a professional hitter. I can only imagine, having this, as much as they see him in the Central, what it meant to those pitchers to see him leave.
Yep.
Because he is just that. He's consistent, never tries to do too much, but he lets the hands work. If he needs to pull a ball, he can take him deep into the stands, but uses the whole field. And he's a great luxury. What a great job by Dusty in this case to give him the off day.
Yeah.
And give him a chance to come in a moment like this. Changes the rhythm of where he's been, every at-bat, the 4 or 5 at-bats a game. Just break the rhythm.
It's actually a really good call. I think it's a great call.
They're on the corners for Altuve. Skies one. Benintendi searching. There it is. Side retired. We are tied at 5 thanks to that man. Michael Brantley off the bench. Clutch.
Welcome to this little interstate squabble, otherwise known as the 1985 World Series. John Tudor delivers and he swings and misses. And that's hit down the line in left field, and the Cardinals lead it 4-2. Well, this is a Cy Young performance tonight for Saberhagen. 2-2, got him. The Kansas City Royals rebound and beat the Cardinals. The Cardinals lead the World Series 3-1. has been brilliant. And Kansas City, here we come again. Little squibber to the right side. Worrell races over to cover. The throw doesn't get him.
Looks like he's out.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Here comes Shepard. Here's the throw. He scores. We go to a 7. To Motley for the title. The Kansas City Royals are the 1985 World Champions.
Knotted up at 5. We are in the 9th in Houston, Texas. There's only one place you can watch a house tour from Whit Merrifield and take a boat ride with Salvi. The Royals YouTube channel. New videos every Thursday at 10 a.m. Visit youtube.com/Royals and subscribe today. And watch exclusive content on the Astros YouTube channel. Head to youtube.com/Astros and follow the Astros today. We're following both, and they're putting on a show. Ryan Presley is the man in the 9th for Houston. Scott Braun, Jeremy Guthrie, Jeff Blum, Brett Dolan. Pleased to be with you on a Wednesday afternoon. To a worldwide audience hanging out with us today on YouTube, Jason Castro is going to take over behind the plate. Dusty Baker pressing the right button in the 8th. Inserting Michael Brantley in the 9th spot. He comes through with a base hit. Here's Gerard Dyson, former Jeremy Guthrie teammate, bounces out.
Fun to see Rod out there. Got 10 years in the major leagues this season. A 50th round draft pick of the Royals, and one of those guys that very easily could have been, taken someone else, and now have a 10-year career, be a part of some obviously big teams and some big wins, stepping in right there. And, good to see him yesterday.
How often did he let everyone know that he was selected in round number 50? How many people passed me by?
I heard a great story yesterday from J.J. Picola. He said when it came down to drafting him, there was 2 folders, 2 players, and the Royals had planned to draft another guy, looked through it, and said, grabbed a different folder and said, this is the guy I'm going to go with. It ended up being Dyson. And so, and a guy that, obviously had to work his way up from the bottom of the totem pole to the major leagues, and did so. And, just a great story. It's a great baseball story about guys just working hard, persevering, and making it through.
What's the game with the briefcases? Deal or no deal?
Deal or no deal.
Take that one. Well, that one is lightning fast. So is Michael A. Taylor, and turns away from a fastball from Presley. Almost hit him.
I love hearing stories about guys getting that 10-year plateau. It means so much to the player themselves in so many different ways. Obviously, it helps out the family because their pension kicks in, but at the same time, to be able to play for 10 years in this league at this level says a lot about the perseverance of a human being. Because there are guys that are elite and have all the talent in the world, but then you have the Gerard Dysons who will go out there and scratch for 10 years. I absolutely love it. When those guys get to that, they should be recognized and should be honored in what they do, because when you go through the dugouts and you go through the clubhouses and you meet somebody, Gerard Dyson meets somebody in 5 years, they go, hey, did you play in the big leagues? He goes, yeah, 10 years. Everybody's head turns. And they go, what? 10 years? That's a serious amount of time.
And he's a guy, in talking with him yesterday, I said, you know what? I'm on the other side of it. This will go away. You've played 10 consecutive years in the major leagues, been to the playoffs multiple times. This will go away. Every day you have a chance to touch someone's life, to make an impact on a young player. So no matter what's happening, because his time, he hasn't played a ton this year, so I can imagine what that's like for a veteran. But every day you have a chance to make something, impact someone's life, and it's going to go away. Who knows how many more at-bats, how many more games, how many years he has in this league. But be grateful for every single one of them.
Absolutely.
And go make an impact every day.
He's always been able to run down a baseball
the
best of them.
His speed has played for a long time.
That's what speed do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was his famous quote to Dayton Moore, I believe, years ago.
Love it.
That's what speed do.
He's fun to be around.
He is.
2-2 on Taylor. Did he go? No. Michael A. Taylor tried to steal home yesterday. I just wanted to sneak that in there if you were watching yesterday's game. Luis Garcia does not have the quickest delivery on the planet, and that was put to the test, but he rushed it. And Taylor was toast. I think that just helps to tell the story of why the Royals are so fun to watch. Taylor up the middle. It's going to be a tough play for Altuve, and he will keep it towards him, but Taylor will reach. Base hit for Michael A. Taylor.
I think Jose was well aware of that speed as well as he's running to his right in the center field trying to field that ball. Left of the bag, no less.
I know, and he's ranging away from the bag that he's trying to get back to throw to. But when you know a guy has speed at home plate and you're trying to make one of those great plays, you know that there is so much pressure on the exchange from the glove to the bare hand. And if you don't make that exchange, there's really no chance. It would have taken a miraculous, perfect play from Jose to make that on Michael A. Taylor.
And that's a veteran too, right, Jeff, that knows if I make a bad throw, Taylor's in scoring position, we're in trouble. 5-5 game in the ninth.
It's a really good point.
Number 8 hitter Emmanuel Rivera. Rivera is new to the party. First career home run on Friday was at Wrigley Field. His first career hit was in Boston at Fenway. So he's just racking up the classic ballparks with milestones. Here in Houston on Monday, we saw him deliver his first 3-hit game in his career.
Now, I know he's a few home runs away, but does he have a little bit of a look like Nelson Cruz, or am I seeing something wrong here?
You're saying with swing or with face?
Ah, the face.
Yeah,
the face.
That's what I'm saying.
If the swing looks like it, that's a good place to be too.
Yeah, it would be. And to be doing it until you're 41, 42 years old with damage.
It's impressive.
Wow.
If they start calling him Baby Nelly, I think he'll take it. Here's Taylor on first. 0-1 from Presley. It's called just off the plate, but no, it's a swing. First base ump, Todd Tishner.
Yeah, Ryan Presley was a guy who came over from Minnesota, and Brent Strom got his hands on Ryan. The whole reason they traded for him is because of the spin rates. Everything was the spin rate. It was the fastball, it was the curveball, it was a slider. But since he's come over to Houston, he has been in that setup role and moved into that closing role where he's really kind of taken off. But the slider that he throws at 90 to 92 miles an hour is absolutely devastating. And he just snaps it off that outside corner. You see the swings like you just saw from Rivera, where you kind of get the idea, oh, it's a fastball, and as soon as they start their swing, they try to hold up, and they just can't because there's so much sharp break on that slider.
He has been so good for this club.
He's been amazing.
Been just so locked down for them, and interesting to hear that perspective of how, based off of a spin rate, they say this is someone we can work with, and clearly they've been able to help him, and he's been able to help himself.
There it is. I mean,
so it's
the
just
secondary pitches are so good.
It is, and everything about him is power. The fastball is a power fastball. The slider we just talked about was a power slider. He throws that power curveball. Everything is max effort, and he gets so much out of these pitches, but it's amazing to see the movement. And they were searching for that closer. They weren't sure if Ryan Presley was going to be the guy that was going to really take control of that end of the ball game, but he has done a great job.
Just a brilliant pickup a few years ago. I mean, a few years before that, the Astros signed up Charlie Morton thanks to some spin rates that they enjoyed.
Great point, too.
That worked out. That's a strike to Gallagher. There you go, strikeouts from the breaking ball. Since 2018, Ryan Presley leads the pack. I'm going to give Cam Gallagher the most underrated AB of the day. There's not necessarily a YouTube trophy for that post-game. I think at the moment Whit Merrifield's probably leading that charge. But back in the 7th, 2 on, 2 outs, works a walk against McCullers, knocks him out of the game. Javier comes in, Merrifield on 1 pitch, blasts the Royals to a grand slam and a 5-3 lead at the time. The Astros had battled back. And now Gallagher will pull that one foul left side.
Yeah, Whit Merrifield, you know, you benefit because you get the guy on base, but it knocked. You remember the previous at bat where we had Whit Merrifield mic'd up and he just stood in the dugout going, that was a good slider. He didn't have to face that slider. We know that there was a little bit of fatigue with Lance, but at the same time, Whit Merrifield didn't have to have that slider in the repertoire. He could go up against a guy that he's facing for the first time and ambush him like you were talking about, Jeremy, and he got a hold of one.
Yeah, one of those things, all because of great at-bats.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, look at Ryan Presley straighten up Cam Gallagher with a fastball. That's in there. He'll look back on the tablet on YouTube and say, okay, good call. Ryan Presley strands Michael Taylor at first, showing off the full display this afternoon in the 9th and giving his team a chance to walk it off.
When I came up in '76, it was a big powerhouse.
That's it! The Royals go to the World Series!
Our thing was we never brushed ourselves off. You knock me down, I'm gonna get right back up, all dirt, everything, man, because I'm gonna let you know you're not intimidating me.
It was an aggressive game back in those days. You didn't have guys trying to avoid the tag or stop and go back to first. We just ran over the guy and tried to prevent the double play.
From 1976 to 85, the Royals made the postseason 7 times and won 2 pennants, culminating in that unforgettable 85 World Series title. And during that stretch, they were led by a future Hall of Famer at third base.
We drafted George in 1971. When I saw him as an 18-year-old kid for the first time, I realized we had somebody special.
George Brett is not just the greatest player in Royals history. He's one of the greatest players of all time.
Great hustle, great heart, great grit, and also the seeming ability to come through in the clutch every single time.
It is gone! 3-run home run by George Brett!
He was one of those unique hitters that don't come around very often. If you challenged him or if there was a task at hand, he always came through.
Back and forth battle with the Royals and Astros today. 5 per side, bottom 9. The Astros have 35 games left, 15 at home, 20 on the road. They're off tomorrow, and then their trip is 9 games, 3 in Arlington, 3 in Seattle, and 3 against a San Diego team that's been scuffling a bit lately. You can see September 3 through 5 is when they'll have an interleague matchup against the Padres. Ledmys Diaz will start off the 9th here for Houston. Tie ball game, Scott Barlow is back in there. Diaz, Gurriel, Alvarez. And then the next 3 after that are no fun for relievers either.
Yeah, you better be on point early.
And if you're Mike Matheny, you're thinking, no leadoff walks, please. We did the Nationals last week with Dave Martinez talking about now a very young group that's kind of turning things over. And that was their #1 rule for their young relievers. No leadoff walks. Pump those pitches in the zone.
Isn't it funny? Every post-game interview you hear, whether if the guy didn't do well, he'd be first pitch strike. I didn't get the first pitch strike over. Then it just creates so many opportunities for the hitter to take control of at-bats.
Diaz twisted one foul.
Well, you're both so right. To get ahead is the most underrated thing that a pitcher can do. I think guys go through their whole careers. In fact, I talked to a friend the other day He's like, I wish I just would have known the power of strike one.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, you think about trying to mix and match and make the perfect pitch. You don't really need the perfect pitch. Just throw a strike. A lot of times they put it in play. They do you a favor anyways. If it's first pitch in play, you know,
yep.
Let's go to the next guy.
Strike three. Big punch out for Barlow to start the ninth against Diaz.
Big out there, and this is, you know, this game is shaped up to be just like Mike Minor's last start back in Kansas City. It's the finale of that series, where it was a little bit back and forth, tied up in the end. Astros went on to win it in extra innings, but Barlow in here right now trying to extend this one. And he's been good for him. I think he's given them a chance to work multiple innings, which is a nice luxury to have when your starter can throw more than just the one inning. And so that's obviously something they tried to work with in the 8th inning, tried to get him out of that inning, weren't able to do it successfully, but you go right back with him and a good start to the 9th.
Especially when you don't have a break. They're playing in Seattle tomorrow.
That's a tough roadie. Go from Arlington to Houston and then hop on that charter for a good 4.5 hours to the Great Northwest. That's a serious trip for Kansas City.
The Astros want them to be well rested, though. Seattle is suddenly as much of a contender in the division as Oakland. They're only a game behind the A's.
Isn't that something? The Mariners,
it really is.
I think they're sneaking up on a lot of people this year, of course, but clearly for real at this point in the season.
Well, it's unfair for Astro fans to watch the Seattle Mariner matchup and then watch them away from playing the Astros, because the Astros absolutely obliterate them. Especially here at Minute Maid Park, where I think they're right around 20-2 in this ballpark in the last couple of years. But it has been remarkable to watch them go out and beat some other teams and compete, and now only be 1 game behind Oakland after playing a great series in Oakland.
I love the parity this year. I think we're gearing up for
a
great playoff run, let alone the actual playoffs themselves.
Here's the season series with the top 2 teams for now in the AL West. Astros leading it 9-4 over Oakland. Yeah, they've played well against the other 2 that are in contention at the moment in the division.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing just to see that discrepancy as far as runs per game. And it's been testy at times. You know, it's actually been a lot of fun over the years to watch the Astros play well within the division. That's where they've really made their mark and earned the right over the years, except for last year where they lost out on the division to the Oakland A's. But playing 19 times within your division and being able to play as well as they do is where you get it done.
Kind of an underwater swing there from Gurriel. He wants it back. He's down on strikes. In between.
That was that slider you talked about, it sweeping. Looked like it stayed on the plate and kind of surprised Yuli a little bit.
Well, and he checked his swing there, and you know Gallagher wants that call, right? Having just punched out on not the same pitch, but the same location. So he does a nice job to give the umpire a chance to level the score in his mind, I'm sure.
Yordan Alvarez downstairs. He has 4 home runs in his last 6 games. I love the point you made, what was it, 2.5 hours ago, Plummer. This is really his 2nd season. Last year was a shortened year anyway for everyone, and he didn't play for most of it.
Yeah, had some health issues with both of his knees. Tried to play through it. Only got 1 game under his belt before he went on the injured list. In the offseason, had surgery on both those knees. Came into spring training a little bit lighter, a little bit stronger. But having that lower half, I know a lot of people assume that a lot of upper body strength goes into hitting, but if you don't have that lower half, it makes it that much harder. He has been able to run, he's been able to play left field, and obviously drive the baseball, so it's great to have him back in the lineup.
24 years old, and
it's Kansas City.
This is what he did.
Go ball. Just a leisurely swing going the other way. 107.4 miles an hour off the bat.
Easy pop in the 4th. And that is well struck on the ground, and the Astros have a 2-out base runner in the 9th.
But doesn't that just look like a handsy swing sometimes?
Well, I mean, consider the length he has right there. They're working him away the whole at bat, breaking balls back door, and he goes out there and just wraps all the way around it, barrels it through the, I don't even know if there was a hole in that area, but he somehow found a hole in the shift and barrels it right through there. So, you know, but again, to your point, like not a panicky swing, not like not necessarily trying to pull per se, but getting the head out there and pulling it.
And also knowing that one swing, he could end this ball game. But he took a tough pitch down and shot it back up the middle.
Good balance. And whenever you see a hitter balanced, that makes a pitcher really nervous. When you start throwing pitches that are bending from the back door, starting out of the plate, and they're on balance, taking easy swings, and you're throwing it hard in, it just, balance is like an eye test for a pitcher, makes him very uncomfortable to see a hitter balance through different swings on different locations.
Pass the baton to Carlos Correa.
Which is why I see maybe he didn't want to see any good balance there, so a little up and in.
Make those feet move a little bit, right?
Carlos looks like he's falling all over the place. But
Alvarez was just in a little 0 for 8 skid entering the day, and yesterday on the Astros broadcast, Jeff Bagwell said he's a little late. Well, that's why he's a batting average guy in addition to the power. I mean, the slumps just don't last long with him. So you see big power hitter, you figure he's very hit or miss. No, this is a consistent man in the lineup for Houston. It's 3-1 to Correa.
It's a pretty good take right there. That's that balance you're talking about.
Yeah, that's it. That just makes you uncomfortable. As a pitcher, just watching it makes me uncomfortable to see that. But, you know, Barlow's mixed it up well. He's throwing the slider. He's got the slower breaking ball, the good fastball. He makes good pitch here. Roll him over. Go hit in the 9. Go hit in the 10.
Yep. Don't make that mistake. Hitting .347 in his last 13 games.
Take your base.
It was clear they didn't want too much part of him in that at-bat right there.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and explain that in that situation. Carlos is a dangerous guy, but you can pitch around to guys unintentionally.
Well, you can definitely, so a guy that you recognize is swinging the bat well, you're going to throw some pitches that if he swings at, kind of like earlier, if it's close enough, he'll swing at it, but he can't do damage on it, which is what they try to do. And then you fall behind. You say, okay, if he wants to get aggressive and swing out of the zone,
try and play off that.
We'll let him do that. But the problem is, you now face Bregman, who's taking good swings all day long on different pitchers. And so the reward for this is still very much in question.
Puts a runner in scoring position. Now a base hit gives you the opportunity. Jordan surprisingly does run pretty well. Tell you what, Alex Bregman right now is licking his chops. Ooh. First game back and you have a chance to win it. This is his kill zone.
This is the good stuff.
Yep. That's how the series should end, though, shouldn't it? I mean, it's been amazing.
It really has. Well, it earned a visit from pitching coach Cal Eldred, and they'll go with the new plan here.
Twice he swung at first pitch. If anyone's anxious to be back with the big league club, it's the man who loves baseball more than almost any other human on the planet. He'll take BP at midnight for fun. Bregman goes after the first pitch, popped up, and Dozier can't get to it.
I think Brett almost made a play on that.
Yeah, Brett. How did that look?
Try not to face plant, guys. That one took the bounce off the concrete behind himself. See me jumping up about 6 seconds late.
Proper etiquette, Brett, is to hold the player up so they don't tumble into the camera well.
That's why he didn't go after the baseball.
Self-preservation, too.
He's doing his job. Bregman whiffs.
And I didn't see him protecting Alexa either, so I'm not totally certain what Brett's doing down there, if he's checked out on us or what's going on.
Great
I was trying.
Alexa Ramos down there with Brett Dolan. Everyone's safe and good. Bregman has 3 career walk-off hits in the regular season. first game back. He missed 59. 2 strikes on him. 1 and 2.
Good pick by Gallagher. Keep the runners where they're at.
Yeah, important in this situation. Got to be able to expand it, but trust the catcher, and certainly Gallagher did a nice job on that one.
Alvarez and Correa on for the 2019 runner-up for AL MVP, Alex Bregman.
Couple of good takes after he chased that 0-1 slider.
I would love to be inside his brain right now, because he does display excellent plate discipline, but it's his first game back.
Wouldn't you love to have a heart rate monitor around him right now?
Also keep in mind, 30 pitches from Barlow today. That's not nothing.
It's a pretty heavy workload for a reliever.
Dusty told Alex, you're going to be in the 6 hole today, but hey, this is an RBI spot. Puts one on the ground. Lopez goes the short way to Merrifield. Inning over.
Great job by Barlow getting out of that one there.
Yeah, a couple strikeouts, and then Alvarez single, Correa walk, Bregman bounces out. Let's play a little bonus baseball on YouTube in Houston, Texas, shall we?
It's July 8th, 1980. The All-Star Game is at Dodger Stadium, and the Astros' big right-hander J.R. Richard is the starter for the National League. After 4 straight years of 18-plus wins and back-to-back 300 strikeout seasons, J.R. is having a great first half in 1980.
That year, I thought JR was on his way to being the best pitcher I'd ever seen.
And everything seems set for his big national moment.
He was throwing 99, 100 miles per hour in the twilight, you know, as the sun was setting.
The 2-strike pitch to Fisk. Gone.
Richard pitched 2 scoreless innings that night and had 3 strikeouts. The most memorable came against Reggie Jackson.
It was power against power.
3-1 coming. 3-2.
I threw Reggie Jackson a slider on 3-1, and he asked Johnny Bench, what in the hell was that? Because he had never seen anything like that before.
3-2 coming. Bench chases him. He's out.
We've hit the 10th, tied at 5. Kendall Graveman on the mound for Houston. Cam Gallagher will be at second. Extra inning rule in effect. Brett Dolan with a little more for us right now. Brett?
I would say there's a little bit of news in Astros social media land today. We know Carlos Correa is on the last year of his contract. He will be a free agent. There was an article that posted at The Athletic today, and it said, Carlos' quote was, "My last year with the Astros, hopefully we can win another championship, and I can leave this great organization with 2 of them." So while the 2 championships sounds pretty good to Astros fans, I'm sure they're going to be parsing those words and not exactly thrilled to hear Carlos mention that today.
Brett, thank you. And that's been a little back and forth here with Carlos Correa and the media discussing the contract offer that he really confirmed for us in spring training at about 6 years, $120 million. And you look at some of the other dough that's been handed out to a shortstop like Francisco Lindor or Fernando Tatis Jr., and it's about triple that number. Hanser Alberto is going to run for Cam Gallagher. And the Astros are like, oh, this guy again? With Merrifield.
Timing is everything.
Yeah. This is Kendall Graveman, the 30-year-old acquired from the Mariners, having a dynamite season.
And I remember him as a starter. You know, obviously he's adapted well to this role. The Astros go out and pluck him from one of the contenders in the division and plug him in now for a second consecutive day. It's been interesting. It's always interesting to see that transition between roles and pitching, and to see the guys that step in like a Wade Davis and just take that relief role and excel in it, because it's not easy. It is not easy to go and pitch in relief and to have that different dynamic and preparation than there is for a starter. It looks like he's done very well with that thus far.
I remember 2015, Kendall Graveman was a soft tosser in the rotation. He was like 90, 91. Watch his fastball now. That's better. 97. That'll play. Whit Merrifield with the big shot today for Kansas City. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Good lift on this one. Crawford boxes, what was that? 4th row. Grand slam. Accounting for 4 of the 5 runs for KC today.
I'd like to see Kendall Graveman work back into this count and get Whit Merrifield, just because if he ends up walking him, Nicky Lopez is a guy who's not afraid to lay down a bunt, whether it be a base hit bunt or a sacrifice bunt, handles the bat well. Could really create some issues with runners at first and second.
Yeah, the Royals are a team not afraid to sack bunt. A lot of organizations ban.
Yeah, the numbers don't say that's productive.
We're not giving an out away, but Nicky, I think, has 10 sack bunts on the year. And he has enough speed that he bunts well. He can actually stretch it into a hit as well. So you're right. The importance of the leadoff hitter always important, but especially with Nicky Lopez coming up next.
What are you talking about? The leadoff guy's already on second.
I forget about that.
Wow.
Strike 3, Graveman. Big punch out to start off the 10th against the KC 2-time All-Star leadoff hitter.
Another good slider, and that might end up being the book on Whit. He's a very good fastball hitter, but a couple of sliders for strikeouts in this game against 2 tough pitchers with very good sliders in McCullers and Graveman now.
Well, the hitter as good as Whit, you take anything you can get. Yep. Okay, if you guys see a little wrinkle in the slider, you think you have a chance. Clear that's the way they've attacked him today, successfully at least.
Yep. The first AB in the 10th for the visiting team is so pivotal, because now the pressure's on here, and it's Nicky Lopez watching one downstairs.
Have we adapted and adjusted to this idea of throwing a guy on second to start the extra innings? Is it normal to you at this point?
Me, yes, because I called the World Baseball Classic like 4 or 5 years ago, and they were doing it. I was sitting there with Cliff Floyd going, I like the action.
Okay. I'm used to it. I do not. Not yet. I get it and I understand the purpose of it, but I still would like to see that 10th or 11th inning maybe be nobody on base and see how it goes kind of thing. Yeah. Then if you get to that 11th, 12th inning, then put that guy at second base.
And for the casual baseball fan, every time a run scores, it belongs to a pitcher, meaning they're responsible for it. Explain right now, does Kendall Graveman, does he have responsibility, or is it like it's an
unearned
run?
Yeah, so his ERA is safe.
So it doesn't belong to, he's not impacted by the rule that says we're going to put a guy at second.
Yes.
Nicky Lopez right back to Graveman. He's going to go to third. Alberto is caught. Bregman to Correa, tag applied, and they get the lead runner. Jeremy, what do they call it in spring training?
PFPs.
Ah.
Pitcher fielding practice. And done to perfection right there by Graveman. Good throw, good easy rundown for him. And didn't let the runner advance to second, which is what Lopez is trying to do right there. When he gets into that situation, he's trying to say, well, can I get to second? And the good rundown didn't allow for that.
You know what else they practice in spring training? See the ball through. Make sure it gets past the pitcher before you make that break to third base, because that was a great job by Kendall to recognize the base runner was caught in no man's land right there. So a big play.
And a check over to first. If you're Lopez, you might be trying to swipe second. He hasn't been caught all year, but be careful because Salvi's up and he can change this game with one swing.
Especially in this ballpark. Not to mention Kaufman also, but
1-0. Brett, what do you have?
Guys, have the Royals run themselves into outs for the cycle, counting the attempted steal of home last night with Taylor and Mondesi being thrown out? And then, of course, losing Whit Merrifield at third base and Dozier at second, and now a runner between second and third? The cycle?
You could argue that.
Yes, they are aggressive. Sometimes it costs them.
Well, I love what you said about Bregman last half inning.
Just a quick look here at Michael A. Taylor. Thinking big. Luis Garcia was on it. I think what gave it away was 2 pitches before that. Taylor was deking a bit, so he made the pitcher aware, and that is fouled off left side. But I think if he didn't do the deke, and you tell me, you're the pitcher, Jeremy, did he kind of wake up a snoozing pitcher with a long delivery a couple pitches before that? Or do you think he had him either way?
I think either way, because he's in balance, right? His head's down a little bit, but he's got balance. And so to break that early, he has plenty of time to adjust and make the throw. And the key is if you have a shift. If there's a shift that allows Michael Taylor to take a larger lead and get way down the line, then maybe he's got a chance there. But, you know, he didn't have a generous lead, a pretty normal lead, and tried to just time it, and the pitcher saw him. And once he saw him, he was able to gather himself. So credit to him for not stopping and balking. Maybe that was the biggest risk there was for the pitcher.
But I think Luis, it tipped him off a little bit because Luis has an exaggerated, it's almost a dance step that he does before his windup, and it was an abbreviated version. I think that's why Mike Matheny, the manager of the Royals, popped out of the dugout, was to argue, hey, he altered his delivery to home plate to get that out because it was not that standard, typical, rhythmical kind of move that Luis Garcia has. So I think he keyed on what Taylor was doing and said, okay, if I see him move, I'm gonna adjust, because you see it was just a nice easy flip to home plate, 77 miles an hour, and it was perfectly located for Castro to drop the tag.
I think Taylor was even asking at one point about the delivery, and if he alters it significantly, would it be a buck? It's almost like they were challenging the rule with that play.
I think so too.
Challenging authority. It didn't work out.
Get back to your point about Salvi being in this position.
Well, yeah, like you were saying last inning, a guy that loves baseball, has a chance to make a big impact on his comeback. Obviously, Salvi's been playing, but a guy who equally loves baseball. And I think, you know, one of the maybe understated impacts of him having Tommy John surgery, which he had in spring of 19, is for a guy that gets as beat up as he does, Salvi, behind the plate, it almost gave him a rejuvenation period to be able to come back and have the type of season he's having this year.
Bregman throws him out. The Royals come up empty in the top of the 10th, leaving a lot of room for a walk-off chance for Houston to finish off this season series. Stay tuned.
Here's Hunter Dozier.
Oh! There's a drive. Deep to left field. That one is long gone. Hunter Dozier. Uh-oh, Tester. Oh, baby, Nicky Lopez.
That looked like that was dropping. That was a little doinker trying to sneak in there, but Lopez got a great jump.
And there's a looping line drive to center field that will knock in at least one. Taylor with the throw home. It's a good one, and they got him. Hit sharply. Lopez from his knees. Oh, he got him. Got him. What a play. That ball is struck well. Deep to right, and it is Nicky Lopez's first home run of the year.
Did I say the Royals won't beat you with a long ball?
Jose Altuve. Base hit left field. McCormick coming around. The throw to the plate. Got him!
Benintendi unloaded.
Rookie move.
This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by YouTube TV. Watch live TV with unlimited DVR and more. YouTube TV, try it for free. We're at Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. Scott Braun alongside Jeremy Guthrie, Jeff Blum, and Brett Dolan. What a day. This is a perfect way to wrap up the season series between these two. The Royals have played Houston very tough, and now we are in the last of the 10th. Houston does a nice job in the top of the inning, keeping the Royals off the board. Salvador Perez will take over behind the plate. They used a pinch runner for Cam Gallagher. That was Alberto, who ultimately was caught between second and third. That was a costly out for KC. Joel Payamps in the game. All right, it's Tucker, Myers. Tucker with Bregman at second here in the bottom of the 10th. There's Breggy. We might get a little snippet of that combo in the postgame show. Whit Merrifield's mic'd up if you're just joining us. I mean, one hit can end this game.
And you're going to test the legs of Alex Bregman right out of the chute in his first game back. The Astros are on the other end of the sacrifice bunt situation where they do not bunt.
I don't think Kyle Tucker has bunted much in his life.
But he's definitely looking to do that right there. Yeah. Something he can pull and get that runner to third base.
Just activated yesterday. This is his first start in about a week and a half. He was on the COVID IL. One for 4 today. Last hit came in the 8th. High cheese from Payamps. I think Astros fans should be pleased to see not only the production from Alex Bregman today, as he's 2 for 5, but also the fact that he's playing the entire game. No pinch runner here in the 10th inning. He's back.
Yeah, you've probably got some front office people and a couple of trainers in that dugout right now that are sweating just a little bit, concerned about how those legs are doing of Alex Bregman. It's one thing to go out there and play 7 or 8 innings in a minor league game, but to come out here to a big league game, a lot of the movement in baseball is quick, fast twitch, immediate reactions. But he's going to get tested right here. And there's really, Taylor Jones is the only guy they have left on their bench. So if you have the option to pinch run for a guy like Alex Bregman, it would bring Aledmus Diaz in from left field to play third base. But I'm sure it's an ongoing conversation, too, between trainers and Dusty and Alex Bregman on how you feel. Are you doing all right? Can we keep you in the game kind of thing?
He strikes me as one of those guys that's going, I am playing.
That would be a very polite version of Alex Bregman.
Looking at StatCast setting up the arm strength. Taylor's got the best arm of the bunch in the outfield. There's Benintendi in left, Taylor in center, Dyson in right. And Tucker going to right and testing Dyson. Bregman will stay put at third. They're on the corners with nobody down in the 10th. And here comes young Jake Myers, the rookie.
That's that pitch inside to Kyle Tucker where you think he could go ahead and beat him, but he does another really good job of just bringing the hands in. He does get jammed, and it is a good pitch, but just taking the base hit, looking for something he can pull. Moves that runner over to third base.
And you can understand trying to go inside there, having thrown all the backdoor breaking balls, getting him leaning, thinking I can get a swing through here up and in if I locate it, which it was located. And that's just a result, product of not trying to do too much. It's always easier to face a hitter that's trying to do too much, that's trying to win it with the swing, trying to hit the walk-off home run. versus a guy, again, like we said, on balance. Just, I mean, he's folded his arms in half and said, let me just put some bat on it.
But that's where I think the guys like Whit Merrifield, Nicky Lopez, some of these other guys who aren't out there trying to drop and drive like everybody else in the league prove to be really tough at bats because they know what their limits are and they just work within their own limits and they have tough at bats. But Kyle Tucker did a great job.
Runner on the move. Free base for Kyle Tucker. Only Bregman matters in a 5-5 game here in the 10th.
And Jake Myers, young right-handed hitter. When you have a runner at third base, less than 2 outs, you are looking for something that you can drive to the outfield.
And these guys have been, the Royals pitchers have been working righties inside all game long. So they'll stick with that plan and see which plan, wins out here.
So defensive indifference gets Tucker to second. That's Castro on deck. Are you somewhat pitching around Jake Myers?
I think you're trying to get him jammed. Your best result here is a one-hopper to the pitcher, or maybe a one-hopper to the infielder. Then you consider the walk and try and go for the double play. But you got to try and get the first guy with some pitches that are borderline and get him to swing out of the zone. If you load him up right away, which some managers do that, but now you kind of eliminate that freedom to say, I'm going to work off the plate, try to get some bad contact and get an out before I then load him up.
2 hits for Jake Myers. He slumped for like a week, and then since then he's looked like he belongs. He's hitting .321 this year, and that is off the pitcher. Payamps. This one's over. RBI ground out. Jake Myers, you did it. His first career walk-off RBI. Astros take it in 10, 6-5.
Pretty good at bat by Jake Myers, not trying to do too much like Jeremy was talking about. He got a pitch he could handle, wasn't able to elevate it, but he was able to hit it hard back up the middle.
Yeah, you got the one hopper, but clearly it was hit a lot harder than what he was hoping for. You hope Payamps is okay with it coming off the leg. He looked like he came up a little bit lame, but a great at-bat. First career walk-off?
First career walk-off.
Oh, yeah.
Kid's only been here, 3 weeks?
Yep. It's been a fun 3 weeks. 300-plus hitter. First walk-off RBI. It's the big leagues. Makes contact on a pitch down.
Good pitch, too. He pitched him well, just didn't work out.
Came off the bat at 97.7 miles an hour. That would have been a very tough play for Payamps.
If Payamps gloves it, you go home. This game stays alive. There's Bregman. First day back. Scores the winning run for Houston. All around, great day for the Astros. And an excellent series between these two teams, not only this week, but last week as well. They played 7 games in about a week and a half span.
I think both sets of fans have to be happy. The Astros get their 2 out of 3. The Royals see continued success. And, I think they both can build off this clearly. And
ready for the post-game show?
Oh, yeah.
30 minutes all about the Royals and the Astros, and this game a walk-off win for Houston. Let's hit it. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Post-game show is presented by YouTube TV. Scott Brunn, Jeremy Guthrie, Jeff Blum, and Brett Dolan will join us again in just a moment. What a day for Houston Astros fans. You show up, you're excited to see Alex Bregman back in the lineup, and credit to Houston, they let us know last night. Breggy's back. Some fans go, I'm in. Skip the day of whatever you've got going on and head to Minute Maid Park. Many did, and they witnessed a walk-off W for the Astros, and that sets up our final poll question that we do every day here on YouTube for the Game of the Week. The YouTube player of the game, who's getting the trophy? Yordan Alvarez, Alex Bregman, or Jake Myers, Mr. Walkoff, who joins us right now on the postgame show, the rookie with his first career RBI in extras. Jake, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the W. Your first big league walk-off RBI. What was it like?
Awesome. I mean, I was happy to be in that situation and just try and help the team win. It was a fun situation, and our team did really well today. We fought hard the whole game, and I'm glad we came out on top.
Jake, Jeff Blum here. Talk us through that at-bat that you just had. You are a rookie. Everybody knows you're a rookie. You're in a second and third situation with nobody out. Give us an idea of what's going through your head and what you're looking for right there.
Honestly, I was just trying to help the team. I was just trying to get a pitch over the plate and get it to the outfield. I didn't do that, but I hit it hard and got the run in. So that's really all that matters, that we won.
Jake, Jeremy Guthrie here in the booth. First walk-off for you. What was your heart rate like as you stepped in? Were you comfortable? Was your heart racing? How'd you feel up there that last at-bat?
I mean, not going to lie, heart was racing a little bit, but I think I got a little bit more comfortable once I stepped in the box, started seeing some pitches. Yeah, it was fun.
Good piece of hitting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your 18th game, how fun has it been for you to be part of this ball club that's so experienced? We were talking about this earlier. I mean, the Astros in these moments, for the most part, are unfazed because they've played in just huge playoff games year after year now. So are you picking brains on a daily basis, asking everyone, hey, what's this situation like? Who are you talking to?
Absolutely. Every day I'm learning something from somebody. Everybody in this clubhouse is an awesome player, awesome teammate, and I ask a bunch of questions, and I owe a lot of my success to them. They've helped me really acclimate to the big leagues quickly and get comfortable, and they've been really welcoming, so it's been a lot of fun to work with them.
This is your first game playing with Alex Bregman, who's back for the first time in 59 games, and you end up bringing him home to end the ball game. So what was it like being with Alex today? And I'm sure he was, a little excited to be back on the big league club.
Yeah, it was fun to watch him. I mean, he's a great baseball player. He made a nice play at third and had a bunch of really, really good at-bats. And that's just what he does. He's a great ball player, and I'm glad he's on our team.
Hey, Jake, you've won YouTube Player of the Game. The trophy is yours. Can we get it to him? Do you have it? Watch out. It's a little sneaky heavy.
It is sneaky heavy.
There's some weight to
heavy.
it. That thing's not cheap, and your name will be engraved on it. Hey, it's a nice first few weeks in the big league so far, huh?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
There it is. Jake, congratulations on the walk-off W, and for Houston, you guys keep trucking along. What's it been like in this division race as well? You look behind you, it's not only Oakland, but the Seattle Mariners are playing inspiring baseball as well.
Yeah, I mean, every game matters. Every pitch matters, as we can see. And so just bringing it every day, and I think we do a good job of making sure we do that, and it's just keeping focused.
So you had a big week about a week ago when you went opposite field for the Grand Slam, had 2 home runs in one game. I believe you were one of the quickest rookies in Astros history to be able to do that. Go back in time a little bit. It wasn't that long ago. And tell us how good it felt, not only to get that first home run, but get that first Grand Slam out of the way.
Yeah, awesome experience, a moment I'll remember for the rest of my life. A lot of fun and something to build off of. Yep.
Hey, so Darren Erstead was his coach, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
In college. What was Darren like? I hear he has some serious intensity.
Yeah, one of the most competitive guys, if not the most competitive guy I've ever been around, but just an incredible person. Taught me how to be a better person and a better baseball player. And it was just a lot of fun to be around him and learn a bunch of invaluable things from him that I use today.
And lastly, Jake, many kids watching worldwide on YouTube and some thinking about being in a spot like you when they're older. Can you just walk me through the process for you and your development as a minor league ball player? It's not like you show up here in the big leagues a few weeks ago, the player you were a few years ago. What were some of the changes and just developments that you've gone through that have made you who you are right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I mean, it takes years and years of a bunch of different things and just learning about yourself and how you can get better and keep getting better. And I think that's the key. Just keep getting better every day. Find a way to get better and just trust yourself, and you can definitely get here. You got to believe it before you get here.
And then you end up in the big leagues with your buddies pouring water all over you, and you finish off the game today for the Astros. They win this series. Jake, congratulations again. Let's check out the trophy one more time, and good luck the rest of the season, all right? There it is. Very nice. We'll get you one with your name on it. Sound good?
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you got it. Jake Myers joining us, and there it is, 48% of the pie, player of the game results here. He gets the YouTube trophy. He brings home Alex Bregman, and Yordan Alvarez homered in this game for Houston. We'll give you much more, a little recap, full highlights. If you missed anything, it's all coming up on the postgame show.
Runner on the go, and the throw a little bit. Oh, in time. How about that? Castro gets his first caught stealing of the year. There goes the runner. And another guy thrown out. Gerard Dyson caught stealing. Astros have not led in this game. Aledmus Diaz will try and change that here with the bases loaded and nobody out. There's a line drive into center field. That's down for a base hit. In to score is Gurriel, and the Astros take their first lead of the game. It's in the 10th, and it's now 4-3. Swing and a miss. Odorizzi now with 7 strikeouts, matching the total he had against Seattle in his first start against the M's this year. Called third strike. Raleigh frozen on the fastball. That's now 8 strikeouts for Odorizzi.
Hands over the head in the windup, the 1-2. Swing and a miss, got him on the curveball. Seager down on strikes, 8 punch outs from McCullers.
Little punch shot, that's going to be down. 4-hit game for Altuve. RBI single as Wilson crosses the plate. It's an even dozen for the second straight game, 12-0 Astros.
Gorgeous day in here in Houston. The game is over. It went to extras to get to that 6-5 record, and we've got some highlights for you right now on the game.
But Lance McCullers has been around now. Feels like forever. Broke out in 15. He can be the ace. And if he pitches like that today and continues on, he's going to get his career high in innings. He needs to be that guy for the Astros moving forward.
Lopez makes contact. Diving stop by Bregman. He's back.
Yeah, he had to take a little slice of humble pie signing with the Houston Astros, but he knew in moving to third base he was only going to make this team better. But right out of the chute, Nicky Lopez is testing him. And as much as we talk about Alex Bregman and what he brings to an offense, you see what he can do defensively also.
This is a rotation of a bunch of young guys. Mike Minor is not one of those. He's the veteran. They brought him in for a 2-year deal. He's their leader.
Little flare and caught. Grabbed by Nicky Lopez in shallow left for the first out.
And that's what Nicky Lopez does. Interesting, he came into the season as their second baseman. His job to lose injuries to Mondesi, moved him to shortstop, and now he's in contention for a Gold Glove this year.
He's 10 for his last 20, having a huge homestand. And he whiffs, little chase. Minor picks up the strikeout and sits down the side in order. We've completed one, no score. 8 strikeouts in a 12-3 win last week. And he picks up a strikeout, his first of the day. There's the 1-2 to Taylor. He rings him up. 2 down and made the cut. Said the development of the slider has been huge for Lance too, adding to our conversation. Yeah, that's a pitch that suddenly has become maybe his best weapon. Right back to a great athlete on the mound as well. McCullers Jr., impressive second inning. After the Dozier base hit through the right side, strikeout, and Lance McCullers Jr. with the glove to finish off the Royals in the top of the second. Alex Bregman in the 6th hole for now. He's back.
They love him here.
I was just going to ask, do you think they like Alex Bregman in Houston?
Just a little bit.
Yeah. So for Bregman, it's his first game since June 16. Soft tissue injuries past couple years, really. He said it's been a physical and emotional roller coaster, but he feels better than he has in the past couple years and goes after the first pitch. Golfs one in foul ground. Rivera called off by Lopez. Little bump, and he's got it. Don't mess with the shortstop. and he just got engaged, too.
You mentioned the changeup. That's probably my bread and butter.
Whit Merrifield is toast at third. Nice throw from Martin Maldonado. I mean, this team can really run. Not easy to catch Whit Merrifield. Hasn't happened very often this season. He had the one-out double and then caught stealing for just the third time this year. He has 37 stolen bags, second best in baseball. Maldonado coming up. Maldonado smashes one for the Crawford boxes and beyond. Houston's on the board first, thanks to Maldi, his 10th of the season.
Well, he got his fastball ahead in the count, middle, and didn't miss it.
Salvador Perez unloads on that pitch from Lance McCullers Jr. Almost the same spot as Maldonado. He goes big, both catchers on either side with home runs, one apiece. That's number 34 on the season for Salvi. He muscles up.
He is on pace to become just the 6th catcher to hit 40 home runs in this history game.
Runners going, and he is out. Maldonado did it again. He catches Hunter Dozier.
His nickname's the Machete. Cutting runners down. Go, ball.
There it goes. Yordan Alvarez muscles up. It's 2-1 Astros. 26 on the year. Flex.
This young man can figure out going to left field in this ballpark. It is frightening.
Bregman, hard contact, right center field, and he's in business. It's a base hit with 2 outs in the 4th.
It's got to feel good for Alex getting back on the board.
3rd AB for Bregman today. 8th pitch of the AB is smacked to left field and going back, and it's off the top of the wall. Alex Bregman's back in a big way with an RBI double to extend the advantage. It's 3-1.
Well, I think Mike Minor knows about that barrel as well. Was trying to stay off it inside, pounding him in. That one just didn't get quite to where he was hoping. And credit Alex Bregman for making the adjustment in the at-bat and getting the barrel to that one.
Astros in control, right? It's all good. 7th inning. McCullers taken out of the game after walking number 9 hitter Cam Gallagher. And Whit Merrifield, 1 pitch from Christian Javier, and it's 5-3 KC. Whew. Grand slam for 2-hit Whit. So in the bottom of the 7th, Aledmys Diaz helps the Houston come back with an RBI knock. Look, there's Jake Myers, who we'll see again in just a moment. But Diaz has been so solid this year, Blummer.
He's been very good, filling some holes. Alex Bregman on the injured list for as long as he was, but they really didn't miss a beat having Aledmys put together some great at-bats, hitting well over 300 since coming off the injured list. And now that you have the addition, it allows more mobility and versatility out of Aledmys Diaz.
And there's Michael Brantley with the pinch hit RBI knock. We are in the 10th now with Kyle Tucker. Turns on that one, turns it into a base hit. And really the miss for the Royals was not coming through with any runs in the top of the 10th. It just puts a ton of pressure on your reliever to be perfect in the bottom of the inning. That's off Piamps. That's it. Hard contact to the pitcher, Jake Myers. Congratulations to the rookie in his 18th ever big league game with a walk-off RBI. And that's how it ended, 6-5 in favor of the Astros. They improved to 6-7 on the season in extra innings. The Royals dropped to 2-4 on the year in extras. Kansas City with a record now on the season of 56-70. The Astros with their 75th win. They're 75 up and 52 down. They're in first place in the American League West. Great view all day long for Brett Dolan, including one baseball, Brett. That was pretty close for you. You did your job, though. You were ready, just in case, to protect a flying Hunter Dozier, although that probably would have been a tough task. He's a big dude.
He is a big dude. A lot of spin on those high pop-ups, as you can tell. Now they've opened the roof. Maybe you can tell. It feels like we're on the side of the sun right now down here in the camera well. It was quite a game, really a season series between these two teams, covering 7 games, a couple of extra inning games, some back and forth, some one-run contests. We started this about 4.5 hours ago, though, talking about Alex Bregman, how this Houston Astros lineup was so happy to have him back, had missed 59 games with the quad issue, which also turned into some hamstring soreness. So not only did he play the entire game, had a couple of base hits, and he scored the game-winning run. Had a chance to catch up to Alex just moments ago. When you haven't played for a couple of months, is there an extra shot of adrenaline? Is there a bigger skip in your step just to be back out here?
I mean, definitely excited. It was fun to come back here at home and now hopefully take that momentum out on the road.
Felt like you just missed one earlier on the game to center field.
Yeah, just missed that one, missed the first one too, but we'll get it going.
How good can this offense be down the stretch? Now that you're back, Kyle Tucker's back, it feels like the pieces are now in place.
Yeah, this offense can be nasty. So hopefully we keep it rolling and yeah.
Does it matter where you bat? Normally you're a top of the lineup guy. Today Dusty had you in the 6 hole. Does it really matter?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm just trying to put good swings on it, and yeah.
Finally, any plan for you on how much you want to play as far as every day, or maybe be somewhat cautious with it as we get towards September in the postseason?
No, of course I want to play every day, but I mean, we'll see what the plan is. Just trusting what they have planned and sticking to that, trying to prepare every day that I'm in the lineup and get after it with great teammates.
Welcome back. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's Alex Bregman. Scott, back to you. So Alex Bregman is back. He's healthy. He's contributing to an Astros win as these teams, the Royals and Astros, finished off 7 games in 10 days. I have a feeling they might be even tired of seeing each other. But, guys, sometimes you wonder about a team like Houston that has been in 4 straight American League Championship Series. And I know this is going to sound a little bit crazy, but maybe there's portions of the regular season that bore you just a bit. You're anxious to get back towards the postseason, see if you can reach the ALCS or World Series again. But it feels like this Astros team, sometimes even when they're down to some teams they should defeat or have a chance to win series, that competitiveness kicks in. And I think we saw that, didn't we, in the last, say, 3-4 innings of this game?
Yeah, I mean, think about it, Blummer. When we've talked about the Astros, at times struggles against teams towards the bottom of their division, but eventually you see the Royals enough, and Dusty Baker said it. I started off the broadcast today going, Dusty's line was, we've been punched quite a bit by this team and not punching back. They punched back last night. They punched back again today. Bregman's back in the lineup. It actually also looked like when Brett asked Preggy about the plan for him over the next 5 weeks, I could sense, again, inside Alex Bregman's brain, the answer has to be, I'm going to do what they want. I want to play every day. But really, he's probably going, I better be in the lineup as much as possible because I miss this game.
Yeah, Alex has a lot more personality than you see in interviews. He was very tepid about things, wasn't giving the full story. I agree with you. And if you do ask Alex off camera, he's going to say, I better be in there tomorrow. Fortunately, they do have that day off to travel and get out on the road and start to do these things again. But I agree with you in the sense that they are sick and tired of the Kansas City Royals. I think they're very impressed with what they were able to go out there and do because they play the game hard, they play the game well, they continue to fight, scratch, claw, whatever you want to call it. And it forced them into a situation where they had to kind of step up and play a little bit better. I know that everybody, the most overused term in August, I think, might be the dog days of summer. But I think that, with the combination of what Brett was talking about, with the postseason experience and the issues of COVID last year, adjusting back to a long season, maybe the legs are a little bit tired, but maybe this is the series or maybe these were the 7 games that kind of sparks that energy a little bit and forces these guys to play some good baseball down the stretch. I don't know what you think, Jeremy.
Well, I think they are. They're character-building wins and series, right? Even the losses, you can take a lot out of them if you so choose, and that comes down to a lot of the leadership of the team and the coaches and manager. But you need these. You need something to test you. You need to be challenged in a way that causes you to self-reflect, that causes you to step up and say, we need to do something to ensure that we're going to advance to the playoffs, number 1, and then beyond the first round, which is obviously their goal is the World Series.
Well, you think about this Astros team, for a while the bullpen seemed to be the missing link or maybe the weak link, and obviously they addressed that at the trade deadline, adding multiple strong arms they can put at the back end of that bullpen. Now the health, getting Kyle Tucker back, Alex Bregman back. Blummer, Jeremy, anything that you need to see this team do over the next month and a half, or do you feel like they're in a pretty good position heading down the stretch?
Well, with the way the lead is stretched out to what started the day at 4.5 game lead over the A's, it gives them a chance to not just rush them back into the lineup where they have to play every day. Like if they choose to put Alex on the bench a few times a week, it's not going to necessarily up front make a big impact because they have depth and they have a cushion. Now, you don't want to mess with the cushion and sit back, but I think that allows them. I think timing is great, frankly, because they have the whole month of September to get them going and then hopefully peak, which is what you want to do anyhow, right at the right time.
No, that is exactly right. And Yuli Gurriel is a guy who just came off the injured list. He's a little bit older, salty veteran. Now he had some time off. He's going to come back, and he's going to get his legs back under him. Alex Bregman, they're going to rely on him heavily down the stretch. So it's just a matter of giving these guys the appropriate moments off to get back into what is going on. But the back end of the bullpen early on was really a weak link of this Astro ball club. They would have those early leads. Starting pitchers would come out, and all of a sudden things would blow up a little bit with the walks and timely hits, and they'd end up losing games. That's why Graveman was such a key. Yimi Garcia has been very good. Now you have the opportunity with a guy like Philip Mayton to come in some damage-type situations and get you out of those situations. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how Dusty really unfolds that bullpen or figures out where these guys mix in, because once they start locking down some of these tighter games, that's where the Astros really excel, because they can win the blowouts. They can go out there and put 15 or 12 runs on you. It's those tight ones they need to start winning.
Yeah, the front office set up Dusty Baker quite nicely down the stretch. He told us today, 4 relievers. I got 4 new relievers, baby. And we saw some of them working today in a 6-5 walk-off win in downtown Houston. Much more to cover on the postgame show in a moment.
He just smokes it.
Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Great baseball right there. And that one's going to go. That ball was crushed. And this is going to do it. Oh, my.
Strike 3. That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
You're Mike. I knew you'd be the one to take
Check, 1, 2, check, check, check. Let's go.
Don't
Wake
let
it
him
up.
touch it. Don't let him touch it.
No pitchers allowed to touch my bat. Back! I want to throw a little flare in there. So I want to throw a little flare in there. Oh boy. Uh-huh. Sure. I believe you. Oh, sick! Nobody, no hits the Royals. Nobody. Nobody. How many retirements ovations is he gonna get? He's like freaking Big Papi and Rivera. Gets one everywhere we go. Everywhere we go. Everybody, please stand for the 4th time today. Nate, I'm gonna be shallow center. Hey, Nate. With him, I'm gonna be like shallow center. I'm gonna play him pretty deep because he's got a fridge strapped to him. I really didn't get the best jump, but. Huh? I said I didn't get the best jump there, but I've gotten worse jumps. I've gotten better jumps, but I've gotten worse jumps.
He throws that first slider. Now I know he's going to go fastball away. He's going to be looking at wasting that pitch to go to you. That's what he got.
I should have gone first one, but I thought he might inside move.
Yeah, true.
Salvi, some kind of special, huh? Salvi. I never caught, so I don't know like what it feels like August 26th with your legs, but I imagine they're pretty heavy. It's like Barry Bonds now. He just walks and hits homers. That's all he does. This bat is round.
and the pelota is round. And sometimes you miss by just as much. Top spin. But you this year, you haven't missed very much. I love the way he thinks. Hit me on the slant. Come on, baby! Let's go, baby. JP, good at bat, baby. Let's go. Good at bat. Big body. Big body. Hey. All right, yo. You call it? Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, so much gold there, and he also snapped the second longest career home run drought for him, 47 games. So, Jeremy, you nailed it beginning of the game. You're like, sometimes you don't even realize you have the mic on. I just texted him, thank you for all that today. And he said, once or twice, I forgot.
Yeah.
Just felt like part of himself. Don't worry, we cover it up if there's anything we need to do, because he gave us plenty of excellent one-liners. Whit Merrifield with a grand slam today for the Royals in a losing effort, but they played tough against the Houston Astros all season long. And let's swing it back for a moment. Last play there as Whit Merrifield and the Royals fall to the Astros. So let's run through it here, Blummer. This is how the game ended. Jake Myers off pie amps, and I mean, that's a hot shot right there for a pitcher to handle.
Winning run on third base. He only plays the home plate to try and cut down that winning run. Getting that out at first base does absolutely nothing. I think the stunning action of that ball hitting him threw him into a panic, and all of a sudden everything was out the window, and he was just trying to pick it up, find it out somewhere, but that winning run is where it's at.
I think you hit it right on the head. I was trying to imagine when the play happened, 4-4-4, someone's got to be yelling that. But I think it got him good. I think it really hit him pretty good at that point. Like, he was frazzled. Obviously, it would have been a nearly impossible play anyhow, some kind of backhand, but lost a little bit of his senses as to where the play was and where he needed to go with that.
Yeah, and I mean, what happens in that situation? Can he grab it, turn around, and make the play?
It would have been a freakishly miraculous backhanded flip where maybe Salvi's got the leg blocking the plate, and you can get to Alex Bregman. But yeah, as hard as that ball was hitting, as far away as it ricocheted, really no chance.
Yeah, unless his arm moves in a direction that's not really where it's supposed to move, kind of like this or something like that. Hey, credit to Jake Myers. He's the YouTube player of the game. He gets the trophy, the whole deal. Mr. Walkoff, the rookie, in his 18th game in the bigs. And now we take you around the majors. We're going streaking. The Yankees have won 11 in a row. The Orioles have dropped. Is that real? Is that a misprint? 19 straight. Oof. And then Yachty. Congratulations on re-upping with the Cardinals, and he said it's going to be his final season next year. Also, Brandon Belt honors his late grandmother with a 4-hit, 2-home-run performance. He was emotional after the game. I mean, just week after week, headlines galore in this league. And what stands out to you out of those three?
Yankees.
Putting you on the spot. Yankees. They're
streaking.
Firing right now, right?
Well, up until that trade deadline, everybody said they were dead in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden they make a trade. Joey Gallo, you get Rizzo playing first base. Some of those young pitchers are stepping up. Bullpen starting to figure itself out a little bit, and they're starting to close out these games. But with that lineup, as powerful as it is a real threat in the East now.
Tomorrow, the A's start a series at home against the Yankees. The Astros are like, great, here come the Yankees.
Might be the one time they cheer for the Yankees.
Exactly. And for you, I know I put you on the spot, but this is the newbie somewhat.
I think it was like what you said. Is that a misprint? And having played with Baltimore, to see the 19-game losing streak and imagine the Sports Illustrated with the 0-21, if I'm not mistaken.
They've had some rough losing streaks over their franchise history.
That's a rough go. So I think that one stands out to me. I mean, a lot of things have to go wrong for that to happen, clearly.
They had a road losing streak of over 20 games this season, so there are some weird, awful streaks for the Baltimore Orioles this year.
The other headline that was not listed there was our guy Jeremy Guthrie booking a flight a little too early on a Wednesday afternoon, just by a tick.
Rookie mistake.
Are you going to make it?
was.
I'm no pressure. Do you see me sweating?
No,
I'm good.
he's
Under
cool,
pressure.
calm, collected.
We got the bases loaded, 3-0 count, and the best hitter in the world up, and I'm throwing balls down the middle, and maybe we can still get there.
Hey, you nailed it. We can get you there. Police escort, please. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube swings back Thursday, September 2nd. A pair of first-place ball clubs, the Brewers and Giants, be there. Coverage begins with our pregame show at 3 o'clock Eastern for the greats. Blummer, Guthrie, Dolan on our entire superstar crew. I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. It's the Astros winning in 10, a walk-off W, 6-5, thanks to the rookie Jake Myers. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today worldwide on YouTube.